What's up, guys? Welcome to Fiction Blue. We've got something special today. Harry discovered he could speak to ghosts at age 5 and James Potter's spirit helped him destroy the Dursleys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Man in the Cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly the kind of place that made you understand what the word small truly meant. Not small like a cozy corner, or small like a tucked-away nook where someone might curl up with a book on a rainy afternoon. Small like a punishment. Small like something deliberate. The ceiling sloped so sharply that even a 5-year-old had to mind his head near the back wall, and the single bare bulb overhead had been flickering for 6 months because no one had bothered to change it. There was a cot that had once belonged to Dudley before he outgrew it, and 4 outgrown things, a broken toy soldier, a cracked shoe, a blanket with a hole burned through one corner, and Harry Potter. Harry had lived in the cupboard for as long as he could remember, which wasn't very long by most measures, but felt enormous when you were 5. He slept there. He sat there when he'd done something wrong, which was often, though he could rarely work out what. He ate there sometimes, when he'd burned the bacon or left a smear on the good plates. The cupboard was his whole world on bad days, which meant the cupboard was his whole world most days. He'd learned to be quiet in it. He knew which floorboard outside creaked when Uncle Vernon was walking toward it with his belt already in hand, and which creak meant Aunt Petunia coming to shove a piece of cold toast through the door before bed. He knew that crying made things worse and that silence was the only armor he had. What Harry didn't know, couldn't have known, had no reference for at all, was that the man sitting cross-legged on the floor beside his cot watching him with an expression of barely restrained devastation had been there for 4 years. Harry noticed him on a Tuesday. He'd been staring at the crack in the far wall, the one shaped a bit like a crooked lightning bolt if you tilted your head, and then he'd looked left, and the man was simply there. Sitting. Watching. Wearing glasses with a small crack in the left lens. Dark-haired and pale in the way that wasn't quite the normal pale of Aunt Petunia's powdered face, more like light seen through frosted glass, a kind of brightness that came from inside rather than from the flickering bulb overhead. Harry looked at him. The man looked at Harry. Neither of them moved. "Hello," Harry said. He'd already learned that being rude got you nowhere. The man's mouth opened. It closed. He looked like someone who'd been given a gift so completely unexpected that all his rehearsed responses had simply stopped working. "You can see me," the man said. His voice was a bit rough around the edges, like he hadn't used it in a long time. "Yes," Harry said. He glanced at the door to make sure it was still shut, then back. "Are you a ghost?" The man laughed, and it was a strange kind of laugh, not mean, not mocking, but startled and a little wet around the edges, the way laughing sometimes gets when it's very close to crying. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I suppose I am." "Okay," Harry said. He thought about this. In the books Dudley left lying around, ghosts were usually white and they usually wanted to scare people. This man didn't look like he wanted to scare anyone. He looked like someone who'd been waiting a very long time for something and had almost stopped hoping it would come. "Are you going to haunt me?" "God, no." The man scrubbed a hand through his hair, which was already sticking up in approximately 17 directions. No. I'm not here to scare you, Harry." Harry's head came up fast. "You know my name." "I do." The man's voice had gone very careful now, the way adults' voices went when they were about to say something they knew would matter. He looked at Harry the way Harry had seen fathers at the park look at their children, that specific particular look that Harry had always thought was only for other children, the children who belonged to those fathers. "I know your name because I gave it to you. I picked it out. Your mum wanted to call you something stupidly long and I talked her into something short." He paused. "I'm not very good at this. I've been practicing what to say for a while. And I still have no idea how to say it." Harry sat up on the edge of his cot. The blanket with the hole in it pooled around him. He was small for 5, small and a bit thin, wearing Dudley's old pajamas which were enormous on him, and he looked at the man with the cracked glasses and the messy hair and the way he was looking at Harry that Harry had never had directed at him before. "Are you my dad?" Harry asked. James Potter's face did something complicated. The kind of complicated that happens when a person is trying very hard not to fall apart and is losing the battle by small degrees. "Yeah," he said. "I am." Harry thought about this for 4 full seconds. "Aunt Petunia said you were a drunk who died in a car crash." James's expression flickered through something that wasn't entirely appropriate for a 5-year-old's ears and landed somewhere just past controlled. "Your Aunt Petunia," he said, with tremendous precision, "has never told the truth about anything that mattered." "Oh," Harry said. "What really happened?" So James told him. "Not everything, not all of it, not the deep dark complicated adult architecture of it, but the bones. A bad man. A war. A mum who loved Harry so much she stood between him and the bad man without a wand and changed everything. A curse that bounced back. A father who was in the other room when it happened and who had been wrong, terribly wrong, about how safe they were, and who had never forgiven himself for that and probably never would." He told it quietly. Simply. The way you tell hard things to small children, stripped down to what matters, full of truth even when the truth hurt. Harry listened to all of it without interrupting. When James finished, the cupboard was very quiet. "So you didn't crash a car," Harry said. "No. And you and Mum weren't drunks?" "Absolutely not. Your mother would have hexed anyone who suggested it." James paused. "That means hit with magic. She was very good at it." "I know what hex means," Harry said, though he absolutely hadn't known until that exact moment, and then he said, "Can I do magic?" "Aunt Petunia says freaks do magic, but she says it like it's a bad word." The look on James's face was the most complicated thing Harry had yet seen in his 5 years of life, which was saying something considering he lived under a staircase. "You can do magic," James said. "You're already doing it. You've been doing it since you were born. There's so much of it in you, Harry, that it's going to take years to learn how to use it properly, and when you do," he stopped. "When I do?" Harry pressed. "When you do," James said quietly, "nobody will ever put you in a cupboard again." That night, for the first time in memory, Harry slept without the particular tight feeling in his chest that he'd always assumed was just what sleeping felt like. In the months that followed, Harry and James built something that neither of them had a proper word for, because there weren't really proper words for it. It was part friendship and part education and entirely a father raising his son, doing it through a kind of curtain that meant James couldn't hold him or make him food or tell the Dursleys exactly what they could do with their hospitality, but could do everything else. James watched. James talked. James answered every question Harry had ever been afraid to ask out loud, and Harry had a lot of them, years of them stored up like water behind a dam. He told Harry about magic, not the Hogwarts curriculum version, which was systematic and slow, but the real lived version, the instinctive version, the way magic actually felt from inside the person doing it. "It's like a second heartbeat," James said one evening. "You'll feel it before you understand it. When you're angry or scared or very happy, it pulses. Start paying attention to when you feel it." Harry started paying attention. He was good at paying attention, years of watching for Uncle Vernon's moods had trained him, and within a week he could identify the particular warm pressure behind his sternum that spiked when Dudley tried to shove him on the stairs and the shoe rack fell inexplicably in Dudley's path. "That was me," Harry told James that night, amazed. "I did that." "You did that," James confirmed, sounding deeply pleased. "Now do it on purpose." "How?" "Feel where the magic is. Don't try to force it, ask it. You're not commanding it, you're working with it. Think of what you want to happen, not how to make it happen." Harry screwed up his face and stared at the shoe that had been placed outside his cupboard door, Petunia's good heel, the one she wore to the neighborhood association meetings. He thought about wanting it to move. He thought about the warm pressure in his chest, coaxed it like you'd coax a shy cat, and the shoe skittered 3 inches to the left. Harry stared at it. Again, James said, with the particular quality of barely contained excitement that was already becoming one of Harry's favorite sounds in the world. Harry moved the shoe again. Then again. By the end of the hour he could slide it back and forth across the hallway floor with something approaching reliability, and James was making a sound that Harry realized, with a jolt of warmth he didn't have words for yet, was pride. Your mother, James said, could do precise wandless magic at 7. I couldn't manage it until I had a wand, personally. You're ahead of both of us. Is that good? Harry, that is extraordinary. He was 5 and then 5.5 and then 6, and through all of it James was there. Not every minute. There were times when Harry would look for him in the cupboard and find only the small dark space and its familiar smell of dust and old wood, and on those nights Harry pulled the holy blanket up and reminded himself that James had said he couldn't always control when he could come through, that there were rules to this side of things that he didn't fully understand himself. James always came back. He always came back and picked up exactly where they'd left off, as if no time had passed, or as if time passing had different texture on his side of things. On the nights James wasn't there, Harry thought about what he'd been taught and practiced it quietly in the dark. He learned to read properly at 5.5, 3 years before his school year was officially expected to, because James had strong opinions about literacy and spent 6 evenings guiding Harry through the tattered paperback Dudley had abandoned under the kitchen table. He learned the history of the magical world at 6, told through James's personal, biased, affectionate lens which Harry later understood was enormously entertaining if not entirely reliable. He learned that he was apparently famous, which he found baffling, and James found the look on Harry's face when he explained it gratifying enough to describe in detail at least 4 times. People think you defeated Voldemort, James explained, and the name didn't make Harry flinch because James had taught him early that names were only as powerful as the fear you attach to them. The whole magical world thinks you saved them when you were 1 year old. Harry considered this. Did I? In a manner of speaking. Your mum saved you, and in saving you she made you into something that stopped him. So yes and no. And they celebrate my birthday? Every year. But they left me in a cupboard. James's expression went very still. Yes, he said. They did. The man who was supposed to be watching out for you left you here and never checked back. There was something complex and dark moving behind his eyes that Harry was learning to recognize as anger being very carefully managed. That will be addressed. How? Harry asked. I don't know yet, James said honestly. But it will be. The incident with Vernon happened in early spring, the week after Harry's 6th birthday, which had passed unacknowledged by anyone living in number 4, Privet Drive. Vernon had been in a bad mood for 3 days running, the kind that built like weather, a low-pressure system of irritability and barely leashed anger that Harry knew from experience usually broke over him when it finally broke. It had been building since he'd lost a contract at work, since Petunia had served something at her book club meeting that didn't land the way she intended, since Dudley had broken his new bicycle and screamed for 2 hours, since the world had declined to arrange itself to Vernon Dursley's satisfaction. Harry had made the strategic error of being visible when Vernon needed a target. It was over the garden, or the claim that Harry had deliberately let Dudley's football into the Hendersons' yard, which Harry hadn't. He'd simply been standing nearby when it happened. But proximity was enough, in Vernon Dursley's accounting of fault, and Harry found himself backed against the kitchen counter while Vernon loomed with his face doing the particular shade of purple that meant things were about to escalate beyond shouting. The belt came out. It usually did. Harry was not the same frightened, frozen child he'd been at 5. A year of James's quiet coaching had replaced some of the paralysis with something harder, not courage exactly, not yet, but the framework of it. He knew Vernon was angry about things that had nothing to do with him. He knew the belt was Vernon's failure, not his. He knew he could withstand this the way he'd withstood it before. But he was also 6 and very small, and Vernon was very large, and knowledge and reality are sometimes 2 different things. The belt buckle caught the edge of the counter instead of Harry. Not because Harry moved in time. Because the kitchen drawer nearest Vernon's hip shot open with sudden and violent force and struck him squarely in the upper thigh, hard enough to make the large man stumble sideways, crashing into the refrigerator with an impact that sent Petunia's magnetic calendar photos scattering across the floor. Everyone went still. Vernon stared at the drawer. It was closed now. Innocent and ordinary. From outside the kitchen, from somewhere near the hallway, a place he wasn't actually standing, Harry knew, he heard James's voice, too quiet for anyone else. Not today. Not while I'm here. Vernon looked at Harry. Harry looked at Vernon. Harry's heart was hammering but his face was calm, because James had also taught him, accidentally, through example, that you showed people exactly as much fear as you intended them to have. Go to your cupboard, Vernon said. His voice was strange, stripped of its bluster. Something about the drawer unsettled him in a way he couldn't name and wouldn't want to examine. Harry went. But he went with his back straight and his eyes level, and that was different from how he'd been going for years, and Vernon noticed it without knowing what he was noticing. In the cupboard, James materialized within 10 seconds, and the expression on his face was something Harry hadn't seen yet, a white, cold, controlled fury that was entirely different from the warm frustrated anger James usually carried. Are you hurt? James asked. No, Harry said. The drawer got him before he got me. I know. I moved the drawer. Harry stared. You can do that? Apparently. James sounded surprised by himself. I didn't know I could do that. I've been trying for a year. He looked at his hands, or the ghost of his hands, with something approaching wonder. You seeing me, hearing me, I think it anchors me here in a way I wasn't before. It gives me something to hold on to. Harry absorbed this. So the more I can see you, the more you can do things. That's my working theory, yes. Then I'll keep seeing you, Harry said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world, and James Potter, dead for 5 years, looked at his son and had to look away for a moment, his jaw working around something he needed a few seconds to swallow. Yeah, he said eventually. Okay. By 7, Vernon no longer raised his belt to Harry. This was not because he'd had a transformation of character or experienced any illuminating moment of conscience. It was because 3 separate times, at 3 separate moments of escalation, something in the house had intervened in ways that Vernon could not explain and deeply did not want to think about. The first time was the drawer incident. The second time was when the light in the kitchen blew with a crack loud enough to make Vernon actually yelp, at the precise moment he had Harry backed into the corner by the boiler. The third time, he'd come toward Harry in the back garden and every garden tap in a 10-foot radius had turned itself on simultaneously and drenched him from the waist down. After the third incident, Vernon switched to a policy of loud verbal threats and the silent treatment, which Harry found dramatically preferable and easily navigated. James coached him through all of it with the particular irreverent practicality that Harry was coming to understand was simply how his father operated, finding the pressure points, the leverage, the most economical way through a situation. He's afraid, James said, watching Vernon deliver a lengthy and increasingly incoherent lecture about freeloaders and gratitude. He can't see me and he doesn't know what's happening, and that frightens him, and frightened bullies get loud. Should I be worried? About Vernon? James's tone was magnificently dismissive. Harry, the man drives a company car and watches the same 4 television programs every week without exception. No. You should not be worried about Vernon. Harry bit the inside of his cheek to hide the smile because the lecture was still ongoing and smiling during it generally made things worse. Watch his left hand, James murmured. When he's really angry, he makes a fist without noticing. His left hand is completely relaxed right now. He's performing. He's been performing for 10 minutes. Harry watched the left hand. Sure enough, loose. Gestural. Not the tight, bunched grip that meant genuine escalation. He filed it away. He filed everything away. He was building up a library of how people worked, right and wrong and everything sideways, and James was his reading guide. Petunia was different. Harry understood this at 7 in the way that 7-year-olds understand complicated things, not analytically, but with the gut instinct of someone who's watched a person closely for years. Vernon was simple. Vernon had one emotional register and one set of motivations, and you could read him from across a room. Petunia was multiple things simultaneously, many of them contradictory, and Harry found her deeply confusing in a way that James, when he tried to explain it, seemed to find painful. "She loved your mother," James said one night. He said it carefully, like touching a bruise. "Before everything. When they were girls. Lily used to talk about her, your aunt. Not always kindly, but not always unkindly either. There was something real there, once." "What happened?" "Magic," James said simply. "Lily had it. Petunia didn't. And Petunia never fully forgave either of them for that." Harry thought about Aunt Petunia's face when she looked at him sometimes, not the usual pinched disgust, but something else, something more complicated and raw, a flash of something before her expression closed up again like a door being shut quickly so you couldn't see inside. "She looks at me sometimes," Harry said. "Like she's looking for someone." James was quiet for a moment. "She's looking for your mother," he said. "You look like me, mostly, which she hates, but sometimes, apparently, you do something that's very Lily." A turn of phrase. A look. She notices it and she hates herself for noticing it. Harry sat with that. It didn't make him feel better about the cupboard or the cooking or the cold toast. But it made Petunia make more sense, and sense was its own kind of comfort. "Does that mean I should?" Harry started. "No," James said, reading where it was going. "Compassion is not the same as accepting mistreatment. You can understand why someone is the way they are and still not let them treat you badly. In fact, you need to understand why, so you can handle it correctly. There's a difference between empathy and doormathood." Is doormathood a word? It absolutely should be. When Harry was 7, he met his second ghost. He'd been in the school library, the real library, the one at St. Gregory's Primary, not Privet Drive's three-shelf affair, working through a geography book because James had strongly suggested that knowing how the non-magical world was arranged was important and frequently undervalued by wizards, who tended toward insularity. It was a quiet Thursday afternoon. The librarian had gone to the back office. Dudley and his friends were outside. The ghost was sitting in the chair at the table across from Harry. Female, older, with a general translucent quality that Harry was now familiar enough with to spot without staring. She was wearing clothes that looked like they were from a long time ago, a stiff-collared blouse, a heavy skirt, her hair pinned up in a complicated arrangement. She was reading, or appearing to read, her eyes tracking down a page in a book she couldn't actually turn. She noticed Harry noticing her. "You can see me," she said. Not surprised, exactly. More like someone confirming a hypothesis. "Yes," Harry said, in the voice he'd developed for this, perfectly casual, like it happened all the time, which for Harry it increasingly did. "I'm Harry." "I'm aware," she said, with a slightly archaic precision to her diction that reminded Harry of the older books James had taught him through. "I'm Helena." "Are you from here?" He meant the school. She clearly wasn't, in any era. "No." She looked at the ceiling with an expression of mild permanent dissatisfaction that Harry suspected was simply her resting state. "I'm from Hogwarts, actually. Though that presents a rather obvious question of why I'm sitting in a Muggle primary library in Little Whinging." Harry leaned his elbows on the table. "Why are you?" "Because," Helena said, with the faintly theatrical sigh of someone who's had a long time to perfect their sighing, "I was curious about you. The rumors move, even among the dead. The boy who speaks to ghosts. The boy who sees through the veil." She looked at him with sharp, dark eyes that were very much alive in their intelligence. "You're rather younger than I expected." "I'm 7, Harry said. "James Potter's son," she said. "Yes, I can see it. You have his hair, God help you. Do you know him? James was not alive during my era, Helena said, in the tone of someone clarifying a significant span of time. But one hears. Particularly when one is of a certain type of ghost. She seemed to consider something. The Hogwarts ghosts occupy a specific category. We're anchored to that place. We stay because we choose to stay, or chose to, long ago, and now staying is simply what we do. But we're aware of things that other ghosts might not be. Like what? Like the fact that you are going to arrive at Hogwarts in 4 years, she said, and it would be a shame if you didn't have someone there who understood what you are. Harry sat back and looked at her properly. James had taught him to assess people the same way he'd apparently once assessed Quidditch opponents: find what they want, find what they fear, find the thing that's driving the conversation. Helena wanted something. It was there in the careful quality of how she was speaking. "What are you?" he asked. She smiled, and it transformed her face slightly, less the marble-still dissatisfaction, more something that had once been sharp and human and was still both. "I'm the Grey Lady," she said. "The ghost of Ravenclaw Tower. And I think, Harry Potter, that we are going to be very useful to each other." Harry thought about this, then said, "Okay. But I have to check something first," and pulled out the small notebook James had told him to keep. He had a list in it, running to 3 pages already, of questions he was accumulating for James, things he'd encountered during the week that needed context or explanation. He added, "Who is the Grey Lady? Can she be trusted?" Helena watched him write it. "Sensible," she said. "I expected less sense." "I'm told I have a lot of it," Harry said. "I'm told I got it from my mum." Something moved across Helena's face, brief, indecipherable, gone. "Sensible mother," she said. "Sensible son." "Yes." "Good." They sat in the library for another 40 minutes, and Helena told him things about Hogwarts, not everything, but the shape of things, the texture, the political geography of a school that was also a castle that was also a history and also a living system of allegiances and old conflicts. Harry listened and asked good questions, and Helena found herself, despite herself, enjoying the conversation. When the bell rang and Harry stood to pack up his books, she said, "I'll come back." "I'll be here," Harry said. "Thursdays. Usually." He walked out into the afternoon where Dudley was waiting with 2 friends to say something unpleasant, and Harry walked past all 3 of them with his back straight and his face calm, and Dudley, who had been getting the slightly uncomfortable sense for the past year that something about his cousin had changed, said nothing at all. It was a Friday evening, the week before Harry's 8th birthday, when something happened that shifted the landscape of number 4 more permanently than any drawer or light bulb had managed. James had been working on something. Harry knew this the way he knew most things about James, from the quality of his silences, from the way he'd ask Harry questions about Vernon's work colleagues, about where Uncle Vernon kept his business cards, about which nights Petunia had her neighborhood ladies around. James asked these things conversationally, carefully, over the course of several weeks, and Harry answered them because he'd learned to trust the architecture even when he couldn't see the whole building yet. The shift came on a Friday when Vernon arrived home from work already in pieces. Not the building weather rage Harry knew well. This was different, a kind of airless, stunned, gutted quality that made him look smaller than his body, like something essential had been punctured. He went directly to his study without eating. Petunia followed and came out 20 minutes later with her face arranged in its best performance of composure and made tea that she didn't drink. Harry helped himself to dinner from the stove, which he'd cooked himself as usual, and ate at the kitchen table while Dudley watched television. Nobody said anything to him, which was unusual. Petunia generally found something to criticize. In the cupboard that night, James appeared with the quiet satisfaction of a man who has executed a plan. "What did you do?" Harry asked. "Nothing illegal," James said. "Technically. In the non-magical world." He paused, and the quality of the pause said that he was choosing his words precisely. "Your uncle, as it happens, has been doing something at work that his supervisors would deeply frown upon." I came across this information. And I made sure his supervisors came across it as well. Harry thought about this. How did you come across it? You know that filing cabinet he keeps in the study? The locked one. The locked one, James confirmed. I've discovered that I can pass through physical objects when you're close enough to anchor me. I've been reading his paperwork for 3 months. He looked entirely unapologetic. He's been falsifying expense claims for 2 years and taking kickbacks from a supplier. I wrote a very detailed and completely accurate anonymous letter to his company's ethics board. Harry stared at him. That's thorough, James said. I was going to say impressive. That too. James's expression grew more serious. This is the beginning, Harry, not the end. He's going to lose this job or be significantly demoted. Without his income at its current level, he can't maintain this house in the way he's been maintaining it. The power balance here changes. When people lose their certainty, they become manageable. Not good, Vernon Dursley is not going to become a good man, but manageable. Harry thought about this with the methodical care he applied to most things now. And Aunt Petunia? James was quiet for a moment. Petunia, he said, is more complicated. The neighborhood is everything to her: status, community, the sense of being respectable and admired. She's built her whole life here around being normal, being the right kind of person in the right kind of house. We're going to dismantle some of that respectability. He glanced at Harry. Not cruelly. Not to break her, just to reduce her leverage. She needs to understand that the situation here is going to change, whether she adjusts to that or not. And Dudley? James's expression shifted, still complex, but less tactical. Dudley, he said carefully, is 10 years old and has been made into a bully by 2 adults who should have known better. I'm not interested in punishing him. I'm interested in making sure he knows that you're not afraid of him. Harry nodded slowly. He wasn't afraid of Dudley anymore. He wasn't sure exactly when that had stopped being true. Somewhere in the year after James arrived, fear of Dudley had quietly vacated the premises and not come back. What do I do? Harry asked. Tomorrow, James said, you're going to walk into breakfast, sit down, eat your food, and not do a single thing extra. Just be calm and be there. Let them feel the shift. That's it. That's it. For now. James settled back, that warm particular look on his face that Harry associated with being about to be told something important. The biggest thing we have, you and I, is that they don't know what we know. Vernon doesn't know about the letters. He doesn't know why things keep going wrong around you. Petunia suspects magic but doesn't have proof. Dudley just knows you've become harder to bully. He leaned forward. Mystery is leverage, Harry. They're already afraid of something they can't name. We keep it that way. We keep making strategic moves, not emotional ones. And by the time you leave for Hogwarts, this house will be a different place. Harry listened to all of it, and then he said, James. James looked at him. Can I ask you something I haven't asked before? You can ask me anything. Harry looked at the crack in the ceiling, the lightning bolt-shaped one. Do you know if Mum is she the same as you? Can you find her? The silence that followed was the most careful silence James had ever produced, and Harry had been cataloguing James's silences for 3 years now, which was some measure of how many varieties there were. I don't know, James said finally. I've tried. I don't know how it works, fully, why some people stay and others don't, what determines where they go. I've been on this side for 6 years and I still don't have a complete theory. He paused. I haven't found her. But that doesn't mean she isn't findable. And I haven't stopped trying. Harry absorbed this. Okay, he said. Okay. I believe you'll find her, Harry said. He said it the way he said most things he'd decided, simply, without performance, as settled fact. You found me. James looked at him for a long moment. Outside, the night was very still, the suburban dark pressing against the small high window above Harry's cot, and somewhere down the hall Vernon Dursley was sitting with the wreckage of the version of himself he'd been so certain he was. "Yeah," James said quietly. "I found you." Harry lay back on the cot and pulled the blanket up and closed his eyes, and James sat beside him in the particular comfortable silence they'd built over 3 years of learning each other, and number 4, Privet Drive settled around them like a house that already knew something had changed, even if it hadn't caught up yet to knowing what. Chapter 2, What Dead Men Know. The letter from Vernon's company arrived on a Wednesday. Harry knew it had arrived because of the sound, a specific quality of silence that fell over number 4 like a dropped curtain, the kind that only happened when something had punctured Petunia's careful management of the household atmosphere. He was in the back garden pulling weeds, which was his assigned task for the morning, when he heard the front door, then Petunia's heels on the hallway tiles, then nothing. The nothing was the tell. He kept pulling weeds. James had been very clear about the strategic value of appearing to be exactly where you were supposed to be doing exactly what you were supposed to be doing, particularly on days when things were happening. Petunia called him in for lunch 40 minutes later and didn't say a single word about the letter, which was sitting on the kitchen counter with its official corporate letterhead facing down, which meant she'd read it and didn't want him to see it but couldn't bring herself to throw it away or put it somewhere more hidden. She was a creature of specific habits and specific blind spots, Aunt Petunia, and Harry knew them all. He ate his sandwich and didn't look at the letter once. That evening James appeared with the air of someone delivering a satisfying report. 3 weeks of investigation, he said. They've suspended him while they look into the full extent of it. He's been told to stay home. Harry looked up from the geography book. How long will that last? The investigation? Could be months. The real question is what happens at the end of it. James settled himself in the corner of the cupboard, which he'd long since claimed as his habitual spot. My guess is a negotiated exit. Companies like his don't love public scandals. They'll offer him reduced severance to go quietly. He'll take it because Vernon Dursley values his dignity above almost everything, and then he'll spend 6 months convincing himself it wasn't really his fault. And then he'll get another job. A worse one, James said. Probably a significant step down. And Petunia will have to adjust the household budget. There was a particular dry precision to the way he said this. She's been spending quite extravagantly to keep up with the neighbors. That becomes considerably harder. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been thinking about something since the previous evening and finally said it. This is a long plan. Yes. Hogwarts is in 3 years. Do we need to keep doing things here, or is leaving enough? James considered him. He did this sometimes, actually considered Harry, the way you look at someone you're reassessing, recalibrating against who they've become rather than who they were. Harry had noticed he did it more now that Harry was 8 than he'd done when Harry was 6. Leaving would be enough for your physical safety, James said. Once you're at Hogwarts, Hogwarts protects you. But there are things I want done before you leave that have nothing to do with physical safety. Like what? I want you to leave here knowing what you are, James said. Not in the abstract. Not as something you know intellectually. I want you to have used your abilities enough that they're second nature. I want you to understand the magical world well enough that no one can surprise you with it or manipulate you through your ignorance of it. He paused. And I want Vernon and Petunia to understand, before you go, that they have been managing something they fundamentally misunderstood. That matters. Not for revenge, well, partially for revenge, but because they need to know, going forward, that they have no power over you. That they never did. Harry thought about this for a long time. Can I tell you something? He said. Always. I don't hate them, Harry said. I thought I did. I thought I was supposed to. But when I think about it, I don't really hate them. I just want them to stop. He turned the geography book over in his hands. Is that strange? James was quiet for a moment. No, he said, and his voice had gone somewhere softer, somewhere that Harry associated with the moments James stopped being strategic and was simply being his father. No, that's not strange. That's actually quite wise, and I suspect you got it from your mother. A pause. I hate them. On your behalf and your mother's behalf, I am absolutely furious at them, and I find the distinction you're making between your feelings and mine quite instructive. Does it help? Harry asked. Being furious? Not much, James admitted. But it's honest. The summer Harry was 8 was the summer of serious education. James had always taught him constantly, in fragments and sessions and opportunistic moments between the daily architecture of life at number 4. But that summer, with Vernon suspended and the household off balance and more time unexpectedly available, James organized it properly. He had opinions about organization, Harry was discovering. Passionate, specific opinions about how education should work that seemed at odds with his general personal aesthetic, which was cavalier. You need magical theory, James said on the first morning of summer holidays, while Harry sat on the back garden step with a stolen notepad. Not just feeling it and using it, understanding it. Why magic works the way it does. It matters because when things go wrong with magic, they go wrong in predictable ways if you understand the theory, and in unpredictable ways if you don't. How do you know magical theory? Harry asked. You didn't, I didn't study particularly hard at school, James said cheerfully. No, I know it because I've had 6 years with nothing to do but think, and thinking with no body to interrupt it turns out to be quite productive. I've reconstructed most of what I know and filled in the gaps by having access to a ghost who does know it. Helena, Harry guessed. Helena, James confirmed. We've been talking. She finds me irritating, which she makes very clear, but she also finds me useful, which she makes less clear but is equally obvious. Harry smiled. He'd had his own ongoing Thursdays in the library sessions with Helena for almost a year now, and he recognized the particular dynamic James was describing. Helena had the manner of someone who considered most people barely worth her time but occasionally found herself compelled by the exceptions to invest attention she pretended she wasn't investing. She likes you, Harry told James. She tolerates me, James said firmly. There's a critical distinction. She told me you remind her of someone she knew a long time ago. James looked momentarily arrested. She didn't say who. She said it wasn't a compliment but she said it in the way people say things that are actually compliments. James processed this with the expression of a man receiving unexpected information he wasn't sure what to do with. Right, he said eventually. Anyway. Theory. Theory turned out to be simultaneously the most abstract and most useful thing Harry had learned so far. James laid it out in layers, starting with the foundational reality that magic was not a separate force layered on top of the natural world but an integral property of it, as real as gravity, as consistent as physics, with its own internal logic that could be understood and worked with. Muggle scientists, James said, would probably make excellent magical theorists, because they're trained to look for underlying patterns. Most wizards are shockingly bad at theory because they learn spells as isolated facts rather than as expressions of principles. Like learning words in a language without learning grammar, Harry offered. James pointed at him. Exactly. Exactly that. You can have a vocabulary and still not be able to construct a sentence. Most wizards have huge vocabularies and no grammar. He paused. Your mother was the exception. She understood the grammar. She could work out new spells from first principles in ways that took other witches and wizards years of trial and error. That's what made her so good. Can you teach me to do that? That's precisely what I'm trying to do, James said. It'll take years. But we have years. They had 3, in fact, before Hogwarts, and James intended to use every one of them. The practical sessions happened in the back garden when the Dursleys were out, or in the cupboard, or, once Harry pointed out that the Dursleys never went into the small dusty room above the garage that held Dudley's broken toys, in what became their unofficial practice space. Harry smuggled a candle up there and James declared it perfectly adequate, which was high praise from someone who no longer technically needed lighting. Wandless magic, at 8, was already something Harry could do with a degree of reliability that surprised even James. The early exercises, moving small objects, controlling the direction and force of his influence, learning to modulate intensity, had given way to more complex work. Harry could light the candle with a thought now, could sustain it at a specific height and brightness, could extinguish it with the same control. He could open and close the door from across the room. He could, carefully and with concentration, move multiple objects simultaneously, though this tired him out considerably. "Don't push past tired," James told him, repeatedly and with feeling, because Harry's instinct was always to push further. Magic is tied to your physical and mental state. When you're exhausted, your control degrades. Degraded control means unintended results. Unintended results, when you're doing wandless work, can be dramatic. How dramatic? I once watched a third-year lose control of a levitation exercise and send his own desk through a window, James said. Second-floor window, 20 feet of arc, landed on Professor Kettleburn's prize rosebush. The desk was never quite the same. A pause. Neither was the rosebush. Harry filed the image away and went back to the exercise, which today was precision, moving a small marble along a specific path marked in chalk on the floor of the garage room, a series of curves and angles that required continuous adjustment of direction and force. It was maddening in the way that chess problems were maddening, which Harry had discovered he loved. The marble rolled smoothly through the first 3 turns. At the 4th, where the path curved sharply back on itself, it overcorrected and spun sideways. Harry stopped it before it reached the wall. Reset it. Start it again. Better, James said. You caught the overcorrection before it propagated. That's the key. In magic, like in most things, small errors compound. You want to catch them small. Harry started the marble again. Tell me more about Hogwarts, he said. He could do 2 things at once now, usually. What specifically? The houses. Which one will I be in? James's expression became carefully neutral in the way it became neutral when he was deciding how to be honest without being leading. The Sorting Hat decides based on what it finds in your head, he said. Your dominant qualities. For me it was Gryffindor, obviously. I would have been furious with anything else, which I recognize was not necessarily my best quality. What would it see in me? I don't know, James said. I genuinely don't. You're braver than you know and smarter than you let on, and you have more patience than both your parents combined, which is both your mother's inheritance and your own development. The hat might argue with itself over you. He glanced at the marble, which was completing a smooth curve. Any house at Hogwarts would be lucky to have you. I mean that. Don't let anyone tell you one house is inherently better than another. Helena would disagree. Helena is deeply biased, James said. Ravenclaw is an excellent house. It's also not the only excellent house. She told me the Sorting Hat once considered putting her somewhere else. James raised an eyebrow. She told you that? She tells me things sometimes. Harry guided the marble through the final turn and it came to rest exactly on the marked endpoint. He looked at it with satisfaction. I think she's lonely. She's been dead for 800 years, James said. It would be strange if she weren't. Harry got up and chalked the path tighter, adding 2 more bends. He considered what he'd said about Helena and felt that it was probably true in a way that extended beyond Helena to most of the ghosts he'd spoken with since, and there had been more of them since the year he'd met Helena in the library. They found him now, the same way Helena had, drawn to the anomaly of a living person who could actually receive them, who responded and listened and treated them as real. There was the old man he'd met near the canal who had drowned in the 1940s and had apparently been standing at the water's edge ever since, waiting for something he couldn't clearly articulate. Harry had sat with him for an afternoon and they'd talked about the canal and the old docks, and Harry had walked home late to Petunia's tight-lipped fury, having learned a great deal about grief and an unexpected amount about canal engineering. There was the young woman who appeared in the school's east corridor sometimes, always moving in the same direction with the same distracted urgency, who had taken a long time to notice Harry and then, having noticed him, told him in broken fragments about the school as it had been in the 1970s. The teachers, the cliques, the particular social architecture of a place that was definitionally temporary, cycling through generations who each thought they'd discovered it anew. They were not, these ghosts, people who'd been notable in life. They were just people who were still here, anchored by whatever it was that made someone stay rather than go, and they each knew something. Harry filed all of it carefully. James had taught him that information was the most portable thing you could own, and Harry had taken the lesson seriously in ways James probably hadn't fully anticipated. "Can I ask you something about the magical world?" Harry said, resetting the marble for the harder course. "Shoot." The Death Eaters. Voldemort's followers. He'd been reading about this in the carefully sourced materials Helena had pointed him toward, old newspapers that the school library had on archive, a history book someone had left at a jumble sale. Most of them went to prison. Some of them claimed they were under a spell. Some of them got off entirely. He looked at James. Was Sirius Black actually a Death Eater? The quality of silence that followed was one Harry hadn't encountered before. Not painful exactly, but weighted, deep and many-layered, like water you dropped something important into. James sat very still. "Where did you hear about Sirius?" "I read about him. He killed 12 people on a street in London." "He was your friend," it said. "Your best friend." Harry's voice was level. He'd learned to ask hard questions without bracing against them. "The papers said he betrayed you. Told Voldemort where you were." "The papers were wrong," James said. Harry looked at him. James ran a hand through his hair, which always meant he was working through something, sorting the version to tell from the full truth, finding where they aligned. Harry had learned to wait through this process. "Sirius was my best friend," James said. "From the time we were 11. The person I trusted most in the world, for 20 years. He paused. "We thought he was our secret keeper, the person who knew our hiding place, the only person who could give it away. We thought that because we changed at the last minute. Switched to someone we thought was less obvious." Harry already knew where this was going, with the particular cold certainty of someone who'd been assembling pieces for months. "Peter Pettigrew," he said. James went very still again, for a different reason. "How do you know that name?" "Helena," Harry said simply. "She said the story was more complicated than the papers reported and I should look for what wasn't there. Pettigrew was in the papers too, he died the same night Sirius was arrested. Except the papers said Sirius killed him and there was almost nothing left of the body except a finger. And in every article about Sirius's trial, I looked for Pettigrew's name and it was barely there. Like nobody looked too hard." He set the marble down. "Did Pettigrew betray you?" "Yes," James said. The word came out with a flatness that was its own kind of devastation. "Peter was our friend too. Closer to Sirius than he was to me, always in Sirius's shadow, always quieter, always there. He was the secret keeper. He gave us to Voldemort. And then he killed those 12 people himself, framed Sirius, faked his own death and ran." James's voice was steady but his expression was doing something very old and very tired behind his eyes. "And Sirius was in Azkaban for 12 years, rotting, for something he didn't do. Because he found out about Peter and chased him and arrived at the street already seconds too late, and the only witness was already dead." Harry let the silence sit for a moment. Then he said, "Sirius is still in Azkaban." "Yes." "Is he innocent?" "Completely." "Then we should do something about that." James looked at him, the particular look, the one that Harry privately thought of as the recalibrating look. "You're 8, James said. "I'm going to be 11 in 3 years, Harry said. And when I walk into the magical world, I'm going to walk in as someone who knows things. Including that. He picked up the marble again. What would it take to get him out? Evidence, James said slowly. Pettigrew is alive somewhere, he's an animagus, a rat animagus. He's been hiding in rat form. If we could find him, or find proof he survived, it would unravel the whole case. He was clearly thinking now, the tactical part of his mind engaging with the possibility. The problem is that the wizarding justice system under Fudge is resistant to inconvenient corrections. Powerful people decided Sirius was guilty, and powerful people don't like being told they were wrong. So we'd need to be loud about it, Harry said. Loud enough that it can't be ignored. That kind of thing requires leverage, James said. Access. People willing to listen. I'm apparently famous, Harry said, with the tone he always used for this particular fact, dry, lightly skeptical, but aware of its practical applications. When I get to Hogwarts, people will pay attention to what I say. That's leverage. James was quiet for a beat. You know, he said, when I pictured this conversation, I imagined I'd have it with someone significantly older. You're always saying that, Harry pointed out. Because it keeps being true, James said, and laughed, and it was the warm unguarded laugh that Harry hoarded without meaning to, filed away in the same mental library as everything else but accessed much more frequently. Midway through August, Petunia did something unexpected. Harry had been washing up after dinner, Dudley and Vernon both in front of the television, and Petunia had been sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea going cold, which was unusual. She was usually in motion, cleaning something, organizing something, maintaining the performance of the perfectly managed household with the industriousness of someone who understood that the performance had to be constant to be believed. She was watching Harry wash the dishes. Not critically, not with the usual quality of waiting for him to do something wrong. Just watching. Harry kept washing and didn't acknowledge it. You have her hands, Petunia said. Harry went still. Not obviously, he didn't stop what he was doing. He just went very careful inside. Lily, Petunia said, the word clipped and placed with precision, as if she'd taken it out and put it down quickly before she could stop herself. Her hands were the same shape. Long fingers. Harry turned off the tap and dried his hands and turned around. Petunia was looking at the table now, not at him, her jaw tight with the effort of having said the thing. Tell me something about her, Harry said. The silence that followed was long enough to accommodate a complete reversal. Petunia's face worked through a complex private geography of yes and no and the closed door and the opening of it, and for a moment Harry genuinely couldn't predict which way it would go. She laughed too loudly, Petunia said finally. It came out stiff and reluctant, given the way a miser gives things. Always too loud. She never cared who heard. Harry waited. She was good at, she could get people to talk to her. Strangers. She'd have a proper conversation with the checkout woman at the shop, know her name and her children's names by the end of it. Petunia picked up her cold tea, looked at it, put it down. It was irritating. It sounds nice, Harry said. Petunia's expression flickered. It was both, she said. The kitchen was very quiet. Outside, the television murmured in the sitting room. She would have been furious about the cupboard, Harry said. Petunia's head came up sharply. She would, wouldn't she, Harry continued. Not accusatory, observational. The tone James had taught him for the moments when you wanted the truth to land without the delivery giving someone an excuse to be defensive. If she could see it, she would have been furious. Don't, Petunia said. I'm not angry, Harry said. I'm just saying it's true. Petunia stood up, took her cup to the sink, poured it out. Her back was to him, her shoulders rigid. Harry watched her and thought about what James had said about the grief and the jealousy and the terror of magic all tangled up together into something that had calcified into this. He thought about what Lily would have said. I'll move out of the cupboard, Harry said. The smallest bedroom is available. Dudley uses it for his broken toys. He said it plainly, without ultimatum. I'm moving in on Saturday. Petunia turned around. Her expression was complicated and caught between several things. Vernon, she started, is suspended from work and has other problems, Harry said. And I think you know that what's been happening here has been going wrong for a long time. He held her gaze without aggression and without backing down. I'm not asking. I'm telling you where I'm sleeping from Saturday. I'd rather do it with your help than without it. Petunia stared at him for a long 10 seconds with an expression he'd never seen from her before, something at the exact intersection of fear and respect and the specific grief of someone recognizing too late a mistake that can't be fully corrected. Saturday, she said. The word was starched and precise and gave nothing away. She walked out of the kitchen. Harry stood in the empty kitchen for a moment. Then he said, quietly, to the room, "Did that work?" James appeared in the doorway between kitchen and hall, materializing with the now familiar quality of light through water. He looked at Harry with the recalibrating expression fully engaged. That absolutely worked, James said. She'll tell Vernon, Harry said. He won't like it. No. But Vernon's position for throwing his weight around is significantly weaker than it was 6 months ago, and they both know it. James tilted his head. Where did I don't ask, I tell come from? That wasn't something I coached. No, Harry said. He started putting plates away. That was just what felt right. It was perfect, James said. It was exactly what she needed to hear, delivered exactly correctly. You controlled the whole conversation. A pause. Harry, you're 8. You keep saying that like it explains something, Harry said. It explains my constant state of impressed bewilderment, James said. Harry moved into the smallest bedroom on Saturday. Vernon said nothing. Petunia made the bed with clean sheets. October arrived with cold rain and a new development. It was Helena who brought it, appearing at the library table on a Thursday with an unusually focused quality to her usually diffuse presence, more concentrated, more deliberate. There are other ghosts looking for you, she said, without preamble. Not dangerous ones. But I thought you should know before they simply arrived. Who? Harry asked, looking up from the book he was theoretically doing homework in. The Hogwarts ghosts, primarily. Word travels in our community. She said the word with mild irony. The bloody Baron knows of you. He's not someone to trifle with, and he's interested. She paused. More relevantly, nearly headless Nick, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, has been particularly keen. He's been a Gryffindor ghost for several centuries and he tends toward enthusiasm. Should I be worried? About Nick? No. He's fundamentally harmless and frequently wonderful and occasionally exhausting. Something that was almost warm moved through her usual composure. He was a friend of mine, once. A long time ago. I'll talk to them, Harry said. You'll need to be careful, Helena said. The more widely it's known that you can speak with us, the more you'll be sought out. Some ghosts are, not malicious, but unbalanced. Trapped in particular obsessions or moments. They can become demanding. I know, Harry said. He'd already navigated this with 3 of the canal ghosts, who had varying degrees of clarity. I set limits. Helena looked at him with an expression he'd come to identify as her version of impressed, a slight relaxation of the perpetual composure, a particular quality to the attention. You've developed protocols. James helped. Harry turned a page. He said that what I can do is valuable to ghosts in ways that living people can't provide, which means they'll want things from me. He said I should be generous but clear about what I will and won't do. Sound advice, Helena said. She was quiet for a moment. He's a better teacher than I expected. From the stories. What stories? James Potter at school was not, Helena said delicately, famous for patience or systematic thinking. Harry smiled at the book. He says he's improved significantly since dying. He may be right, Helena conceded, which from Helena was approximately equivalent to a glowing endorsement. The Bloody Baron appeared to Harry for the first time on a Tuesday evening in November, materializing in the garage room in a way that suggested he'd simply walked through the outer wall, which Harry supposed he had. He was exactly as described in the Hogwarts, a history excerpt Helena had sourced, large, imposing, silver-stained in ways that invited questions Harry didn't immediately ask. They regarded each other. "You're small," the Baron said. His voice was like gravel being moved. "I'm 8, Harry said. James Potter's son." "Yes." The Baron studied him for a long moment with the kind of assessment that wasn't unfriendly but was entirely unsentimental. "Slytherin's ghost reports to me," he said. "You should know this. When you come to Hogwarts, I will know what you do and what you are. I've made no decision about what to do with that knowledge, but I don't operate by concealment, so I'm telling you plainly." Harry considered this. It was more direct than most of his conversations with ghosts had been. He found he respected it. "What would make you decide in my favor?" he asked. Something shifted in the Baron's expression, not surprise exactly, but a kind of acknowledgement. "Honesty," the Baron said. "I've watched humans navigate Hogwarts for 500 years. The ones who try to manage me are tedious. The ones who are straight with me are interesting." "I can do straight," Harry said. "We'll see," the Baron said. But when he left, he went through the door rather than the wall, which Harry interpreted, perhaps optimistically, as a gesture of some kind. The evening after the Baron's visit, James was quiet for a long time. Harry had described the conversation in detail. He always described things in detail, it was habit now, and James had listened with the focused attention he brought to things he considered important. "The Baron isn't technically dangerous to the living," James said finally. "But he has influence. He controls Slytherin House in ways that go well beyond what anyone officially acknowledges. If he's inclined toward you, that's useful. If he's not, he said he'd tell me honestly," Harry pointed out. "He did." James turned this over. That's unusual for him, if what I know is right. He doesn't generally explain himself." "Maybe he was curious," Harry said. "Helena said ghosts with long memories get bored. Maybe someone new is interesting." "You're interesting," James agreed, in the tone he used for facts. "You're the first living person who's spoken to ghosts in the way you do in, nobody really knows how long. Helena thinks there have been others, historically, but it's not well documented." He paused. "Do you know what the magical world calls what you do? The ability to communicate with the dead?" Harry shook his head. "Neither do most wizards," James said. "Because it's rare enough that it's mostly mythology. But there's an old word for it. In old magical texts it's called pneumomancy, spirit speaking. It was considered both a gift and a danger. Dangerous because spirits know things that the living aren't always meant to know, and a person who can access that knowledge is operating with an advantage that makes some people very uncomfortable." "Including Dumbledore?" Harry asked. James looked at him. "Dumbledore left me here," Harry said. "That was a choice. He had reasons for it. James, you've talked about the blood protection, the magic in Aunt Petunia's house keeping me safe. I understand the logic." He said it evenly, without anger, which was true. He wasn't angry about it, not anymore, not exactly. But he also never checked. He left a baby on a doorstep in November and never checked that the people were treating me, well. "No," James said. "He didn't." "That's going to come up," Harry said. "When we meet him." "I know. I'm not going to be grateful," Harry said. "I'm going to be polite, because that costs nothing and gets more. But I'm not going to defer to him just because he's Dumbledore and I'm the boy who survived." James was very quiet for a moment. "Your mother," he said finally, "used to make that exact distinction. Polite and deferential are not the same thing. She ran circles around teachers who never noticed she was doing it because she was always perfectly polite. He looked at Harry with an expression that contained, among many other things, a grief so particular and so precisely shaped that Harry felt the outline of it even without being able to see the whole. She would have been so proud of who you're becoming. Harry looked at the candle he'd lit earlier, burning steadily in the dimness of the garage room. Find her, he said. Keep trying to find her. I won't stop, James said. I know, Harry said. I just wanted to say it. Outside, number 4, Privet Drive settled into its evening routine, the television, the dishes, the familiar sounds of a house containing people who were slowly, incrementally learning that the boy they dismissed had never been what they thought he was. The candle burned. James stayed. And Harry, who was 8 years old and had been educated in magic by his dead father and history by a millennium-old ghost and survival by years of watching and waiting and learning everything about how people worked, sat in the small circle of candlelight and felt, for perhaps the first time, entirely unhurried. 3 years until Hogwarts. He had a great deal yet to learn. He intended to learn every bit of it. Chapter 3, The campaign. The thing about dismantling someone's life was that it required patience, and patience was something Harry had in abundance precisely because the Dursleys had spent years teaching him to wait. He was 9 now, and the household at number 4 had the feeling of a place that had been subtly rearranged in the dark, everything in approximately the same position, but the weight distributed differently, the balance shifted enough that anyone paying attention would know something had changed, even if they couldn't name what. Vernon had taken a new job in January. James had been right about the negotiated exit, the company paid him to go quietly, and Vernon had taken the money with the particular dignity of a man pretending he hadn't been caught, which Harry observed and filed and said nothing about. The new job was in sales at a smaller firm, less prestigious, the company car replaced with a grey Vauxhall that Vernon drove with a set to his jaw that communicated his feelings about it more clearly than words. He was home earlier now because the commute was shorter, which meant more evenings in the house, but the suspended belt policy had held through the transition, reinforced by 3 new incidents Harry hadn't engineered, 2 involving lights and 1 involving a particularly spectacular moment when every tap in the house turned on simultaneously again, this time at 2 in the morning, which had sent Vernon into the hall in his pajamas making sounds Harry could still make himself laugh with if he thought about them at the right moment. I didn't do the taps this time, James had said afterward, with an expression of pure innocent satisfaction. Neither did I, Harry had said. They'd looked at each other. The house, James had said. I think the house knows. Harry wasn't sure about that, but he'd stopped dismissing it. The bedroom was a genuine improvement. He'd been in it for almost 2 years now and had quietly made it his in ways that were mostly invisible. A particular arrangement of the few things he owned, a notebook tucked under the loose floorboard that James had noticed and pointed out, a small collection of books sourced from school jumble sales and the library's discard shelf. Petunia had put curtains up in February, without comment. Harry had not made it a moment because he'd learned that making Petunia's small gestures into moments killed them immediately. It was now March, cold and bright, with the specific quality of end-of-winter light that made everything look freshly outlined. Harry was at the kitchen table doing homework that had been technically finished for 40 minutes, which meant he was sitting at the table in the available time before school thinking about the problem James had raised 3 weeks ago. The problem was this: Vernon's professional consequence, while satisfying and financially destabilizing, had not addressed the social dimension. Petunia's world was arranged around the neighborhood, the women's committee, the book club that was mostly wine and opinions about other people's gardens, the careful performance of the perfectly ordinary family in the perfectly maintained house. This was where Petunia's real power lived, and it was untouched. And it was where she put Harry when people came to visit. Not in the cupboard anymore, Harry had made that firmly unavailable as an option, but invisible. Absent from conversations, shoot upstairs, never mentioned. To Petunia's social circle, Harry Potter effectively did not exist, and on the rare occasion someone asked, he was described as, the nephew we took in, quiet boy, no trouble, which was delivered with such spectacular commitment to fiction that Harry almost admired it. James wanted to do something about this. Harry was considering the method. The direct approach, James had said, during one of their evening sessions, would be introducing you to someone in her social circle in a way that makes the erasure visible. But that has the problem of embarrassing her publicly, which makes her defensive, which makes her worse. So not direct, Harry said. Not directly direct. Indirectly direct. We need something that changes the information available to her community without us being the visible source of the change. Harry had been thinking about this ever since. He was thinking about it now, watching the morning light move across the kitchen table, when the sound of the post coming through the letter slot pulled him up and he went to collect it because he was nearest the door. Most of it was ordinary. A bill. A catalog Petunia had ordered from the Neighborhood Association newsletter. And a letter addressed to Mrs. Petunia Dursley in handwriting Harry didn't recognize, on paper that was thick and cream-colored and slightly formal, from a return address that was simply a box number. Harry looked at it. He put the other post on the hall table and took this letter back to the kitchen table and looked at it more carefully. He did not open it. He wasn't in the habit of that kind of action. James had been clear that intelligence gathering was different from violation, and the line between them mattered. But he looked at the return address and the handwriting, and then he went to school and came home and did his chores and waited until evening, when James arrived in the particular way he arrived these days, not appearing from nothing but becoming visible, like a photograph developing, which James said was a function of how anchored he was now in this space. There was a letter for Aunt Petunia, Harry said. Thick paper, box number, return address. She read it at the kitchen table when she thought I was upstairs, and she put it in the kitchen drawer under the tea towels. James tilted his head slightly. Describe the handwriting. Harry described it. That's interesting, James said, in the tone that meant he was doing several things simultaneously in his head. I've been doing some research. Did you know your aunt has been corresponding with a solicitor? Harry looked at him. Your mother's estate, James said. Such as it was, we didn't have a great deal of material wealth, but there were some things. Books. A few heirlooms from your grandmother. Your mother had a small account at Gringotts, separate from the one that's yours by inheritance. He paused. Dumbledore arranged certain things when he placed you here, and some of those arrangements involved a modest financial allowance to the Dursleys for your care. Petunia has been receiving that allowance for 9 years and has not been using it for your care. Harry sat very still for a moment. Not with anger, the anger was present somewhere, but behind glass, where it was manageable. Where has it been going? Into a savings account in Petunia's name, James said. I found the paperwork 3 months ago, through the filing cabinet. I've been waiting for the right time to use it. He looked at Harry with the steady gaze that meant what was coming next was significant. The letter today is probably from the solicitor who manages this arrangement. There's a review mechanism. Apparently there's supposed to be a check every 2 years that the money is being properly applied to your welfare. Someone's doing a check, Harry said. Someone is doing a check, James confirmed. And Petunia is nervous, which means she suspects it might not go well if it's examined closely. Harry thought about this with the particular focused quality he brought to problems he found genuinely interesting. Could we give them something to find? That's exactly the question, James said. And the answer is yes, carefully. We don't want fraud, we don't want to manufacture evidence. But we want to make sure that any review finds the reality of what this house has been, rather than the story Petunia would tell about it. He paused. Which means we need someone who can speak to the reality. The teachers, Harry said immediately. Mrs. Watkins kept me after class last year because she was worried about the bruises. I told her I'd fallen. He said it flat, just fact. She didn't believe me, but she didn't have anything to do with not believing me. If someone asked her the right questions, she would say what she's been thinking for years, James finished. Yes. And the school doctor. He noted something in my record when I was 6, I saw it upside down when he was writing. He wrote home situation unclear. James was looking at him with the recalibrating expression again, slightly awed in the way Harry had stopped being embarrassed by. "You've been maintaining a working file," James said. "You told me to watch for information. I told you that when you were 7. "Good advice keeps," Harry said. "So the review. Can we direct it? Make sure it talks to the right people." "I can write another letter," James said. "Anonymous, factual, specific. Addressed to the review solicitor, from a concerned party who's observed the situation." He paused. "But Harry, this is the part where I need you to think about what happens next. If the review finds problems, the allowance could be stopped, or there could be an inquiry. That could get complicated. There might be social workers involved." "If social workers come, I'm not being removed," Harry said calmly. "I'm going to Hogwarts in 2 years. I don't need to be moved somewhere else, I just need this situation to be on the record." He thought about it. "And I want Petunia to know it's on the record. Not from us, she doesn't need to know it's us. But I want her to understand that someone has been paying attention." James smiled slowly. It was the particular smile he had for moments when Harry did something that surprised him in the exact right way. "That's exactly right," he said. "That's the lever. Not the legal consequence, but the exposure of the fiction. Petunia's real fear is the neighborhood knowing. If she understands that documents exist that describe what this house has actually been, she'll want to make sure things here look different," Harry said. Going forward, James agreed. "Which benefits you for the next 2 years. Harry nodded. "Write the letter." "Already started," James said. The letter was, by any objective measure, a masterpiece of restrained factual communication. James had spent 4 evenings working on it, consulted with Harry on every line, and arrived at something that contained no allegations, no emotive language, no accusations, just dates, observations, names, and a suggestion that the reviewer speak with certain individuals. Harry had contributed the school doctor's name and the specific wording of the record entry, which he rendered from memory with exact precision, and the name of the Year 4 teacher who had written child appears underweight and often tired in a communication home that Petunia had quietly binned. James delivered it through a method Harry still found extraordinary, by guiding Harry's hand in the early morning while everyone else slept, through the same mechanism they'd used for the wandless practice, James providing direction through the connection between them until the letter was written, sealed, addressed. Harry posted it on his way to school without breaking his stride. 2 weeks later, a woman from a legal firm arrived at number 4 on a Wednesday afternoon. Harry was home from school, doing homework at the kitchen table, and heard Petunia open the door and greet the woman with a specific bright social voice that Harry knew was the company voice, the everything is perfectly ordinary voice. They went to the sitting room. Harry stayed at the kitchen table. He could hear, not the words, but the quality, Petunia's voice running brisk and assured for the first 10 minutes, then shifting slightly in the second 10 minutes, a barely perceptible key change, the brightness acquiring a controlled quality that meant she was working harder at it. The woman from the firm had a low, even voice that asked and asked and asked. After 40 minutes, the woman left. Petunia came into the kitchen and stopped when she saw Harry. For a moment they simply looked at each other. Petunia's face was in its composure armor, fully deployed, every element correct. But her hands were not quite still. "Dinner needs starting," she said. "I know," Harry said. "I was about to." He got up and started dinner, and Petunia stood in the kitchen for a moment longer than she needed to before going upstairs, and Harry kept his face perfectly calm and his movements perfectly ordinary and thought, distantly, 1. The second prong of what James called the campaign was Dudley. Harry had complicated feelings about Dudley that he generally kept well sorted. Dudley was a bully, had been since before Harry could properly remember, and his bullying had the particular creative viciousness of a child who had never once experienced a consequence for it. Harry hunting was a primary after-school activity, Harry's friend scared off being a secondary one, and the general project of making Harry's life smaller and smaller a constant background radiation. Harry hadn't been afraid of Dudley for 2 years. But fear wasn't the only thing to address. He's going to be at Smeltings in September, James said in April. Boarding school. Different from your track, which is Hogwarts. Once he's at Smeltings the daily contact drops to holidays. Good, Harry said. However, James said, with the particular tone of there is a however, Dudley's position in this household has always been that he is right and you are wrong by default. Vernon and Petunia will back him on anything. That dynamic needs to be visibly different before he goes, or it'll simply restart every holiday. I've been thinking about this, Harry said. It was a Saturday and they were in the garden room again, spring light coming through the dirty window at a productive angle. Dudley's the way he is because he's never encountered anything he can't push through. He shoves it, it moves, he wins. It's all he knows. He paused. He's actually not that clever. He's just never needed to be. He hasn't, James agreed. So it's not about confronting him, Harry said. It's about making the thing he keeps pushing against not move. Not push back, just not move. Let him figure out that the dynamic has changed without giving him something to fight. You've been doing that, James observed. I know. But there was an incident last Tuesday that was different. Harry described it. Dudley had tried the standard approach after school, the teasing, the blocking, the general project of making Harry feel small. Harry had simply stood and watched him with the calm observational quality he'd been developing for years. No reaction, no flinching, no performance. And Dudley, without the response he was calibrated for, had done something unexpected. He'd gotten genuinely angry. Not bully-performing anger. Actually unsettled, reactive anger, the kind that comes when the world refuses to behave correctly, when the script you've been running suddenly has the other person saying entirely the wrong lines. He shoved me, Harry said. Hard enough to be serious about it. And I didn't fall. I don't know if that was the magic or just that I'm better on my feet now, but I didn't fall, and I looked at him, and he walked away. James was quiet for a moment. What did his face look like when he walked away? Harry thought about it. Scared, he said. Not of me, exactly. More like he didn't know what had just happened and not knowing scared him. That's the change, James said. That moment. He knows something is different. He doesn't know what. His instinct will be to try harder, escalate, see if he can get the old response if he just pushes hard enough. He'll try again. He'll try again, James agreed. And each time the response is the same, calm, unfrightened, no reaction, it will recalibrate him a little further. Bullies don't generally persist against targets who genuinely don't respond. It provides no satisfaction. Harry nodded. He'd understood this in principle for a while, but the Tuesday incident had made it real in a way that felt decisive. There was a specific power in simply not giving people what they expected from you, and he was getting good at it. 2 weeks after Tuesday, Dudley tried again. Harry stood. Didn't flinch. Watched. Dudley looked at him for a long moment, and in that moment Harry saw him doing a calculation, saw him measuring the situation against his available strategies and finding a gap where there hadn't been one before. Dudley opened his mouth, closed it, and walked away. He didn't stop entirely. He still said things, still tried the occasional smaller-scale version. But the quality of it had shifted, less conviction, more habit. Going through motions he'd lost investment in. Harry watched this process with the interested detachment of a scientist observing a change he predicted, and occasionally, when Dudley said something particularly unimaginative, made a small note in his mental file under diminishing returns. The Friday before Dudley left for Smeltings, something happened that wasn't in any plan. Harry had come downstairs to find Dudley alone in the kitchen, eating cereal in the way he ate everything, committed, efficient, fully focused on the task. Neither of his parents was visible. Harry made toast and sat at the other end of the table, and there was a silence between them that was notably different in texture from the usual silence, which was hostile. This one was simply quiet. "You're going to that school," Dudley said eventually. Not as provocation. More as fact, slightly reluctant, the way people state things they've been thinking about. Hogwarts, Harry said. In 2 years. Is it a boarding school? Yes. Dudley turned his spoon over. Dad says it's not a real school. Your dad says a lot of things, Harry said, without heat. Dudley looked up at that. The look was assessing in a way that was unfamiliar, not looking for weakness, not gearing up, just looking. Harry looked back with the same steadiness he applied to everything. Do you, Dudley stopped and started differently. Weird things happen around you. Yes, Harry said. On purpose? Harry considered his answer carefully. Mostly, he said. Dudley absorbed this. He looked back at his cereal bowl. I'm not telling Dad that. Harry said nothing. I'm just not telling him, Dudley repeated, slightly defensive, the way people get when they've made a decision that's more complicated than they want it to be. It's not, whatever. I'm just not. Harry ate his toast. Okay, he said. It wasn't forgiveness, and it wasn't friendship, and it wasn't the beginning of anything that had a clean name. But it was different from every conversation they'd had before, and when Dudley left for Smeltings 2 days later, something in the household shifted again, lighter, somehow, like a low-grade noise that had stopped. James found an unexpected ally in May. Harry had been aware of the ghost who lived in the Henderson house for almost a year, an older woman, very faint, who appeared sometimes in the gap between the gardens when Harry was doing the weeding. She never spoke and Harry hadn't pushed. But in May she was suddenly clearer, more present, and she looked at him with an expression of direct intent that meant she'd decided something. You're the one who can hear, she said. Her voice had a quality of great distance, like something spoken across a wide space. Yes, Harry said. I'm Harry. I know who you are, she said, without impatience. I've been watching you for a year. I needed to be sure of you before I spoke. She looked at number 4 with an expression of dry precision. The man in that house has been getting away with things for a long time. I've watched it. I couldn't do anything about it. What things? Harry asked, still weeding, keeping his movements ordinary. His business, she said. Not just the expenses. There are other things. An arrangement with a competitor, information passed across, money received. She watched him absorb this. I was an accountant for 40 years. I know what it looks like. I couldn't do anything because I had no one to tell. Tell me, Harry said. She told him. It was specific and clear and detailed in the way that only someone who understood finance deeply could make it, and Harry, who had been in training for precise information gathering for 3 years, listened and retained every word. That evening he told James, who went very still in the way he went still when something was both significant and complex. That's not just his old company, James said. If he's been sharing information with a competitor, that's potentially criminal. Corporate espionage. That's a different level of consequence than the expense claims. What do we do with it? James thought for a long time. Nothing immediately, he said finally. We hold it. We don't use it unless we need it. Right now the balance here is working, Petunia is behaving better, the allowance situation is being reviewed, Vernon's in a worse professional position. We're stable. He looked at Harry. The information from your neighbor goes in the file. If we need it, we use it. If things here deteriorate again before Hogwarts, it's the nuclear option, Harry said. Exactly that, James said. We have it. That's enough for now. Harry nodded. He made a mental note in the file under hold for escalation and went back to the evening's work, which was a new problem James had set, a theoretical magic exercise involving the principles of charm work, running through the logic of why charms behaved differently from transfiguration at the theoretical level. He was 2 hours into it when he arrived at an answer that felt right and put it to James, who confirmed it, and then Harry pushed past it into the extension James hadn't set, the logical next step, the implication of the principle in a different application, and James went quiet in the particular way that meant Harry had reached somewhere James hadn't intended. "That's correct," James said. "And that's not something you'd normally encounter until third year at Hogwarts." "It's just the logic following itself," Harry said. "Yes, but most people don't follow it," James said. "They stop at the answer they were looking for and don't ask what else it means." He looked at Harry with the expression that Harry privately thought of as his properly proud face, which was different from the impressed face in a way Harry couldn't have articulated but felt clearly. "You're going to be extraordinary at Hogwarts." "I'm going to be prepared," Harry corrected. "Which isn't the same thing as extraordinary." "It can become it," James said. "Maybe," Harry said. "First I want to be useful." James looked at him for a long moment. "Where did that come from?" Harry thought about it. "Helena talks about her house a lot." "Ravenclaw. She talks about what it was supposed to mean, knowledge in service of something, not just knowledge for its own sake. I think about it." He paused. "I don't want to just be clever. I want to know things and do things with them." "That," James said carefully, "is simultaneously very Gryffindor and very Ravenclaw and very much your mother." "Where did she land?" "Gryffindor." The Hat apparently debated. James smiled. "She was furious with it for taking 2 whole minutes. She thought the deliberation was rude." Harry laughed. He didn't have a large catalogue of Lily stories, but he held every one of them with particular care, turned them over and looked at the details, tried to build from the specific the general shape of a person. She had laughed too loudly. She'd made the checkout woman's day. She would have been furious about the cupboard. She'd thought the Hat was rude for thinking too long. She was assembling herself in his imagination, piece by piece, and the assembly felt like something important, like understanding that the dead didn't have to stay abstract, that they could become known even from a distance, that the barrier between here and there was more permeable than people assumed. Which was something Harry, of all people, knew better than anyone. "Are you still looking for her?" Harry asked. "Every day," James said simply. "Tell me when you find something," Harry said. "Even if you're not sure." "Tell me." "I will," James said. "I promise." Summer arrived and with it a sustained stretch of good weather that made the garden usable and the household marginally more bearable. The review from the solicitor had resulted in a formal letter to Petunia that Harry hadn't seen but whose effects were visible, a cooler, more careful treatment, a kind of watchful restraint. Not warmth. Not redemption. But the particular behavioral modification of someone who has been told the cameras are on. Vernon had found out about the review, because Petunia eventually told him things, and had spent a thunderous weekend cycling through outrage and suspicion and eventually landing on paranoid silence, which was his current mode. He watched Harry sometimes with the calculating eyes of a man trying to work out a problem from insufficient data, which Harry found informative in multiple directions. Harry continued cooking, doing chores, going to school, reading in the garden on good days. He continued Thursday sessions with Helena at the library and continued the practical and theoretical work with James in the garage room. He'd moved on from the marble exercises to something more demanding, attempting to affect things at increasing distances, learning the way his magical reach extended and where it thinned, what it cost to push further and how long recovery took afterward. He could affect objects reliably up to about 15 feet now, which James said was remarkable for wandless work at any age. He could sustain effort for longer than he'd been able to 6 months ago. His control was precise. He could move a coin to the edge of a table and stop it there, could redirect it at angles, could simultaneously affect 2 objects as long as they were both within 10 feet. "You know what this is going to be like with a wand," James said one afternoon, watching Harry run a difficult 2-object exercise with focused attention. "More powerful," Harry said, "not breaking concentration." "Like the difference between steering a bicycle and driving a car," James said. "The wand focuses and amplifies. The wandless work you're doing now is training your fundamentals, control, sensitivity, the relationship with the magic itself. When you have a wand, All of that comes with you. You won't be starting from scratch, you'll be adding horsepower to an engine that already runs cleanly. Harry let both objects settle and looked up. Who will I be getting the wand from? Ollivander, James said. There's only one place for wands. He's been making them for centuries. What was mine like? My parents' wands. James's expression went somewhere both warm and careful. Your mother's was willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, good for charms. Mine was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. He paused. They were destroyed, I think. When everything happened. A pause. Ollivander will find yours. He has a method. It's not something you pick, exactly. The wand has opinions. Harry filed this. He had a growing file specifically about Diagon Alley and Gringotts and the magical world's infrastructure, built from Helena's knowledge and James's personal experience and the books he'd been able to source, which weren't many but were thorough. He knew approximately what to expect in terms of process when he got there. He didn't intend to walk into the magical world surprised. James, he said. When I get to Hogwarts. The other students, they're going to know things I don't know, right? Social things. Families. Allegiances. He was thinking about what Helena had taught him about Hogwarts as a political ecosystem, the old pureblood families, the newcomers, the complex web of who owed what to whom. I'll have academic knowledge but not social knowledge. Some of that you'll pick up fast, James said. You're good at reading people. Yes, but reading people is easier when you have context for them. I don't have context for wizarding society the way someone who grew up in it does. No, James agreed. That's true. So I need someone who can give me context in real time, Harry said. Someone at Hogwarts. James looked at him. Helena. Helena, Harry confirmed. She's agreed to be available. When I need things. She said she'll operate through the library, primarily. That's good. But Helena is Ravenclaw. Her knowledge of the other houses is a particular perspective. I know, Harry said. I'm also going to talk to Nick. Sir Nicholas. If he's Gryffindor and as friendly as Helena says, he'll give me the Gryffindor perspective, and Helena gives me the Ravenclaw one, and the Bloody Baron is the wild card, James said. But potentially the most valuable one. He has an overview. I spoke to him again last month, Harry said. James looked up. I didn't mention it because it was brief. He came to the garage room, I think he was checking something, not specifically coming to see me. But we talked for a few minutes. He asked about my training. What did you tell him? The truth, Harry said. I told him I had been studying magical theory with my father and practical work on my own for 4 years, and that I intended to continue at Hogwarts. His reaction? Harry thought about it. He nodded, he said. Like I'd confirmed something. James absorbed this. The Baron picks his alliances very carefully and very rarely. If he's been watching you for 2 years, he's doing it for a reason. He paused. Don't push that. Let him come at his own pace. I know, Harry said. I'm just telling you. Good, James said. Keep telling me things. All of it. I will. Outside, the summer sat warm and generous over Privet Drive. The Hendersons were doing something involving a lawnmower. Somewhere 3 streets over, someone was having a barbecue. The whole neighborhood performing its ordinary weekend self, entirely unaware that in a small house on a small street, a 9-year-old boy was constructing, with his dead father's help and several centuries' worth of ghostly advice, something that would walk into Hogwarts fully prepared. The campaign at number 4 continued, steadily, methodically, without hurry and without mercy. Vernon's second professional stumble happened in September. Harry hadn't engineered it. He hadn't needed to. The first domino had simply taken its time falling and hit the second one, the way dominoes do when they're properly spaced. The competitor Vernon had been sharing information with turned out to have been under investigation themselves for separate reasons, and when investigators looked at their records, they found the channel. Nobody called it what it was, publicly. It was described in the letter Vernon received as a conflict of interest requiring further review, but the effect was visible in the way Vernon came home from work and sat in the kitchen for 40 minutes without speaking. Harry had been upstairs and had come down for water and found him there. Vernon looked up. The expression on his face was complicated in ways Harry hadn't seen there before. The usual bluster was entirely absent, and what was left underneath was smaller and more honest than Harry had ever seen from him. "That school of yours," Vernon said. His voice was flat. "When do you go?" 2 years, Harry said. Vernon nodded once. He looked at the table. He looked like a man who had run out of positions to defend and was doing the arithmetic of what remained. "Right," he said, and that was all. Harry got his water and went upstairs and sat on his bed and looked at the ceiling for a while, thinking about what James had said once about the difference between winning and finishing. This didn't feel like winning. It felt like the end of something that should never have been a thing in the first place, and those two feelings were different. He told James that evening. "I know," James said. "It's not satisfying the way you expected it to be." "No," Harry said. "It rarely is," James said. "What does it feel like?" Harry thought carefully. "Like closing a book," he said. "Not a good book. Just one that needed to be closed." James looked at him with the expression that Harry, 2 years ago, had lacked the words for and now could name precisely: grief and love and pride, plated together, offered across the impossible distance between life and death. 2 years, James said. 2 years, Harry confirmed. "Then let's use them." Chapter 4, What Lily Said. James found her in November. Harry knew something had happened before James said a word, because James arrived differently, not the gradual photographic development he'd settled into over years of coming through, but all at once, fully present, with a quality of aliveness that was paradoxical and unmistakable. He looked lit from somewhere inside, the way a window looks when someone turns on a light in the room behind it. Harry was at his desk doing the extension maths he'd set himself because school maths had stopped being challenging at around age 8. He put his pencil down. "You found her," he said. James sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't say anything for a moment. His hands, the ghost of them, were pressed together in his lap in the way Harry had learned meant he was managing something large. "She's been there the whole time," James said. "Not gone, not passed through, whatever that means. She's been, further back. Further away from this side. Harder to reach." He stopped. "I've been trying for 4 years and I couldn't find the thread. And then last night, what changed?" "You," James said. He looked at Harry directly. "I think the longer you've been able to see and hear me, the more anchored I am here, and the more I can reach. Like, you extend my range. And last night my range finally got there." Harry was very still. His heart was doing something complicated. Is she all right?" He heard how that sounded, asking about the well-being of the dead, but James understood what he meant. "She's Lily," James said, which was somehow the complete answer. "Can I, when?" "She wants to speak to you," James said. "She's been wanting to since I found her. She had things prepared. You know how she she had things organized. Points she wanted to make." His voice did something brief and unsteady on the last few words, then steadied. "She says she's going to need some time with you privately and then she wants us all together, and that I should warn you she has opinions about several things and has had 10 years to develop them thoroughly." Harry laughed, and it came out strange, high and bright and a bit wet, and he pressed the back of his hand to his mouth for a second. "Okay," he said. "Okay. When?" "Now," James said. "If you're ready." "I've been ready since I was 5, Harry said. She came through differently than James did. James came through like light. Lily came through like warmth, a gradual, enveloping shift in the temperature of the room, not physically, but in the way the air felt, like stepping inside from cold weather, and then she was there, and Harry understood immediately and completely why James's voice had done what it had done on She's Lily. She was small, smaller than Harry had imagined, for a person who had taken up so much space in everything. Red hair, vivid even through the translucence, and green eyes that Harry had been told were his eyes, though looking at them on another face was a specific kind of shock he hadn't prepared for. She was wearing the same clothes she'd died in, he realized distantly, the way James was wearing what he'd died in, this was how they kept, apparently, preserved at the moment. She looked at him with those green eyes and her face did the thing that faces do when the emotion is too large for any single expression, cycling through several in rapid succession before landing on something that was simultaneously a smile and the complete opposite of one. "Harry," she said. Her voice was warm. That was the word. Not soft exactly, not delicate. Warm the way a fire in a hearth was warm, the way good tea was warm, substantial and real. "Hi," Harry said, and then immediately felt that hi was a spectacularly inadequate greeting for the situation, but Lily made a sound that was half a laugh and sat down on the floor cross-legged in front of his chair, which was so utterly not what he'd expected that he just stared. "Come down here," she said. "I'm not having this conversation with you looking down at me." Harry slid off the chair and sat on the floor across from her. James had positioned himself on the bed behind Harry, which Harry noticed and thought was deliberate, present but not between them. Lily looked at her son for a long time. Harry let her. He was doing his own looking, storing details with the same careful intensity he applied to everything, the way she sat, the particular quality of her attention, the slight tilt of her head that he recognized because Helena had told him it was a thinking gesture, specifically his. "You're so much like your father," she said, "that it's honestly offensive." Behind Harry, James made a muffled noise. "Also," Lily continued, her voice doing something that was firmly controlled and not going to be anything other than controlled, "you are the most unbelievably capable child I have ever had the privilege of watching, which admittedly is a limited sample, and I have been sitting on the other side of things for a decade being furious that I couldn't tell you that." Harry said nothing. His throat was doing something problematic. "Right," Lily said, clearly in the same boat. "We're going to sit here for a minute." She did. Harry did. The room was extremely quiet. Then she said, "First things first. Are you all right? Right now, today, the general state of you, are you all right?" "Yes," Harry said. And because it was her, because there was no version of deception available when someone was looking at you with your own eyes, he added, "Better than I've been. The house is manageable. James and I have been working on it." "I know," she said. "I've been watching." Something moved through her face. "The cupboard." "It's done," Harry said quickly. "That's done, I'm in the bedroom, it's been 2 years, I know it's done," she said, in a voice that was very measured in the way of someone who has made a decision about what they're going to do with a specific feeling and where they're going to store it. "I know. And you handled it." She looked at him steadily. "I'm telling you that I know what the first 5 years were like, and I am going to be carrying that for a very long time, and I want you to know I know, and we don't have to talk about it unless you want to." Harry nodded. He found he didn't want to, particularly, except, "Were you there?" he asked. "Before I could see James. Were you there watching, or, I couldn't get close enough," she said. "I was too far back. I could see in the way you can see something from a great distance, not clearly, not connected. I saw shapes." Her jaw tightened briefly. "I saw enough shapes to understand the general situation." "I'm okay," Harry said. "I want you to know that. I'm genuinely okay." Lily looked at him for a long moment and then said, "Yes, you are. That's almost more extraordinary than anything else." James helped. She looked up and over Harry's head, toward James. Something passed between them that Harry felt the edges of without being able to see it clearly, a look between two people who have been through everything together and have been separated for a decade and are now in the same space again for the first time. Harry looked at his hands for a moment to give them privacy. "You've done well," Lily said, and her voice was directed past Harry now. "He did it," James said. I talked." "You talked for 4 years," she said. "Don't minimize it." "I yelled at Vernon through a drawer," James said. "Also important work." Harry smiled at his hands. Lily redirected her attention to Harry with the focused precision of someone who has a list and intends to address it. "Okay," she said. "I have things to tell you. Some of it is practical and some of it is personal, and I'm going to start with the practical because if I start with the personal I might not get to the practical." "All right," Harry said. "The night I died," she said. It came out steady and matter-of-fact, and Harry recognized the cadence. James did the same thing, the deliberate factual tone that held difficult content at a manageable distance. "I need to tell you what actually happened, because there is a version of events circulating in the magical world that is incomplete, and the incomplete version has implications for you going forward." Harry straightened slightly. "Tell me." "Voldemort came to the house," she said. "He killed your father first, he was in the other room, he didn't have time," she stopped, just briefly. "Harry, he killed your father in seconds. He was fast and he was prepared and he'd been inside that house before we even knew he was there. When I heard it and understood what it was, I had perhaps 30 seconds. Harry was listening with every part of himself. "I didn't have my wand in my hand," she said. "It was on the table. I know that was a mistake, we were in hiding and I let my guard down, and I've had years to sit with that." Her voice was completely steady but her eyes were something else. "I put you in the cot and I stood between you and the door. And when he came through the door he gave me the option to move aside." "You didn't," Harry said. "Obviously not." A flash of something in her expression, not quite impatience, more like the reflex of someone who finds certain questions self-answering. "He told me to step aside twice. I told him no twice. I'd like to think I was eloquent about it but honestly I don't fully remember what I said. And then he cast the killing curse." The room was very still. When a killing curse meets a sacrifice, a death that is chosen, knowing what it is, freely given for love, something happens to the magic, Lily said. "I don't think even Voldemort fully understood it. I didn't understand it. It's old magic, older than any of the spells anyone was using that night. What it does is create a protection in the person who was protected by the sacrifice." She looked at Harry. "It lives in you. It's in your skin, your blood. It's why his curse couldn't touch you. It bounced back because it hit something it couldn't breach, not your power, not anything you did." "My choice." Harry was quiet. "I want you to understand this clearly," Lily said, "because the magical world has built a considerable mythology around you that you're going to have to navigate, and most of it centers on you as some kind of special or chosen person who survived through personal power. That's not what happened. You survived because I loved you and I chose to stand there. The power is real, you have power, extraordinary power. James has probably been boring you with how much power you have." "Not boring," Harry said. "But the specific thing that happened that night was mine. Not yours. I want you to own your own gifts without carrying the myth of something you didn't do." Harry turned this over with the careful, thorough attention he gave to everything she'd said. It landed differently than he'd expected. Not diminishing, nothing about Lily's manner was diminishing, but clarifying, in the way that removing a frame from a painting could make the painting itself more visible. "Thank you," he said. She looked at him slightly quizzically. "For telling me the real version," he said. "James told me some of it, but not all of it. The being famous thing. I've never known what to do with it." "You don't have to do anything with it," she said. "You can acknowledge it and set it aside. You are not your reputation." She paused. You are your choices, your character, your mind. You are the child who moved a shoe at 6 and built a practice schedule at 7 and walked into the kitchen at 8 and told Petunia where he was sleeping from Saturday. Harry looked up sharply. How do you know about that? I told you, I could see shapes. Something crossed her face that was very much a smile, if a smile could have teeth. It was one of the clearest shapes I've seen. I was extremely proud. From behind Harry, James said, very quietly, I told her it was all me. He did, Lily said. He was lying. I gave him the framework, James protested. The framework is not the same as the execution, Lily said, with the patient precision of someone who has won this particular argument many times. Harry looked at the situation and made a decision and delivered it perfectly. You taught him tools. He used them. She looked back at Harry. Both things are true. Your father has done something extraordinary, and you've taken it further than he set out to reach. Harry sat with this for a moment. Tell me the rest, he said. The practical part, what else do I need to know? Voldemort, she said, shifting register, back into the factual cadence. He's not gone. I want to be clear about this because there is a persistent hope in the magical world that he was destroyed and it is inaccurate. What happened that night weakened him so catastrophically that he lost physical form, but the thing that made him Voldemort, the will, the obsession, the particular dark architecture of what he'd done to himself to avoid death, that's still there. He's somewhere, in some form. He'll be looking for a way back. James mentioned this, Harry said. I'm sure he did. What I want to add is something James may not know, because it happened after. She paused, and the pause had weight. There's something in you that he left behind. A piece of his magic, lodged in your scar. It's not dangerous in itself, not now, but it's a connection. A door between you and what remains of him. You may feel it. Dreams, impressions, occasionally pain if he's nearby or particularly active. She looked directly at his forehead with an expression Harry couldn't fully read. Dumbledore knows about this. He's been strategic about what he chooses to do with the knowledge. I have opinions about that, but I want you to form your own. What are your opinions? Harry asked. She met his gaze steadily. That Dumbledore is a man of very good intentions and considerable strategic blindness when it comes to individual human cost, and that the plan he has been running for 10 years treats you as a piece rather than a person, and that you deserve to know you have the right to be a person in it. Harry thought about what he'd said to James months ago, I'm not going to defer to him just because he's Dumbledore. He thought about the confrontation that was coming, which he'd been mentally preparing for the way he prepared for everything. I know, he said. Lily looked at him for a moment. Yes, she said, somewhat softly. You do. There was a pause between them that wasn't uncomfortable, full, rather than empty. The kind of pause that happens when a great deal has been exchanged and both people are letting it settle. Can I ask you something? Harry said. Anything. Do you remember, when I was a baby? Do you remember specific things? Things about me, not events. Just. He stopped. She smiled. Yes, she said. Do you want to know? He nodded. You were a terrible sleeper, she said, and her voice went somewhere different now, not the factual register or the strategic register but something older and simpler. Just relentless. You'd sleep for 40 minutes and then decide you had things to do. Your father was convinced you were scheming. He wasn't wrong, James said. You used to laugh at the cat, Lily continued. We had a neighbor's cat that came into the garden, and something about the way it moved, you'd see it through the window and just lose your mind laughing. Pure joy. Every time. Harry said nothing. He was storing this very carefully. You used to grab my hair, she said. You were strong, right from the start. You'd get hold of my hair and you wouldn't let go and you'd look at me with those very serious eyes like you were conducting an experiment. She looked at his face. You still have that look. When you're thinking something through. Those very serious eyes. James says I got that from you, Harry said. James says things that are convenient, she said, but she was smiling in the specific way of someone being deliberately contradictory for affectionate reasons rather than honest ones, and James laughed behind Harry, short and warm, and the three of them were in that small bedroom in Privet Drive with the November dark outside the window and something so enormous and so uncategorizable in the space between them that Harry felt it as a physical thing, something warm pressing against the inside of his chest. "Mum," he said. He'd never said it before. He'd thought it, in the abstract, but never directed at a person, and the word came out with the slightly stunned quality of a key finally finding the lock it was made for. Lily's face did several things in rapid succession and she pressed her lips together for a moment. "Hi, Harry," she said. They sat on the floor together for a long time. Later, much later, with the night fully established outside and James hovering at the edges of the conversation with the tact of someone who understood he was in the presence of something that needed space, Lily turned practical again. "The magical world is going to receive you with an enormous amount of projection," she said. "People who project things onto you are manageable as long as you know they're doing it. The dangerous ones are the people who have a plan for you that they believe is for your benefit." "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Partly. Also, well." She paused. "There's a prophecy. Did James tell you about it?" "He mentioned there might be one. He didn't know the content." "I don't know the full content either," she said. "I know it exists and I know Voldemort heard part of it and believed it applied to your year and chose you specifically because of it. There was another child it could have applied to. He chose you." She looked at Harry steadily. "The point is that a prophecy is not a destiny. A prophecy is information. What you do with it is still your choice. And if it says I have to fight Voldemort, then you fight Voldemort," she said, completely without drama. "But you fight him prepared, on your own terms, with full knowledge of what you're doing and why. Not because a prophecy says so, not because Dumbledore manages you into it, not because the wizarding world needs a hero and has decided you're it." She looked at him the way he'd seen parents in the park look at their children, that specific look, the one that was only for that person, that couldn't be shared or transferred. "Because you decide it's the right thing." "I think it will be," Harry said, after a moment. He thought about the world James had described to him, the wizarding world, its texture and warmth and history and the things it had survived and the things it still feared. He thought about the people in it who'd fought the last time, who'd lost people, who'd lived in terror and come out the other side still believing in something. "I think it'll be right to fight. I just want to do it as myself. That's all I'm asking," Lily said. She paused, and then said, with a slight shift of register, "The blood protection in Petunia's house, the one Dumbledore arranged when he placed you here. It's real and it's powerful. But it's tied to this house being where you call home, and the more you build yourself away from it," she gestured vaguely. "The protection is real but don't rely on it exclusively. You have better defenses than a magical lock on a house you hate." "I know," Harry said. "I'm building them." "I know you are." She looked at him with clear green eyes. "James described your wandless work," he said. She stopped and glanced back at James with an expression of theatrical exasperation that was clearly covering something else entirely. "He described it with a great deal of paternal enthusiasm and very little technical precision, but from what I could extract, you're doing things at 9 that most witches and wizards can't do at 20. "He says I got it from you," Harry said again. "He says a great many things," she said. "In this case he might be right." She considered Harry. "I was always better at understanding the principles than the performance. Your father was extraordinary at performance, instinctive, powerful, charismatic magic. Big and flashy and startlingly effective." She said it with a warmth that took the edge off the implied critique. "My approach was different. I wanted to know why it worked before I did it." "If you're combining both, that was the idea," James said, a bit smugly. "Don't be smug," Lily told him. "I'm not, I'm just," you're absolutely being smug. I'm being proud. He's right, there's a difference, Harry said, which made both of them look at him, and the look they exchanged after was one that Harry filed very carefully in the place he kept the things that mattered most. The three of them talked until past midnight. They talked about Hogwarts and what to expect and the specific personalities of certain professors. Lily had strong opinions about several of them, some of which matched James's and some of which diverged dramatically, and the divergence was itself informative. They talked about Quidditch, which James brought up 3 times despite Harry and Lily's completely united front of mild skepticism. They talked about Sirius, and Lily's voice went to a very particular place on that subject, grief and anger and a fierce, sustained affection that was clearly still intact after 10 years and death. "Get him out," she said. "When you have the ability, get him out. He's been in there for 9 years for something he didn't do." "I know," Harry said. "I've been building the file." Lily stared at him for a moment. "You've been building the file," she repeated. "Since I was 7, Harry said. "James taught me to maintain information. There's a lot in the Sirius file." Lily looked at James. James looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone trying not to look too pleased with himself. "Right," Lily said. She told him about his grandmother, her mother, Muggle, warm and funny and formidable in the way of women who've survived things. She told him about her own childhood, the discovery of magic, the confusion and wonder of it, the Hogwarts letter arriving and Petunia's face when it did. She told him about the night she and Petunia were 11 and 10 respectively and Lily had made flowers bloom on the kitchen windowsill by accident and Petunia had stood there with an expression that was the seed of everything that came after. She wanted it, Lily said. Not defensively. Just factually, the way you state the weather. She wanted the magic so badly. And when it became clear she'd never have it, that wanting curdled. She looked at Harry steadily. "It doesn't excuse anything. But it explains it." "I know," Harry said. "James told me. I figured most of it out from watching her." "How do you feel about her now?" Harry thought about this with genuine care. It deserved genuine care. "I feel like she made a lot of wrong choices for understandable reasons," he said. "And I feel like the last year has been, she treats me better. Not well, but better. She made my bed with clean sheets." He paused. "I don't think she's going to be anything good. But I think the anger is mostly gone. I'm going to Hogwarts. She knows that. She seems relieved, almost. Terrified," Lily corrected, gently. "Relieved and terrified. Because when you go, the thing she's been dreading and resenting and mismanaging for 10 years is resolved, and then she has to live with what she did." A pause. "That's its own consequence." Harry thought about this. "Is it enough?" "No," Lily said. "Not for what was done. But it's real, and some consequences only happen inside people, where you can't see them." She looked at him. "You said the anger is gone. Hold on to that. Anger at someone who can't be reached by it is a waste of your energy, and your energy is valuable. Is that you being practical again?" "I'm always being practical," she said. "I'm also always being your mother. Both at once." Harry smiled, and she smiled back, and for a moment it was the simplest thing in the world, the most ordinary and the least ordinary, sitting on the floor of a house they both hated, talking in the dark. She began to fade near 2 in the morning. Harry noticed before she said anything, the quality of her presence shifting, becoming less concentrated, the warmth in the room attenuating by small degrees. "I can't hold this for much longer," she said. "Coming this close to the living side it costs something, I don't fully understand what. The first few times are the hardest." "Will you come back?" Harry asked. "Yes," she said. No hesitation. "Not as easily as your father, James is anchored here in ways I'm not, because of you and because of how long he's been practicing. But I'll come back. We'll find a way." "Okay," Harry said. He found he believed her. He found believing her came naturally, the way certain things did when they were true. "Harry," she said. She was visibly dimmer now. "I want to say one more thing." "Say it." "What happened to you in this house, the first years, the cupboard, all of it, that was done to you. You did not cause it, you did not deserve it, and it does not define you." She looked at him with those eyes, his eyes, and her voice was completely steady. "What you've become since, that you made. That is yours. Every bit of it." Harry held her gaze. "I know," he said. She studied him for a moment, reading him the way she'd looked at him when he was small and conducting experiments with her hair, that focused, serious regard. "Yes," she said. "You do. I can see that you do." Something released in her expression. "Good. That's good." She was nearly translucent now. "Mum," Harry said. She paused. "Thank you for standing there," he said. "The night, I know you'd say it wasn't, but it was for me specifically, and I know that, and I just wanted to say it." Lily went very still in the way of someone receiving something they've needed for a long time without knowing it. "Of course," she said, very softly. "Of course, Harry. You never had to thank me for that." "I wanted to," he said. She smiled, and it was the last thing clearly visible as the rest of her faded, that specific smile that he'd spend years looking for and occasionally finding in unexpected places, the smile gone bright and full of warmth and completely without reserve. And then it was just Harry on the floor, and James on the bed, and the night outside the window. Harry sat for a long time. James didn't speak, which was exactly right. Eventually Harry said, "She's incredible." "Yes," James said. "She really is. She makes you better at things," Harry said. "The way she puts things. Like," he searched for it. "Like she sees the exact shape of a problem and goes directly to the center of it." "Watching her think was genuinely the most impressive thing I've ever seen," James said, and the quality of his voice doing this was its own kind of answer to a question Harry hadn't asked. "She loves you," Harry said. "I know," James said. "I love her." "Does it?" Harry stopped. "Does it hurt?" James said, reading it, as he usually did. "Yes. But the kind of hurt that's also the best thing. Both things at the same time." Harry understood this in the abstract and suspected he'd understand it more fully later, when he was older and had more experience of the things that hurt in a good way. For now he filed it carefully in the place things went when they were too important for the general archive. He got up off the floor, straightened the room out of habit, and sat at his desk. "I should sleep," he said. "Probably," James agreed. "I'm not going to," Harry said. "No," James agreed. "Probably not." They stayed up until the early gray light of morning began at the window, talking, about Lily, about the things she'd said, about Hogwarts and what was coming, about Sirius and the file and what getting him out would require, about prophecies and choices and the difference between a destiny and a decision. They talked about small things too, a problem Harry had been working on in the theoretical exercises that had cracked open in his mind during Lily's visit, a particular charm Lily had mentioned that neither of them had come across before, the way James remembered the first Quidditch match of his second year with the perfect recall of someone for whom it remains the highest pinnacle of achievement. Dawn came in slowly around the curtains. Harry looked at his hands, ordinary hands, Lily's hands, she'd said, and thought about what she'd told him. About what was his and what wasn't. About the difference between a myth and a person. "James," he said. 1 year until Hogwarts," Harry said. James was quiet for a moment. "Then, let's make it count." "Yes," Harry said, and meant it completely. Outside, number 4, Privet Drive was grey and quiet and entirely ordinary, which had always been its defining characteristic and its greatest lie. Chapter 5, A Letter and a Confrontation. The letter arrived on a Tuesday in July, which Harry had known it would. Not the exact date, he hadn't known that specifically, but the general shape of it he'd been expecting for a year, the way you expect a season to change. He was 10 now, and the letter had been coming toward him for a decade, and when it finally arrived it landed on the doormat at number 4 like any ordinary post, which Harry found both fitting and slightly anticlimactic. He was the one who collected the post that morning, as he usually was. He stood in the hallway with the small stack of envelopes and looked at the one addressed in green ink on thick yellowish parchment, Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and felt the specific satisfaction of a long-anticipated moment finally becoming real. He put the other post on the hall table and took the letter upstairs. He sat on his bed and turned it over. The seal on the back was purple wax with a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, a snake arranged around a large letter H. He'd seen this seal described in the Hogwarts, a history excerpts Helena had sourced. He knew exactly what it was. He opened it carefully, preserving the seal, and read. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read the whole thing twice. Then he set it on the desk and went downstairs and ate breakfast and did his morning chores with the calm efficiency of someone whose world had just confirmed itself. It was only that evening, when James arrived and Harry showed him the letter, that the moment became what it actually was. James held the letter, or the appearance of holding it, the ghost of his hand steady around the parchment, and read it, and the expression on his face moved through several things that Harry watched carefully and stored carefully. There it is, James said. There it is, Harry agreed. They looked at each other across the small bedroom, and the weight of the moment was exactly proportionate to its size, not inflated, not diminished, just exactly what it was. 10 years of everything that had happened in this house and on the other side of it and between them, and here at the end of it, a letter on thick parchment saying you belong somewhere else. Are you ready? James asked. For Hogwarts? Almost, Harry said. For what comes before it, yes. Dumbledore, James said. Dumbledore, Harry confirmed. He came 3 days later. Harry had expected a letter, possibly a representative, probably the standard process of a Hogwarts professor visiting Muggle-born and Muggle-raised students to explain the magical world and facilitate their introduction to it. He'd read about this process through Helena. He had not expected Dumbledore himself, which he probably should have, because Dumbledore was the sort of person who made personal appearances at things that mattered to him, and Harry Potter evidently mattered to him in ways that had both genuine warmth and deliberate design woven through them. He heard the knock at the front door from his room, where he'd been reading. The knock had a quality he couldn't have described precisely, a particular authority, not aggressive, but entirely confident that it would be answered. Petunia answered it. Harry heard her voice shift immediately into the company register, then shift again into something more complicated, more uncertain, as she apparently registered who was standing on her doorstep. He's here, James said, appearing beside Harry's desk with the focus quality he had when things were about to require full attention. I know, Harry said. He closed his book. He stood up and checked himself in the small mirror above his desk, not for vanity but for the same reason you check your equipment before a significant task. His hair was doing what his hair always did. His glasses were straight. His expression was calm. He went downstairs. Dumbledore was in the sitting room, which Petunia had clearly directed him to because she didn't know where else to put something this outside her normal categories. He was exactly as every description Harry had ever found suggested, enormously tall, half-moon spectacles, beard of magnificent white length, robes of deep midnight blue with small silver crescent moons that actually moved if you watched them. Eyes that were very blue and very bright and currently directed at Harry with an expression of genuine, complicated warmth. Harry, he said. His voice was warm too, deep and measured, the voice of someone who'd been speaking to people across enormous distances of experience for a very long time. I'm Albus Dumbledore. I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts. I know who you are, Harry said pleasantly. He sat down on the chair across from the sofa where Dumbledore had settled himself, back straight, feet flat on the floor, hands loose in his lap. Not aggressive. Just present. Thank you for coming personally. Something moved briefly in Dumbledore's eyes, a quick recalibration, slight surprise at the quality of what he was encountering. Of course. I always try to visit students who've grown up outside the magical world, to answer questions and help ease the transition. That's very thoughtful, Harry said. I actually have very few questions about the magical world itself, but I do have some about the process. Shall we start? Petunia, hovering in the doorway with no idea what to do with herself, said, should I, would you mind giving us some privacy? Harry said to her, in the same polite tone he used for everything. Thank you. Petunia retreated. Harry heard her go to the kitchen. He heard the kettle go on, which was what Petunia did when she needed to do something with her hands. Dumbledore was watching Harry with the full weight of his attention now, and it was a considerable weight. Harry met it without difficulty. You're not what I expected, Dumbledore said, and there was genuine honesty in it, which Harry noted and appreciated. What did you expect? Harry asked. Someone more. Dumbledore paused, the pause of someone choosing precisely. Uncertain. I had good preparation, Harry said. From whom? The Dursleys are, as I understand it, not connected to the magical world in any meaningful. I've had other teachers, Harry said simply. A pause. Dumbledore was doing something with his expression that was very expertly managed, maintaining the warm openness while the analytical intelligence behind it worked through what it was encountering. Harry had been studying people for 5 years. He could read the layers. Well, Dumbledore said. Then perhaps you'll tell me what questions you do have. A few, Harry said. First, Gringotts. I have a vault there. I'd like to understand what's in it and how access works, and I'd like to confirm that the contents are exactly as they should be. Dumbledore's expression remained warm. Of course. Your parents left you a modest but meaningful inheritance. The vault is in your name, accessible to you from the age of 11, which you'll be shortly. July 31st, Harry said. 11 days. Indeed. I'd like to visit Gringotts on my birthday, Harry said. To review the vault in full. Is that standard? Entirely standard, Dumbledore said. Good. Harry moved on without pausing. Second, my parents. I know the public version of what happened. I've also spent some time finding the less public version. I know about the Fidelius charm, about Peter Pettigrew, about Sirius Black's imprisonment. He watched Dumbledore carefully. Sirius Black is innocent. The sitting room was very quiet for a moment. Dumbledore looked at Harry across the small space between the armchairs, and his expression had shifted into something more complex, the warmth still present but accompanied now by a quality Harry could only describe as very serious attention. That, Dumbledore said carefully, is a complicated situation. It's not complicated, Harry said. It's wrong. Pettigrew was the secret keeper. He betrayed my family, framed Sirius, faked his own death, and has been living in hiding for 10 years. Sirius has been in Azkaban for something he didn't do. He kept his voice completely even. Not combative. Just factual. What's complicated about it? The evidence that currently exists is incomplete, Harry said. Because nobody looked for Pettigrew. Nobody looked because they had someone to blame and a story that was clean and simple and confirming of what everyone already believed about the Black family. He paused. I'm going to Hogwarts in 2 months. When I'm there, I'm going to pursue this. I'm telling you now because I think you should know my intentions in advance. Another pause. Longer this time. Dumbledore studied Harry with the expression of someone who has just opened a door expecting one room and found an entirely different one beyond it. How old are you? He said, and it came out with something very close to wonder. 10, Harry said. 11 in 11 days. And you've arrived at all of this, through available information, Harry said. The newspaper archives are thorough if you know what you're looking for. I've been looking for a long time. He could feel James at the edge of the room, not visible, barely present. James had agreed to stay at the periphery during this conversation, close enough that Harry could feel his steadying presence but not intervening. Harry didn't need intervention. But having James there was the difference between standing on solid ground and standing on nothing, and that difference was significant. "You're remarkable, Harry," Dumbledore said, and he meant it, that much was clear. But there was something else in it too, something that Harry had been primed to look for and found exactly where he'd expected it, a quality of assessment, of updating plans, of slotting new information into existing architecture. "Thank you," Harry said. "There's something I'd like to address directly, and I want to address it without it becoming hostile, because I don't have any interest in being hostile to you." Dumbledore inclined his head very slightly. "An invitation." "You placed me here," Harry said. "I understand the reasons, the blood protection, the ancient magic in Petunia's house, the logic of it. I understand why you made that choice." He held Dumbledore's gaze steadily. "I also know you didn't check. For 10 years, you didn't come here to see how I was. You had reasons for that too. I suspect you thought that knowing too much would make it harder to maintain the necessary distance, or that it would interfere with the protection somehow, or that the Dursleys were difficult enough that direct contact would only stir things up." He paused. "Those reasons make a kind of sense and they were still wrong." Dumbledore was very still. "I'm not telling you this to make you feel guilty," Harry said. "I'm telling you because I need you to understand where I'm starting from. I'm starting from a place where I know that even well-intentioned people make decisions about me based on their own strategic needs, and I need to know that going forward, you won't do that." "Harry, I'm going to be direct," Harry said. "Not disrespectful. Direct." He kept his voice exactly as it had been, measured, clear, calm. "I know there's a prophecy. I know it concerns Voldemort and me. I know you've been operating with a long-term plan that involves me in ways you haven't shared. I'm not asking you to tell me everything today. I'm asking you to make me a genuine promise that I'll be informed of the things that directly concern me and my safety, not managed toward outcomes you've decided on without my knowledge." The sitting room was quiet enough that Harry could hear the kettle clicking off in the kitchen. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Not uncomfortably, it was the look of a man genuinely thinking, genuinely recalibrating, doing it honestly. Whatever else Dumbledore was, Harry had concluded, he was not dishonest. Strategic, yes. Paternalistic, certainly. But not dishonest. "You are," Dumbledore said finally, "the most remarkable 10-year-old I have ever met, and I have met a great many over a very long life." "I appreciate that," Harry said. "The promise?" "I can't promise to tell you everything," Dumbledore said. "Some things I don't know myself. Some things are dangerous in the knowing. But I can promise," he paused, and the pause had weight, the kind that came before something real, "that I will tell you the things you need to know to make informed decisions about your own life and safety. And I can promise that I will begin now, rather than waiting for you to be older." Harry considered this. It wasn't everything he'd have wanted. But it was genuine, and genuineness was worth something, and the art of negotiation, James had taught him this early, was knowing which concessions were acceptable and which were non-negotiable. "Thank you," Harry said. "The prophecy," Dumbledore said. "Since you raised it. Would you like me to tell you what I know of it?" "Yes," Harry said. "But not today." He saw Dumbledore's slight surprise and pressed on. "Not because I'm not ready. Because I want to hear it at Hogwarts, where I can think about it in context, not in this sitting room." He glanced briefly at the door, through which Petunia could still be heard performing small purposeful kitchen tasks. "This is not a good place for that conversation." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It isn't." He looked around the sitting room with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, something that moved quickly through what might have been guilt before his expression settled back into its usual composure. "Harry. For what it's worth, Professor," Harry said, gently but clearly. "You don't need to say it. I told you I'm not interested in making this hostile. I meant it. What happened here happened. I'm all right. He paused. I'm genuinely all right. I need you to know that too, not for your comfort, but because it's relevant to how we work together going forward. I'm not a damaged child who needs managing carefully. I'm someone who knows what he is and is ready to use it. Dumbledore sat back slightly. Something in him had relaxed, not in a careless way, but in the way of someone who has been carrying something and has just been relieved of part of its weight. I believe you, he said. Good, Harry said. Now, I have two other practical matters. By all means, Dumbledore said, and there was something close to amusement in his voice now, of the genuine kind. My school supplies. I understand there's a standard list, and I intend to go well beyond it in several subjects. I'd like your advice on which additional texts would be most useful for a first year who has already covered the standard theory. Dumbledore actually smiled. I can provide a supplementary list, yes. The second thing, Harry said. The defense against the dark arts position. I've read about the turnover in that role, a new professor every year for some time now. I understand there's a curse on the position. A pause. Longer and more careful than the previous ones. Where did you read that? Around, Harry said. Is it accurate? Dumbledore looked at him with those very blue eyes for a long moment. There is a theory, he said carefully, that the position has been made inhospitable by particular magical circumstances. Yes. And the professor this year? That, Dumbledore said, is a matter I'm afraid I can't discuss fully before the year begins. What I can tell you is that I would strongly encourage you to pay close attention in that class. Harry filed the non-answer. I will, he said. They talked for another 20 minutes, practically and productively. Dumbledore provided the name of 3 texts he'd recommend beyond the standard list. Harry asked intelligent questions about the Hogwarts curriculum structure that Dumbledore answered with increasing candor. The conversation had a quality by the end of it that Harry thought of as mutual respect finding its initial footing, not warm yet, not quite trust, but honest and clear and with solid ground under it. When Dumbledore stood to leave, he paused at the sitting room door and turned. Your parents, he said. They would be, I know, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said. I imagine you do. He left. Harry heard Petunia seeing him out with the slightly dazed quality of someone who'd had something large and incomprehensible in her sitting room for 45 minutes and was glad to have it gone. Harry sat in the armchair for a moment. James materialized fully, his presence brightening in the room now that the constraint of being subtle was lifted. Well, James said. Was that all right? Harry asked. He genuinely wanted the assessment. Harry, you just managed Albus Dumbledore, James said. You're 10 years old and you sat down with the most powerful wizard in Britain and negotiated with him like a peer and he left with more respect for you than he walked in with. He looked at his son with unambiguous, uncomplicated pride. That was all right. He was honest, Harry said. More than I expected. He didn't try to deflect much. He's not stupid, James said. He understood immediately that deflecting wouldn't work. You gave him very little to deflect from. Harry stood up and stretched. He felt guilty about the house, he said. He was managing it well, but it was there. Yes, James said. He carries that. For what it's worth. I know. Harry moved toward the door. I meant what I said. I'm not interested in punishing him for it. He's going to be important to navigate going forward, and you can't navigate someone well while you're angry at them. Your mother would say the same thing, James said. I know, Harry said. She told me. His birthday arrived 11 days later, warm and bright. The Dursleys did not acknowledge it, which was entirely expected and had entirely stopped mattering. Harry was awake at 6, which was how he always woke up, exactly when he intended to, having decided the previous night what time he wanted, his internal clock reliable enough to be used as an instrument. He had a letter to deliver. He'd written it 3 days ago and revised it twice and shown it to James and Helena and the Henderson ghost whose name was Margaret, and all three had given different notes, which Harry had synthesized. It was addressed to Gringotts Bank, formally requesting an appointment for a vault review on the date of his 11th birthday, signed Harry James Potter, which he'd started doing after Lily's visit because she'd said he'd been named James for a reason and the name should go somewhere. He posted it and then came back and ate breakfast and did his chores and then sat in the garden with the early summer morning around him and the specific feeling of a birthday when you've decided to mark it yourself rather than waiting for anyone else to do it. James appeared at 9:30 with the air of someone who had been thinking. "Happy birthday," he said. It came out with the weight of 11 years behind it, all the birthdays he'd missed, and Harry received it with the same weight. "Thank you," Harry said. "I have something for you," James said. "Not something I can give you physically. But something I want to tell you." Harry looked at him. "Your mother and I talked," James said. "Last night, while you were sleeping. We wanted you to know that from us. Happy birthday. From both of us." Harry looked at the garden. The Henderson house over the fence, a hedge half trimmed from 2 days ago, the specific smell of summer and cut grass. He pressed his lips together for a moment. "Tell her thank you," he said. "I will," James said. They sat in the garden for a while in comfortable silence, and it was, Harry thought, perhaps the best birthday he'd had, not despite its simplicity but because of it, because the people who mattered to him were present in whatever way they could manage, and that was the thing about birthdays that the Dursleys had never understood. They'd thought ignoring it meant it passed like any other day. What it actually meant was that he'd learned to make it something small and precise and his own. The Gringotts visit was arranged for the following week. Harry had expected to navigate it alone, or with Dumbledore's facilitation, and had been preparing for both. What he hadn't expected was the letter that arrived from the bank 2 days after his inquiry, formal, efficient, thoroughly professional, confirming his appointment and noting that a representative familiar with the Potter account would be available, per his request for a full review. "The goblins are very efficient," James said approvingly, reading over Harry's shoulder. "Helena said they're also very precise about who has rights to what," Harry said. "That they take financial guardianship very seriously." "They do," James said. "And your account is in your name alone, which means at 11 you have full access and nobody can direct its use but you." Harry thought about the allowance Petunia had been receiving for years, sitting in a private account. He had thought about this at intervals since James told him, turning over whether to do something about it, and had landed somewhere that was less about recovery than about record. The review solicitor had already documented the discrepancy. What happened with it from here was in formal hands. He went to London for the Gringotts visit on his own, which the Dursleys didn't question because they'd long since stopped tracking his movements with any rigor, and which Harry had arranged with a combination of the advance bus schedule and a brief, business-like note to Petunia that said he had an appointment. The Leaky Cauldron was the gateway, as Helena had explained, a shabby pub on Charing Cross Road that Muggles couldn't see, invisible in the way of things that had been made invisible so thoroughly they'd forgotten they existed. Harry found it with the precise instructions Helena had provided, pushed the door open, and walked into the warm dimness of the wizarding world for the first time in 10 years of memory. The transition was immediate and comprehensive. The noise, the smells, the particular quality of the people in it, all different from anything on the street outside in ways that weren't dramatic but were complete. Harry stood for a moment and oriented himself, and then walked through to the back and found the wall and tapped the right bricks in the sequence Helena had given him. Diagon Alley opened in front of him. He gave himself exactly 30 seconds of standing still and looking at it, the crooked buildings, the signs, the owls, the cloaks, the whole extraordinary texture of a world he'd been studying from the outside for years. He counted 30 seconds carefully and then he walked forward, because there was a Gringotts appointment to keep and standing in the entrance staring was not in the plan. The bank was white marble and imposing and smelled of metal and paper and something older than both. The goblin at the main desk was efficient and thorough and called him Mr. Potter without ceremony, which Harry appreciated. He was taken to a side office where a senior account manager named Griphook, who was clearly senior in the way of someone who'd been doing this for a very long time and found most of it beneath commentary, had the Potter account files arranged on a wide desk. "The vault contents," Harry said, once introductions were done. "Can I have a complete inventory?" Griphook provided it. Harry read it carefully, asked 2 questions about specific entries, received precise answers. The vault contained money, galleons, sickles, nuts in various quantities, and several objects. Some were personal effects. Some were clearly family items of long standing. "This entry," Harry said, pointing to a line midway down the inventory. "A sealed letter, deposited by A. Dumbledore, October 1981. Do I have access to that?" Griphook examined the documentation. "As account holder, you have access to all contents without restriction." "I'd like to retrieve it today," Harry said. The vault visit was extraordinary in the way of first experiences: the cart, the descent, the door. Harry stood inside and looked at it and thought about the fact that this had been his parents' money, the physical legacy of their lives, held in trust for a decade while he slept in a cupboard. He took the sealed letter and a moderate amount of money, enough for his school supplies and a reasonable reserve, and went back up. He opened the letter in the cart on the way back, which he suspected was not the venue Dumbledore had imagined for it, but the cart was private and Harry disliked deferred information. The letter was brief. Dumbledore's handwriting was precise and careful. "Harry, if you are reading this, you have come to Gringotts on your own initiative, which means you are exactly the kind of person I hoped you might be. I have left several things for you here beyond what was deposited at your parents' passing. A further account exists in your name, details enclosed, started from my own funds as I find I struggle for the right word. Not apology. An acknowledgement. Use it as you see fit. There is also a small leather journal that belonged to your mother, which she left in my keeping the night she died. I should have given it to you sooner. I am sorry that I did not." Harry looked at the enclosed details and then at the small leather journal at the bottom of the vault contents list, which he'd picked up without knowing what it was. He turned it over in his hands. Lily's handwriting on the inside cover, in ink that had faded to a pale brown. He sat with it for a moment. Then he put it carefully in his inside pocket, close, and rode the rest of the way up in silence. He spent the afternoon in Diagon Alley with methodical enjoyment. He got his school supplies from the standard list, and 3 books from Dumbledore's supplementary one. He found a 4th-hand copy of Advanced Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling in a second-hand bookshop that had the specific smell of places that have been accumulating books for longer than anyone currently alive remembers, and the proprietor, who was ancient and distracted and mostly operated by instinct, included it in the bag without appearing to notice he was doing so. He went to Madame Malkin's and was measured for robes with the brisk efficiency of someone who has been measuring people for clothing for decades and has reduced the process to its essentials. There was another customer there, a boy about his age, pale and blond, who was being fitted on the adjacent podium and looked at Harry with immediate and assessing interest. "Going to Hogwarts?" the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. "Me too." The boy had the particular quality of someone who had been raised to assume that most conversational openings would go in his favor. "First year. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Harry had the name in his files. A substantial file, as it happened: old pure-blood family, Death Eater connections through the father, complex political position in post-war wizarding society, large Hogwarts footprint both historical and current. "Harry Potter," he said. Draco Malfoy's face went through something interesting: recognition, recalibration, the rapid calculation of someone who has been trained from birth to assess social situations quickly. "Right," he said, in a different tone. "More careful. I've heard about you." "Most people have," Harry said. He stood still while Madame Malkin worked around his hem. "Though usually what they've heard isn't very accurate." Draco looked at him with sharpened interest. "What do they get wrong?" "The general impression," Harry said, "is that I'm either a helpless orphan or some kind of infant hero. Neither is particularly useful as a description." Draco processed this for a moment. The social calibration behind his eyes was doing something complex. He'd clearly arrived prepared with a certain script for meeting Harry Potter, and the script was encountering interference. "My father says you'll be placed in Gryffindor," he said, testing. "Your father might be right," Harry said pleasantly. "He might not be. The hat decides. Do you care which house you're in?" Harry considered this genuinely. "I care about being where I'll be most useful and most challenged," he said. "The specific house matters less than people seem to think." He looked at Draco. "Why do you ask?" Another recalibration. Draco had the air of someone who'd expected to have a power position in this conversation and was realizing he didn't, and was working out how to proceed from that. Harry watched the process with mild professional interest. "I was going to offer an alliance," Draco said, and delivered it with a certain attempted casualness that didn't quite conceal the effort it cost him to say it straightforwardly. Harry looked at him. "On what basis?" "We're both from magical families. Both going into an unknown situation. It helps to know people." "It does," Harry said. "But an alliance is more than knowing people. It involves mutual benefit and mutual trust, and I don't know you well enough to assess either yet." He kept his voice completely neutral, not dismissive, not encouraging, just honest. "I'd be interested in getting to know you at Hogwarts and seeing if there's a basis for something more than that. But I'm not going to commit to anything before I understand what I'd be committing to." Draco stared at him. "That's not a no," Harry clarified. "It's not a yes either," Draco said, and there was something in his voice now that hadn't been there at the start, a quality of reassessment that was almost, not quite, but almost, respect. "It's an honest answer," Harry said. "Which I think is worth more than a convenient yes." Madame Malkin declared Harry's robe fitting complete with the finality of someone closing a ledger, and Harry stepped down from the podium and gathered his purchases. "Malfoy," he said, as he was leaving. Draco looked up. "If you find yourself at Hogwarts wanting an honest conversation rather than a political one, I'm usually findable." He left Madame Malkin's and walked back into the alley, and James, who had been hovering at the periphery, more easily managed in Diagon Alley's ambient magic, apparently, though it cost him effort, said quietly, beside Harry's ear, "That was masterfully done." "He's not what he's been told to be," Harry said quietly, navigating through the afternoon crowd. "Or not entirely. There's something in there that's worth at least looking at." "That," James said, "is your mother talking." "She had good instincts," Harry said. "The best," James agreed. Harry ducked into a small side lane to be less observed and turned the conversation lower. "I found a letter from Dumbledore in the vault. And Mum's journal." James went still. "Lily's journal. He said she left it in his keeping the night she died. He should have given it to me sooner," he said. Harry paused. "He wasn't wrong." "No," James said. "He wasn't." A pause. "Have you read it?" "Not yet," Harry said. "I wanted to be home. I wanted to be somewhere that felt," he searched for it. "Mine," James offered. "Yes," Harry said. "Somewhere that felt mine." He made his way back through the leaky cauldron and out onto Charing Cross Road, the small leather journal in his inside pocket and the afternoon in Diagon Alley behind him, the first hours he'd spent in the world that was half his by birth, the world he'd been studying through second and third-hand sources for years, finally walked through with his own feet and looked at with his own eyes. It was larger in person than in description, the way things always were. More detailed and more alive and full of textures that no account could fully capture. It smelled like possibility, specifically, like the particular quality of air before something begins. Harry walked back through London in the late afternoon warmth, and his shadow went long and thin ahead of him on the pavement, and in 6 weeks he'd be on the Hogwarts Express, and what was coming after that was, for the first time in his life, something he was walking toward rather than being moved toward by someone else. That evening he sat on his bed and opened his mother's journal and read. Her handwriting was precise and slightly slanted, the ink brown with age, and she wrote the way she apparently talked, direct and warm and occasionally very funny, with the specific wit of someone who finds most human behavior genuinely interesting. The early entries were from Hogwarts, 5th and 6th year, full of spells and observations and sharp commentary on the social ecosystem and one sustained passionate argument across 6 pages with her own previous opinion about a potion's technique. And then a later entry, near the end. The date was August 1981, 2 months before she died. Harry is doing something new. He grabbed my finger today and held it and looked at me with those serious eyes. James says it's my look, but it's absolutely his look. He makes it when he's thinking about flying, and he held my finger and the magic moved between us like a current. I don't know what it means yet. I think it means he's going to be something very different. I think it means whatever he is, he's going to need to know it early, and I hope we have time to tell him. I hope we have years and years to tell him everything. Harry closed the journal. He sat with it for a while, his hand flat on the cover, and the room was quiet, and James was there, and the weight of what his mother had hoped was exactly proportionate to what had actually been managed, not by her, not by James, not by Dumbledore, but by a 5-year-old in a cupboard who'd looked sideways and found his father sitting on the floor watching him with an expression of devastating love. Time enough, after all. Different from what she'd hoped. But enough. James, Harry said. I'm here. She knew, Harry said. She knew what I was going to be. Yes, James said. She knew. Good, Harry said, and meant it in a way that was simple and complete and didn't need anything added to it. Outside, summer was settling into its long slow evenings over Privet Drive, and 5 weeks and 4 days from now, a train would leave platform 9 3/4, and Harry Potter would be on it. Not running. Not escaping. Walking forward, clear-eyed, with everything he needed and most of what he wanted and the specific kind of readiness that only comes from having been properly, genuinely prepared. He put his mother's journal on the desk next to his father's letter and his Hogwarts acceptance and the supplementary book list and the Gringotts inventory. His things. His information. His life, arranged and sorted and faced. He went to sleep early and slept without interruption until morning. Chapter 6, The Wand Chooses. The second Diagon Alley visit was different from the first. The first had been solo, deliberately so, a personal introduction to a world that Harry had wanted to meet on his own terms before anything else complicated it. The second was in the last week of August, with the Hogwarts letters shopping list mostly fulfilled and only the wand remaining, and it was different in the particular way that second visits to significant places are always different. The wonder was still there, but it was a working wonder now, practical and purposeful, sitting under his observations rather than on top of them. He took the bus again. He'd told Petunia he was going, not asked, which had been the operating mode since the bedroom conversation 2 years ago. She'd made a noise that was the verbal equivalent of looking the other way, and Harry had left. James had been quiet in the lead-up to this visit in a way that Harry had learned to identify as James managing something emotional through the mechanism of keeping very busy. He'd spent the previous week peppering Harry with wand theory, the properties of different woods and cores, the specific magic of an Ollivander wand versus a Gregorovitch, the literature on wand wizard matching that went back centuries, and Harry had listened to all of it and taken notes and let James talk because the talking was clearly what James needed to do with the feeling he wasn't quite addressing. "Are you nervous?" Harry had asked, the morning of the visit. "I'm not nervous," James had said, in the voice of someone being nervous. "It's all right if you are." "I just want it to be right," James said, and the simplicity of it landed clearly. "The wand it's the real beginning, Harry. All of this has been preparation. The wand is the point where the preparation meets the world. You said I have good fundamentals," Harry pointed out. "You have extraordinary fundamentals. I want to be there and I can't be there, and, you'll be there," Harry said. "You're always there." James had been quiet for a moment. "Somewhere near the back, probably," he'd said, with the self-aware rueful quality that was one of Harry's favorite registers of his father's personality. "Trying not to hover." "Hover if you need to," Harry said. "I don't mind." This morning James was hovering, but subtly, the way he developed for environments with ambient magic where he could maintain a more consistent presence. Harry could feel him at the periphery as he moved through the leaky cauldron and into the alley, a low warm presence, like the feeling of someone standing close behind you in a comfortable rather than threatening way. Ollivander's was at the far end of the alley, narrow and slightly separate from its neighbors, with a single wand displayed in the window on a faded purple cushion. The sign above the door was old enough that the letters had acquired a patina of age that made them look less like a sign and more like a natural feature of the building. The shop itself, when Harry pushed the door open, was dim and close and smelled powerfully of sawdust and something else, something sharp and clean and alive, like the air before lightning. It was full of boxes. That was the immediate impression, floor to ceiling, wall to wall, thousands of narrow boxes in orderly stacks that nonetheless gave the impression of barely managed abundance, the wands inside each one a presence unto themselves. The man behind the counter was very old, with silver hair and enormous pale eyes that gave him the look of someone who had been paying very close attention to everything for a very long time. He looked up when Harry came in and went still in a particular way. "Harry Potter," he said. His voice was soft and carried. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. "I wondered when you'd come." Ollivander came around the counter with a quality of movement that was deliberate and precise, covering distance without apparent hurry. He stopped about 3 feet from Harry and looked at him with those pale eyes in a way that felt less like being looked at and more like being measured by an instrument that operated at a different scale than usual. "Your father," Ollivander said. "Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." He paused. "And your mother, Willow, 10 1/4, swishy. Rather whippy. Surprisingly good for quite a range of work, given the reputation of Willow as a charm-maker's wood." He tilted his head. "They were good wands. Both destroyed, as far as I know." "As far as I know too," Harry said. "Yes." Ollivander studied him for another moment, then turned back to the shelves. "Which is your wand hand?" "Right," Harry said. "Hold it out." Harry extended his right arm. Ollivander produced a tape measure seemingly from nowhere and it began measuring, arm length, wand hand span, between fingers, wrist to shoulder, operating on its own while Ollivander moved through the shelves with the focused navigation of someone who knows exactly where everything is and moves through the space accordingly. "Let us start simply," Ollivander said, returning with a box. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible." He handed Harry the wand. Harry held it. Nothing happened. "No," Ollivander said, returning it. "Here, maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy." He held it out. Harry took it and felt something, not the nothing of the first one but not the right something either. A distant hum, like a radio that isn't quite on the right frequency. Ollivander took it back before Harry could articulate this. He was already moving again. "Interesting," he said, more to himself than to Harry, in the tone of someone whose working hypothesis is being revised in real time. He returned with 3 boxes at once, set 2 aside, opened the third. "Oak and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Harry held it. The distant hum again, slightly closer, still not right. "No," Ollivander said. "Not quite." He set it aside and opened the second box. "Vine wood and dragon heartstring. 10 3/4 inches. Harry held it. Warmth, genuine warmth, in the palm of his hand, and his magic moving toward it, curious, reaching, and then something like a hesitation, as if the wand itself was considering. Ollivander took it back. "Getting warmer," he said, with a slight smile, and Harry understood that this was a man who genuinely enjoyed his work in a way that had only deepened over decades. The third box. Walnut and dragon heartstring. 12 3/4 inches. Unyielding. Harry held it and felt immediately that this was wrong in a way the others hadn't been wrong, not neutral, not partial, but actively incorrect, a rejection. He handed it back. Ollivander looked at him steadily, and Harry could see the pivot happening in the old man's thinking, the standard approach running up against a non-standard case and the professional adapting with what was clearly well-practiced flexibility. "You've done some wandless work," Ollivander said. It wasn't quite a question. Harry kept his face perfectly ordinary. "Some. Quite a bit, I'd say, from the quality of your magical signature." Ollivander set the box down and looked at Harry with those pale eyes in a way that was entirely professional and entirely unsettling in equal measure. "The wand is looking for something specific. When a wizard has been using their magic in an undirected way for years, the wand's job is simply to channel it. When a wizard has been using it consciously and precisely, as you apparently have, the wand needs to match something more particular. The signature is more defined." "Is that a problem?" Harry asked. "On the contrary," Ollivander said. "It makes the match more important and more precise when we find it." He turned back to the shelves with renewed focus, moving deeper into the stacks, reaching for heights that required a small stepladder that appeared to follow him of its own volition. "I have a few that I set aside some years ago. Special cases. I don't bring them out unless I need them." He came down with a box that was older than the others, the cardboard slightly faded, the Ollivander label on the side handwritten rather than printed. He opened it without showing it to Harry first, looked at its contents for a moment, then handed it across. Harry held it. The warmth he'd felt with the vine wood was nothing compared to this. This was the difference between a coal and a fire, the same category of heat, different scale entirely. Magic moved through his palm and up his arm like water finding its level, settling into him the way something settles when it has found its proper place. He felt his own magic respond, the familiar warm pressure behind his sternum suddenly doubled, sharpened, like a lens that had been fuzzy bringing everything into focus. A trail of gold and red sparks shot from the tip, catching in the dim air of the shop, and Ollivander made a sound of genuine, satisfied pleasure. "Yes," he said. "There it is." Harry looked at the wand, 11 inches, dark reddish-brown, with a slight taper and a grip that fit his hand with an exactness that felt architectural. "What is it?" "Holly and phoenix feather," Ollivander said, reverently, the way you'd state something that had been waiting a long time to be stated. 11 inches. Supple. He tilted his head. The phoenix that provided the feather gave only 2 feathers. One is in this wand. The other is in a wand that did great evil. Harry went very still. He knew about the other wand. He'd been reading about Voldemort's wand for years, yew and phoenix feather, 13.5 inches. He'd known before he walked into this shop, which was part of the reason he'd been preparing his expression for this moment since mid-August. "Brothers," Harry said. "Yes," Ollivander said. He was watching Harry with those pale eyes, clearly waiting to see what he did with the information. "When 2 brother wands sharing the same core, are made to fight each other, very unusual things can happen. I think we can expect great things from you, Harry Potter." A pause, the exact weight of it deliberate. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. "I think great things generally have more to do with the wizard than the wand," Harry said. He kept his voice calm and his expression neutral. "But I take your point about the core connection. It's useful information." Ollivander blinked. Of all the possible responses to that particular speech, which Harry suspected he gave to every new owner of a significant wand, a kind of ritual statement, he'd apparently not expected useful information. "Yes," he said, after a moment. "Quite so. How much do I owe you?" Harry asked. 7 galleons, Ollivander said, recovering with the smooth professionalism of someone who's learned to roll with unexpected responses to his more atmospheric moments. Harry paid and pocketed the wand, in his actual pocket, not the bag, because it felt wrong to put something you just found in a bag, and thanked Ollivander with genuine warmth, because the man was extraordinary at what he did and that deserved acknowledgement. He walked out into the alley and stood for a moment in the late August sunshine. He could feel the wand in his pocket with a specificity that was entirely different from feeling any other object there. It had a presence, a rightness, and underneath that the low hum of connection to something he hadn't fully understood before, not just magic in the abstract but magic as a living dialogue between himself and an instrument made for exactly this purpose. James, at the periphery, was entirely silent in the way of someone who is overwhelmed and is managing it by doing absolutely nothing. "You can say something," Harry said quietly, moving through the afternoon crowd with his hands in his pockets. "I need a moment," James said. "Take it." He took it. Harry navigated through a cluster of Hogwarts-age students with what were obviously new school robes and the energy of people who'd been shopping all afternoon, and came out the other side of the crowd into a quieter stretch of alley. "Holly and phoenix feather," James said, eventually. "Yes. Your father had mahogany and phoenix feather," James said. "Different wood, same core source." Harry looked up. Ollivander said the same phoenix. "The one that gave 2 feathers." A pause. "The connection between your wand and Voldemort's," James said carefully, "is going to matter. At some point. Your mother mentioned the possibility, not specifically, but she understood core connections better than almost anyone I knew." "I know," Harry said. "I'll research it. There's time." He felt the wand again through the pocket fabric. "It feels right." "Yes," James said. "I could see that from across the shop." Harry stopped and turned slightly, the way he'd learned to orient himself toward James in crowded spaces, not looking directly, which drew attention, but angled just enough to make conversation natural. "You were hovering." "I said I might," James pointed out. "You were hovering from approximately the second box." "It was taking a while," James said, with the dignity of someone who is completely aware they're being slightly ridiculous and is proceeding anyway. "I was concerned about the trajectory." "Were you concerned when the wandless work came up?" "Slightly, yes. I managed it." "I know you did." "I was still concerned." Harry smiled, keeping it internal, because he was in the middle of Diagon Alley and smiling at invisible people had a specific and unwanted effect on how passers-by looked at you. "He's remarkable," Harry said, meaning Ollivander. He knew immediately that the standard approach wouldn't work. He adapted in real time. "He's been doing this for 70 years, James said. "He knew your mother when she was your age." "Knew me." A pause. It was strange, hearing him describe their wands. "Strange good or strange bad?" "Just strange," James said. "Real." They were real people who had things, objects with a lifespan beyond them. "The wand is destroyed but the memory of it is there in a very old man's catalogue." He went quiet for a moment. "It's good, I think. It's good that someone remembers." Harry walked the rest of the alley slowly, letting himself look at things properly. He'd been efficient on both previous visits, purposeful, working the list. But today he had time, and the wand in his pocket was pulling him toward a certain quality of attention. Looking at things not for information but for themselves, in the way you look at a world you're about to formally enter. A shop selling Quidditch supplies, brooms in the window at angles that were clearly designed to be covetable. A small bookshop whose sign said obscure magic, rare and second-hand in letters that kept rearranging themselves. An apothecary with jars in the window that contained things Harry couldn't identify but which Helena could probably name in under 10 seconds. He stopped at the bookshop. Not for the standard list, he had everything on it. But because obscure magic suggested exactly the kind of resource Helena would describe as worth knowing about, and Harry had learned to follow those instincts. Inside, the shop was exactly as chaotic as the outside suggested, books stacked on every surface, not just shelves, with the particular archaeology of a place where new arrivals get piled on top of existing ones and the whole enterprise has a geological quality. The proprietor was a woman who appeared to be simultaneously cataloging something on a piece of parchment and eating lunch, and she looked up when Harry came in with the expression of someone who has learned not to assume anything about who might walk through an unusual shop's door. "Browsing?" she said. Specifically, Harry said. Do you have anything on wand core connections? Specifically between matched cores, brother wands. She pointed at a section near the back without looking up from her parchment. History of wand lore shelf. Third from the bottom, probably. The Gregorovitch monograph, if we have it. Harry went to the indicated shelf and found it after 2 minutes of careful excavation, a slim volume, dark green cover, on core resonance and wand kinship by M. Gregorovitch. He sat on the floor between the shelves and opened it and read the relevant chapters in 20 minutes, which was long enough to understand the core of the theory and identify the 3 questions he needed to research further. He bought it for 2 sickles and felt disproportionately satisfied. He was heading back toward the leaky cauldron when he noticed the ghost. Not James, who was still present at the periphery. A different ghost, young, barely more than Harry's age in apparent years, with the translucence of someone who'd been dead long enough to be genuinely faint, wearing clothing that placed him somewhere in the late 19th century. He was sitting on the steps of a closed shop, watching the alley with the particular expression of someone who has been watching the same scene in variations for a very long time. He noticed Harry noticing him and came upright with the speed of someone who hasn't been properly seen in years. Harry glanced around. The alley was busy enough that stopping to apparently stare at an empty shop doorway was mildly unusual but not remarkable. He stopped anyway. "Hi," he said quietly. "You can see me," the ghost said. He sounded young, his voice had the register of someone who died before it finished settling. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Harry." "Thomas," the ghost said. "Tom Chadwick. I've been in the alley since," he paused, and the pause had the quality of someone trying to count something in a system they don't fully trust. "A long time. I don't always know how long." "That's all right," Harry said. He sat on the step next to Tom's spot. Sitting beside a ghost rather than looking at one was less conspicuous, and Harry had been doing this long enough to have figured out the optics. "What are you doing here?" "I went to Hogwarts," Tom said. "I was in my 3rd year and there was an accident in potions. It was quick." He said it with the matter-of-fact quality that the long-dead developed, the specific acceptance of something so thoroughly processed it had become merely a fact. "I came back here because it was where I was before Hogwarts. Where my family's shop was." He looked at the closed shop front. "Different family there now." "Has been for years." Harry looked at the shop. "You haven't been to Hogwarts since." "I wanted to," Tom said. "But I couldn't leave the alley. I don't know why. Some can and some can't, I think, there are rules to it that nobody told me." "I know someone who might be able to help with that," Harry said. "A ghost at Hogwarts who knows the geography of it quite well. Her name is Helena, the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw." Tom went very still in the specific way of ghosts receiving information they'd given up hoping for. "She could help me get there." "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "But she'd know whether it's possible, and she'd be honest about it either way." He paused. "I'm going to Hogwarts in a week. If I tell her about you, she might be able to reach back to you here. She's managed longer distances." Tom looked at him with the eyes of someone who has been 11, or roughly 11, for a very long time, with all the patience and all the longing that implied. "Why would you do that?" "Because you're stuck," Harry said simply. "And being stuck when you could potentially be unstuck is a waste." Tom was quiet for a moment. "You're Harry Potter," he said. "Yes. Everyone in the alley knows Harry Potter came through last week," Tom said. "Ghosts talk." "I know," Harry said. He hadn't fully accounted for the ghost network in Diagon Alley, which was new information for the file. "Do many ghosts pass through here?" "Dozens," Tom said. "The alley has been here for centuries. Lots of people died here, or nearby, or connected to it. Some pass through, some stay." He looked at Harry with a focused, careful expression. "You talk to all of them?" "When I can," Harry said. "When they want to talk." That's That's an unusual thing, Tom said, in the tone of considerable understatement. I'm told, Harry agreed. He stayed for another 10 minutes, asking Tom questions about the alley's ghost population with the specific instinct that this was information worth having, the shape of a community, its dynamics, who held what kind of influence. Tom answered with the thoroughness of someone who has had nothing to do for decades but observe, and his observations were sharp and well-ordered in a way that suggested the potion's accident had cut short what might have been a notable mind. When Harry finally stood to leave, he said, "I'll tell Helena about you." "Thank you," Tom said, and the word had the weight of someone who hadn't said it meaningfully in a very long time. Harry walked back through the alley thinking about what it meant to be stuck in a place because you couldn't find the mechanism to leave, and thought about the cupboard, and set the comparison aside, because it was accurate and he'd already done all the processing of that comparison he intended to do. He was nearly at the leaky cauldron when James said, "You didn't mention your ability to him." "He knew," Harry said. "He figured it out from context." "And you're comfortable with that?" "Helena was right last year," Harry said. "About not hiding it. The ghost network in this alley knows about me because I walked through it once and the ghosts talk. Trying to keep it quiet is more effort than it's worth, and it's not something I'm ashamed of." He pushed through into the leaky cauldron's warm dimness. "What I want to control is the narrative around it. Not the fact, the interpretation." "And what's the interpretation you want?" Harry thought about this seriously, because it was a serious question, the kind that deserved a considered answer rather than an immediate one. "That it's a tool," he said. "A specific and unusual capacity that I use purposefully. Not a mystical thing, not a dangerous thing, not something that puts me in a separate category from everyone else." He navigated through the pub toward the street door. "Just something I can do, and do well." "Like the wandless work," James said. "Like everything," Harry said. "All of it. Just what I can do." Outside, London was doing what it did in late August, the specific quality of end-of-summer light that made everything look slightly amber, slightly elegiac, slightly provisional. Harry stood on the pavement for a moment and felt the wand in his pocket and the July warmth and the specific feeling of standing on the threshold of something that had been coming for 10 years. In 6 days he'd be on the Hogwarts Express. He took the bus home. That evening, Harry took the wand out and held it properly for the first time since the shop. He was in the garden room, candle-lit, late enough that the house had settled into the particular quiet of everyone in bed. He sat on the floor with the wand balanced across his palm and let himself simply feel it, the presence, the resonance, the thing Ollivander had measured in seconds from across a room that Harry could now feel from the inside. It was different from the wandless work. James had said horsepower, and that was accurate but incomplete. It was also direction, precision, the difference between shouting into a space and speaking into a specific ear. His magic, which he'd been working with consciously for 5 years, recognized the wand the way you recognize a language you were born knowing but have been speaking in translation until now. He pointed it at the candle and thought about light. Not more light, just the existing light, its quality, its steadiness. He felt his magic engage and move through the wand with a directness that was completely new, and the flame brightened and sharpened and held completely still, not even a tremor, lit with a precision that no natural candle could manage. Harry exhaled. "Well," James said. "Yes," Harry said. He let the flame return to its natural state and sat for a moment with the wand. Then he tried something more complex, the first-year charm he'd read in advance, the simplest levitation, the one all first-years spent their first flying lesson or charms class on. He pointed at the candle, thought the intention, and it rose 4 inches off the floor and stayed there, perfectly level, while the flame remained absolutely still. He held it there for 30 seconds, examining the experience, noting the feel of it. Then he let it down gently. "Is it strange?" James asked. "Compared to wandless?" "Not strange," Harry said. "Clarifying." He turned the wand over. "The wandless work is like, you know when you cup water in your hands and you can feel every bit of it, the weight and the temperature and the way it wants to move. The wand is more like a glass. The water is the same water, but it goes exactly where you point it and it doesn't spill. James was quiet for a moment. That, he said carefully, is the best description of wand versus wandless I have ever heard, and I have heard Lily give the theory lecture 3 separate times. Harry smiled. What did Lily say? Something involving architecture and structural load-bearing that made perfect sense to her and was over everyone else's heads, James said fondly. Your version is better. Glass and water, Harry said. I'll keep that. He put the wand away, because using magic responsibly before Hogwarts meant not using it extravagantly in a Muggle house, not because of fear, he'd stopped operating from fear of the Dursleys long ago, but because drawing ministry attention before he was at school and had a context for it was strategically inelegant. The trace, the magic detection system placed on underage wizards, was a factor he'd read about carefully. It detected magic performed in the presence of a Muggle, which was specifically the situation here. He'd been doing wandless work for years under it without triggering formal responses, probably because wandless magic from a minor was ambiguous enough to read as accidental. Deliberate wand work was different and would read differently. So he held the wand rather than used it, and felt the resonance, and filed the experience. Helena, Harry said. I need to tell her about Tom Chadwick before I leave. You have 6 days, James said. Thursday, Harry said. Last library session before school. He went on Thursday. Helena was already at the table when he arrived, which she occasionally was now, as if she sometimes arrived at the arrangement first. She looked at him when he sat down with the particular quality she had of appearing to read the situation before he spoke. The wand visit went well, she said. Is it that obvious? There's a quality to you today, she said, with her usual precise understatement. Like something has settled. Holly and phoenix feather, Harry said. 11 inches. Helena went very still for just a moment, the specific stillness of someone receiving significant information. Phoenix feather, she said. Same phoenix as Voldemort's wand, Harry said. Ah, she said, in the tone that contained a great deal. Yes. That will matter. I know. I've been reading Gregorovitch on core resonance. She looked at him with the closest thing to a warm expression her general effect allowed. Of course you have. She settled back, which was a gesture she made but which didn't actually move her. What else did the alley offer? He told her about Tom Chadwick. Her expression did something complex and careful, recognition, the specific weight of a name from a different era, something that wasn't quite guilt but lived in the same neighborhood. I knew his family, she said. Loosely. They had a shop in the alley in the late 19th century. She paused. He's been there this whole time. Since his 3rd year, Harry said. He doesn't know why he can't leave. He wanted to come to Hogwarts. Helena was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again it was with the measured precision she used when she'd made a decision. I'll look into it, she said. The mechanics of why some ghosts are anchored to specific locations, it's not fully understood even among us. There are ways to help someone move, occasionally, if the anchor can be identified. He'd appreciate knowing you were trying, Harry said. I'll send word to the alley, Helena said. There are channels. She looked at Harry with the serious attention that was simply her default mode but which felt, in context, like a particular kind of regard. You've been collecting people, she said. People? Harry repeated. Connections, she said. The Baron. Me. Your father. This boy in the alley. The woman next door. She tilted her head. You've been building something. A network. Harry considered whether to confirm this explicitly. He decided honesty was simpler. Yes, he said. Most 11-year-olds going to Hogwarts arrive with one friend at most and no real understanding of how to build more, Helena said. You're arriving with established relationships across several ghosts, a functional intelligence network in the alley, and a preliminary assessment of at least one student you've already met. Malfoy, Harry said. I was going to ask about that, Helena said. What did you make of him? He's been trained to be a particular thing, Harry said. But what he's been trained to be doesn't fit what he actually is, quite. There's a gap. People with gaps are interesting. He paused. I'm not going to befriend him out of sentimentality. But I'm not going to write him off either. Helena looked at him with the expression that he'd learned, over 2 years of Thursday conversations, was her actual impressed face, as opposed to her general assessment face. They looked almost identical to anyone who didn't know both. Your mother, she said, would have made the same analysis. Everyone says that, Harry said. Everyone is correct, Helena said. She was exceptional at reading people's potential against their current expression. A pause. You understand, don't you, that arriving at Hogwarts with your particular combination of knowledge and ability and, these connections, is going to be unusual. People will notice. Good, Harry said. She blinked. You want to be noticed. I want to be known accurately, Harry said. Not the myth. Not the orphaned infant hero. The actual person. He looked at his notebook, which was open to the last week's questions. Myths are what other people manage for you. Reputations built on accurate information you can actually use. Helena looked at him for a long moment. Ravenclaw would have been proud to have you, she said, and it was said without sentiment or flair, which was what made it the most purely complimentary thing she'd ever said to him. I'm keeping my options open, Harry said. I know, she said. But I want it noted. Noted, Harry said. He wrote it down in the notebook, which made her expression do the almost smile thing. He'd been making her almost smile for 2 years and had stopped being proud of it and started just enjoying it. They talked until the library closed, covering Hogwarts logistics, the specific personality profiles of several professors, the particular social dynamics of first-year sorting that Helena had observed across 8 centuries with the perspective of someone who'd watched the same play run with a new cast every year and knew every beat. When Harry left, she said, I'll see you at Hogwarts. In the library, Harry said. Usually on Thursdays. Something warm moved through her expression, brief, genuine, and entirely her own. Usually on Thursdays, she confirmed. The last days at number 4 moved quickly. Harry packed methodically, twice, once to get everything in, once to get it organized properly. His trunk was a second-hand one that Petunia had produced from the attic with the air of someone surrendering an object they'd never expected to have to acknowledge, and it was solid and large and suited Harry fine. On the last evening, he sat in the bedroom that had been his for nearly 3 years and looked at it properly. The curtains Petunia had put up. The books on the shelf. The desk where he'd worked through magical theory and geography and the files he'd built on everything that mattered. It wasn't home. It had never been home. But it was the place where he'd become himself, and that was worth acknowledging, even if the acknowledgement didn't require sentiment. Vernon was in the sitting room watching television. Petunia was somewhere in the back of the house doing something industrious and probably unnecessary. Dudley was at Smeltings and would be until Christmas. Harry had said nothing to Vernon and Vernon had said nothing to Harry, and this was entirely satisfactory. He'd said something brief to Petunia, not a farewell exactly, more an acknowledgement. She'd been in the kitchen and he'd stood in the doorway and said, I'll be back for Christmas. Just that, informational, without weight. Petunia had said, right, in the way she said things when she had more to say and wasn't going to say it. And Harry had left the doorway. James came at 9 and they sat in the quiet bedroom for a while without speaking. Ready? James said eventually. Yes, Harry said. Nervous? James said, with the slight particular quality he used when he was asking something he was also asking about himself. No, Harry said. Then, honestly, a little. Not about the school. About the people. People are manageable, James said. You've been doing it for years. I've been doing it with people I know, Harry said. New people are different. There are variables. Variables you handle well, James said. Better than me, honestly. I walked into Hogwarts and made friends and enemies in approximately my first week and spent the next 7 years untangling the consequences. He paused. Although some of the consequences were Lily, so on balance, don't make it about Quidditch, Harry said. I wasn't going to make it about Quidditch. You were planning to make it about Quidditch. James said nothing, which was confirmation. Harry looked at the ceiling of the room one last time. Lightning bolt-shaped crack, still there after 10 years. He'd stopped noticing it sometime around age 8 and noticed it again now with the specific attention of someone who is about to leave a place and is recording its details. Tell Mom I said goodbye, Harry said. I will, James said. She'll be with us tomorrow. She said she'd manage it. Harry looked sideways at him. She's coming to the station. She's going to try, James said. She said she wants to see you on the train. His voice did the thing it did sometimes, the careful managed quality. She wants to see you leave. Harry turned this over and felt it properly. His mother, who had stood between him and the killing curse, wanting to see him walk towards something instead of standing still for someone else's purpose. Wanting to see him leave. Then I'll watch for her, Harry said. She'll be there, James said. I promise. Outside, Privet Drive was perfectly quiet and perfectly ordinary and had absolutely no idea that it had spent 10 years being the place where something unexpected was quietly made ready. The streetlights came on at their usual hour. The hedges sat at their usual heights. Number 4 looked exactly like numbers 2 and 6 and 8 and 12. Harry turned off the bedroom light and lay in the dark and slept. Chapter 7, Platform 9 3/4 King's Cross was exactly what Harry expected from a major London train station, which is to say it was enormous and loud and full of people moving with the specific focused energy of people who know where they're going and are slightly annoyed by everyone in the way. Harry navigated through it with his trolley and his trunk and Hedwig in her cage, Hedwig being a relatively recent addition. He'd found her at the Magical Menagerie on his second Diagon Alley visit and the transaction had been less choosing and more being selected, Hedwig having fixed him with an amber gaze of such calm authority that the decision had felt less like a purchase and more like an agreement. She sat in her cage now with the dignified patience of someone who has decided the current arrangement is acceptable. He found Platform 9 and Platform 10 and stood between them with the particular wall in front of him and no visible barrier and a steady stream of Muggle travelers going about their morning. He'd read about the platform. Helena had described the barrier. James had done it himself 30 years ago and described the experience as unexpectedly sensible once you commit to it. Commit to it, James had said, last night. That's the whole thing. Don't slow down. Harry looked at the barrier. He looked at the trolley. He checked the time, 10:45, 15 minutes before the train left, which was cutting it finer than his general preference for timing but was sufficient. He positioned himself, accelerated smoothly, and walked through the wall. Platform 9 3/4 opened up in front of him with the comprehensive quality of spaces that are complete unto themselves, the Scarlet steam engine massive and real and producing great quantities of satisfied steam, the platform crowded with families and students and owls and cats and the general controlled chaos of a departure, the smell of coal smoke and something sweeter underneath it that Harry couldn't quite identify. He stood on the platform and let himself look for exactly 10 seconds. Then he pushed his trolley forward and found a compartment and loaded his trunk. Hedwig's cage he placed on the rack and she ruffled her feathers in the way she had of indicating approval for a decision. Agreed, Harry said. He sat down and looked out the window at the platform. The morning was grey and slightly damp, the light flat and silver, and through the compartment window the platform looked cinematic, all the motion of departure, families clustering at carriage doors, an older student levitating a trunk into an overhead rack with the casual ease of someone who'd done it 6 times before. And there, near the end of the platform, not near the crowd, slightly translucent in the grey morning light, Lily. She was looking at him through the window. She'd managed what she'd said she'd try to manage, the quality of her presence was stronger than it had been in November, less the fading at the edges, more the full presence James had when Harry was nearby and their connection was strong. She was wearing the same clothes, always the same clothes, and her red hair was bright even through the translucence. She raised one hand. Not a wave, just a raising, palm forward. I see you. Harry raised his hand back. She smiled, the full, unguarded smile from November, the one that had been the last thing visible when she'd faded, the one he'd been carrying since, and for a moment the grey platform was nothing but that, and then a large family surged past the window between them, and when they were gone she was dimmer, and there. He lowered his hand. He held the moment for a few seconds the way you hold water in cupped hands, and then he let it settle somewhere deep and permanent, where it wouldn't need to be accessed often because it would simply be part of the structural material of everything else. The compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here?" said a voice. "Everywhere else is full, basically, and, oh." The boy in the doorway was red-haired and freckled and had the slightly dazed quality of someone who'd been having a very large-scale morning, with ink on one of his fingers and a bit of something that might have been breakfast on his jumper. He was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who's seen something surprising and is trying to work out the correct response. "Harry Potter," he said, and it came out not as greeting but as recognition, the specific slightly breathless version. "Yes," Harry said. "Come in, though. You're letting the cold air in." The boy came in and sat down across from him with the slightly self-conscious quality of someone recalibrating. "I'm Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." Harry said, which was unnecessary but felt right. "Is your whole family here?" "Mom, and my brothers, Fred and George are 5th years, Percy's a prefect, and my older brothers Bill and Charlie already graduated." Ron said this with the cadence of someone who has recited this list many times, usually in the context of explaining why their own achievements are contextually complicated. "It's a lot." "I can imagine," Harry said. Ron looked at him with the assessing but not unfriendly quality of someone who is curious and hasn't decided yet whether to be nervous about it. Is it true you grew up with Muggles?" "Yes," Harry said. "What's that like?" "Normal," Harry said. "For a value of normal. I didn't know about the magical world until I knew about it, but I didn't have access to it until recently." He kept the details simple. "My relatives aren't magical." "Right," Ron said. He had the manner of someone absorbing information and recategorizing around it. "Fred and George said, they heard things. About you. That you were, I don't know, they were being Fred and George about it, which means half of it was probably winding me up." "What did they say specifically?" Ron grinned, sudden and unguarded, and it was a good grin, the kind that arrived without deliberate effort. "That you'd walked into Diagon Alley by yourself and the whole alley had gone a bit odd about it. And that you were at Madame Malkin's and absolutely blanked Draco Malfoy." Harry considered this characterization. "I spoke to him for several minutes," he said. "I wouldn't call it blanking. George said you looked at him like he was mildly interesting but not particularly important," Ron said. "Which for Malfoy is approximately the same as being blanked. He seemed to find this delightful. He hates that." "I gathered," Harry said. He assessed Ron Weasley with the quick, specific attention he brought to first encounters. Genuine, that was the word that came up first. There was no layer between what Ron was feeling and what Ron's face was doing. It was a quality Harry associated with people who'd been loved well, not people who'd never had difficulties, but people who'd been given a secure enough base that deception in social situations had never felt necessary. Ron had that. It came off him straightforwardly. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Ron asked. "I don't know," Harry said. "You?" "Gryffindor," Ron said immediately, with the certainty of someone who has never seriously considered another possibility because his entire family has made the question feel pre-answered. Then a flicker of something more complicated. "I assume. Everyone's been in Gryffindor." "Everyone in your family?" Harry said. "Everyone." Ron paused. It's a lot to follow. I imagine it is, Harry said. He meant it. He thought about what that kind of legacy felt like from the inside, not the public kind, not the Harry Potter boy who survived legacy, but the domestic kind, the immediate family kind, the 7 people who'd all done the same thing and were now watching to see if the 8th did it too. Are you nervous about the sorting? Ron asked. Not particularly, Harry said. Whatever it decides will be right, probably. And if it's not, I'll work with it. Ron looked at him for a moment. My mum would love you, he said, and it came out slightly surprised, like a genuine observation that had arrived before he'd fully processed it. She's always saying stuff like that. About working with what you have. She sounds sensible, Harry said. She's terrifying, Ron said. In the nicest possible way. He stretched his legs out, which in the compact space of the compartment was more of an aspiration than an achievement. Do you play chess? I know how to, Harry said. I'm reasonable at it. Ron brightened considerably. I've got a set, hang on. He started going through his bag and eventually produced a wizarding chess set that had the pleasantly battered look of something well and repeatedly used. Everyone at home refuses to play with me anymore, he explained. I win too much. I'll play, Harry said. They set the pieces out, and the pieces arranged themselves with the mild complaining and jostling of living chess pieces, and Harry and Ron settled into the particular easy companionship of a game in progress, which has the specific advantage of providing a focus that makes conversation feel natural rather than effortful. Harry lost the first game in 32 moves, which was partly Ron being genuinely good and partly Harry being in the process of mapping the system. He conceded cleanly and reset the pieces and they played again. The second game went 50 moves before Harry found the angle, and it was a close thing. Ron saw it coming at the end and his face did something that was competitive engagement at its most genuine, the kind you don't perform, and he fought it to the last 3 moves before his king went down. Right, Ron said, staring at the board with the particular expression of the competitively excellent player who has just encountered a credible opponent and is not sure whether to be annoyed or pleased. He appeared to settle on pleased. You said reasonable. I said reasonable, Harry agreed. It's relative. Reasonable, Ron repeated, in the tone of someone filing a word away under technically not a lie but definitely misleading. He started resetting the pieces with the practiced ease of someone who did this often. Best of 3. The compartment door slid open again. The girl who appeared in the doorway had bushy brown hair and an expression of organized purpose, holding a small book open in one hand. She looked at both of them with the assessment of someone working through a list. Have either of you seen a toad? She said. A boy named Neville's lost one, Trevor, I think. We've been through 3 compartments. No toad, Ron said. We'll keep an eye out, Harry said. The girl's eyes had already moved to the chess board with a flicker of interest, then up to Harry's face, then, the very slight, controlled double-take that most people couldn't suppress when they got close enough to see the scar. She controlled it fast, which Harry noted. You're Harry Potter, she said. Yes, Harry said. I'm Hermione Granger, she said, in the tone of someone introducing themselves who expects to have to explain who they are rather than being recognized. I've read about you, well, about the general situation, the historical facts about 1981, in several sources. Bathilda Bagshot has a chapter, though it's somewhat hagiographic. The Daily Prophet archives are more detailed but obviously biased in specific ways. Harry looked at her with focused interest. Which ways? He said. Hermione blinked. It was the blink of someone who'd prepared for several possible responses to this statement and this particular one wasn't among them. Well, the prophet tends to frame Voldemort's defeat as a sort of miraculous event rather than examining the specific magical mechanics, which Bagshot at least attempts. And their characterization of your early life is very sparse. There's almost no information about what happened after you were placed with your relatives, which is either deliberate or negligent. Probably both, Harry said. Hermione looked at him for a moment, then sat down. Not with the self-consciousness Ron had initially had, but with the matter-of-fact quality of someone making a practical decision. "I've read all the course books twice," she said. "Some of them 3 times. I wanted to make sure I was properly prepared." "Same," Harry said. She looked at him sharply. "You've read the course books?" "And some beyond the list," Harry said. "Mainly theory." He glanced at Ron, who was watching this exchange with the expression of someone at a tennis match who isn't sure which side he's on but is finding it interesting. "Do you want to sit down properly?" "I should find Neville's toad," she said. "Neville might have found it himself by now," Harry said. "He can come back and tell us if not. Trevor can't have gone far on a moving train." Hermione considered this with the quality of someone who is learning to reprioritize and is making the decision deliberately. She sat, tucking her book away. The 3 of them fell into conversation with the particular naturalness that happens when 3 people with adjacent intellectual interests suddenly find themselves in the same small space with several hours ahead of them. Hermione asked questions with the systematic quality of someone covering ground efficiently, about magical theory, about the course structure, about Harry's thoughts on the different subjects. Harry answered and redirected and asked back. Ron contributed at different angles, less the textbook knowledge, more the lived knowledge, the specific textures of the magical world from the inside, the things you knew when magic was your family's native language rather than an acquired one. It worked, Harry thought. The 3 of them made a kind of sense together that was distinct from the sum of its parts. "Where are you from?" Harry asked Hermione. "Surrey, actually," she said. "Different part from, well." She paused. "My parents are dentists. Both of them. They've been very supportive." She said this with the quality of someone who is deeply grateful and has also been navigating a complex situation well beyond the usual parent-child brief. They didn't know anything about the magical world. None of us did, until Dumbledore's representative came in July. "Did it take long to adjust?" Harry asked. "Not really," she said. "Once you accept the premise, the rest follows logically." She said this with the complete seriousness of someone for whom this was genuinely true. "The harder part was knowing I was so far behind in the practical knowledge. I can read everything available, but there are things you simply can't get from books if you haven't grown up around magic." "What things?" Harry asked. She thought about it with genuine care. "The feel of it," she said, finally. "In Diagon Alley, when I first went, I could read every sign and knew what half the shops sold from the books, but the way the magic felt in the air was completely beyond anything I'd prepared for. There's no description that captures that." "No," Harry said. "There isn't." He thought about his first walk through the alley, the conscious effort to give himself exactly 30 seconds of standing still. "It's like the difference between reading about a color and seeing it." "Exactly," Hermione said, with the energy of someone who's been trying to put something into words and has just heard someone else do it. Were you in contact with the magical world before recently?" Harry paused. "In some ways," he said, which was true and said nothing specific. He'd learned to be precise about what he disclosed without being deceptive, which James had taught him was entirely different from lying. "I knew about it quite early." "How?" Ron asked. He'd been listening with the particular focused quality that meant he was absorbing everything despite appearing relaxed. "My parents were magical," Harry said. "I found out early. The details are long." "Tell me something about where you grew up," he said to Ron, which was a deliberate redirect but not an unkind one. Ron accepted it without visible resistance, which was either his naturally straightforward nature or social intelligence, or both. He described the burrow with the easy descriptive quality of someone who loves a place without thinking about whether they love it, the gnomes in the garden, his mother's cooking, the specific chaos of the household, the way magic was simply the texture of everything rather than a special occasion. Harry listened and felt something adjacent to wistfulness that he observed without indulging. He'd been parented across a veil, loved at a distance, raised with extraordinary care and extraordinary difficulty simultaneously, and what Ron was describing was something different, the warm, ordinary, present kind, the kind with gnomes and a garden and too many siblings. Both things were real and both things had made their respective people, and Harry filed the wistfulness under acknowledged and moved on. "What do you know about Hogwarts?" Hermione asked, addressing both of them but clearly assessing the depth of Harry's knowledge specifically. "Quite a lot," Harry said, which produced the now familiar recalibration expression. He told them some of it, the houses and their general characteristics, the main subjects, the castle's layout as he understood it from Helena's descriptions. He didn't give Helena as the source, he said he'd read Hogwarts, a history, which was true if incomplete. "You've read Hogwarts, a history?" Hermione said. "The passages Helena, the Grey Lady has described," Harry said, and immediately caught himself. Hermione's head tilted sharply. "Helena is the Grey Lady? You know her?" "We've met," Harry said. A pause. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that had moved past the tennis match into something more focused. "You've met the Hogwarts ghosts," he said. "Some of them," Harry said. "Before Hogwarts," Ron said. "You've met Hogwarts ghosts before Hogwarts?" "Yes," Harry said. The compartment was quiet for a moment with the weight of this. "How?" Hermione said. Harry looked at both of them. He made the decision quickly but not carelessly. He'd been thinking about this moment, not specifically this moment with these two people, but the general moment of first disclosure to potential allies, since he was 8. He'd discussed it with James, who had said trust your judgment, and with Helena, who had said be precise about what you want the information to achieve, and with Lily, who had said don't make people work too hard for the truth. "It's exhausting for everyone. I can see and speak to ghosts," he said. "I've been able to since I was 5. It's unusual, there's a word for it in old magical literature, pneumomancy. It's rare enough that most people have never encountered it. I've spent the last 6 years building relationships with several ghosts who have been very useful teachers." He kept it entirely factual. "The Grey Lady is one of them. My father is another." Silence. Then Hermione said, "Your father he's dead." "Yes," Harry said. 11 years. "And you can speak to him?" "Yes." Hermione's face was doing several things at once, the extraordinary capacity for information absorption working through the implications while the human part of her processed the personal weight of what he'd just said. Is he at Hogwarts? Does he stay in one place or, he's generally with me," Harry said. "He can go further when I'm nearby to anchor him. We don't fully understand the mechanics yet." "Fascinating," Hermione breathed, which was not quite the most common response to this particular disclosure, but Harry had already suspected she would land there. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that was something Harry hadn't expected and therefore noticed particularly, not awe, not nervousness, not the social calculation he'd seen in Malfoy's face. Something straightforward and genuine and completely direct. "Is it good?" Ron said. "Having him there?" Harry looked at him. "Yes," he said. "It's very good." Ron nodded, once, with the manner of someone who has asked the question they actually wanted to ask and received the answer that mattered. "Good," he said simply. Harry sat with that for a moment. He thought that he probably understood something about Ron Weasley from this exchange that would hold up over time, that the most important thing, for Ron, was not the remarkable nature of what Harry had described but whether it made Harry all right. That quality was not common. "I'd like to know more," Hermione said, which was equally Ron's opposite and his compliment. "About the theory of it. The pneumomancy. Is there written documentation?" "Some," Harry said. "Fragmentary. I can share what I've found." "I'd appreciate that," she said, and pulled her notebook out, and Ron caught Harry's eye over Hermione's head and made the very small expression of someone who is charmed and slightly exhausted by the same person simultaneously. Harry smiled. They were somewhere in the north when the compartment door opened again, and it wasn't the Toad Boy or a prefect, it was Draco Malfoy, flanked by two large boys who had the quality of weight rather than intelligence, both of them looking at the compartment's occupants with a practiced social contempt that was clearly inherited rather than developed. Malfoy looked at Harry, at Ron, at Hermione, and then back to Harry. His expression was more complex than his companions', less the automatic contempt and more something that was working out a position. "Potter," he said. "Malfoy," Harry said pleasantly. "I see you found some people." He looked at Ron with the specific quality of someone who has had opinions about that surname since before they were old enough to reason about it, then at Hermione with a different quality, the assessment of someone who doesn't know what category she goes in yet. "Are these who you're choosing to associate with?" "I'm choosing to associate with people I find genuinely interesting," Harry said, with the same quality of mild observation he'd used in Madame Malkin's. "Ron knows things about the magical world I don't, and Hermione knows things about research I find useful. That seems like a reasonable basis." Malfoy's jaw tightened slightly. "Your blood status matters," he said. "You might not know that, having been raised, I know exactly what it is and where the argument goes," Harry said, not unkindly. He'd been reading about blood purity politics since he was 8. He could have done the lecture himself if required. "And I find it theoretically incoherent and historically dishonest." He kept his voice completely neutral. "But I said at Madame Malkin's I wasn't going to write you off, and I'm not, so I'd rather not start a thing about this on the first day." Malfoy's face did the recalibration thing again. Harry was getting familiar with this particular expression on this particular face. The thing underneath the training, the thing that was actually there, flickered briefly. "You're going to be Gryffindor," Malfoy said, which landed more like he was telling himself than Harry. "Possibly," Harry said. "You're going to be Slytherin." "Obviously," Malfoy said, with the automatic quality of unexamined certainty. "How do you know it's obvious?" Harry said. "Have you had a conversation with the hat?" Malfoy stared at him. "I'm asking seriously," Harry said. "Not rhetorically. You've assumed the outcome without examining it. What if it's more complicated than you think?" "It's not," Malfoy said, but there was something slightly uncertain in it that hadn't been there 10 seconds ago. "Well," Harry said. "We'll find out." Malfoy looked at him for a moment with something complicated and unresolved moving in his expression. Then he said, "This conversation is going in circles," and left, pulling the door shut behind him, leaving his two large companions confused in the corridor about whether they were supposed to follow him, which they eventually did. Ron exhaled. "You're not going to make many friends talking to Malfoy like that," he said. "I'm not trying to make him a friend," Harry said. "I'm trying to make him think." Hermione looked at Harry over her notebook with the expression she was developing for moments when she was revising her working theory of someone in real time. "Do you do that often?" she asked. "When it seems like it might work," Harry said. Ron shook his head, not disapprovingly, more in the way of someone adjusting to a new normal. "Fred said you were odd," he said. "Fred's definition of odd and mine are different. I'm revising my assessment." "What's the revised assessment?" Harry asked. Ron thought about it with genuine effort. "You know how a chess piece, a really good chess piece in a really good set, has been played so many times by someone who knows what they're doing that you can kind of feel it? The weight of it's right." He paused, apparently slightly surprised by his own metaphor. "That." Harry sat with this description. It was, in its way, more accurate than several longer analyses. "Thanks," he said. "Don't thank me," Ron said, going back to the chessboard. "I'm not done with my assessment. Best of 3, we're at 1 each." The train moved north and the light changed outside from the gray of the city to the larger gray of open sky over open land, and the three of them played chess and argued about theory and ate from the trolley when it came around, Ron working through most of the savory options, Hermione eating with the efficiency of someone fueling a machine, Harry eating the things he liked simply because he'd spent years not being given the option to eat what he liked and intended to exercise the option wherever available. At some point Neville Longbottom appeared in the doorway with a round face and an expression of perpetual mild apology and reported that Trevor had been found 2 carriages up, and Hermione told him to come in and he did, perching near the door with the quality of someone who isn't sure if the invitation will hold. Harry had a file on Neville too, though a smaller one, Longbottom family, also with a significant Voldemort-era history, parents who had been attacked by Death Eaters and were now in St. Mungo's. Long-term, not dead, but unavailable. Another child from that war, carrying something in a different shape from Harry's something. Chess. Harry said to Neville, gesturing at the board. Neville looked startled. I'm not very good, he said. Neither is Harry, Ron said cheerfully, which made Harry look at him with mild reproach and Ron completely unrepentant. Neville smiled, sudden and genuine and transforming his face from anxious to warm in an instant. He sat properly and looked at the board with an expression of someone who might actually enjoy this if they don't overthink it. James, at the periphery, said quietly, good. Harry agreed. Hogsmeade Station was wet and dark and full of shouting. The voice doing the shouting was enormous, attached to a man who was also enormous, a great shaggy figure with a lantern swaying in the rain, calling Fur's years this way with the confident projection of someone who has been doing this for a long time and has never had to raise their voice twice for it to be heard. Hagrid, James said, and his voice had a specific warm quality that Harry had learned to identify as genuine affection for a specific person. He was Care of Magical Creatures professor when I was there. Good man. Best judge of a dangerous animal you'll ever meet, which is either a recommendation or a warning depending on your perspective. Harry followed the crowd of first years toward the voice and found himself at the edge of the Black Lake, where a fleet of small boats waited, each holding 4. He ended up in a boat with Ron and Hermione and Neville, because that was how the numbers worked out, and the boats moved out onto the water in the specific silence of a moment that everyone present seemed to understand was significant. And then the castle appeared. There was nothing to say about it that wasn't inadequate. Harry had read descriptions, Helena had described it, James had tried to describe it. None of them had managed it, and now Harry understood why. It wasn't the dimensions or the towers or the hundreds of lit windows in the dark. It was the quality of there that it had, the sense of something that was a place the way very few places were fully places, completely and thoroughly itself. He looked at it without comment and stored the feeling exactly as it was, unedited, unreduced. Hermione beside him made a sound that wasn't quite a word. Yeah, Ron said. Neville gripped the side of the boat. Hagrid led them in through an entrance Harry recognized from Helena's descriptions, the underground dock, the walk up through the rock, the door that opened onto the entrance hall with its torches and its height and the 4 house tables visible through the doors to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall met them. She was exactly as described, tall, dark-haired shot with grey, a look that could take the finish off furniture at 20 paces. She looked at the first-year cluster with the expression of someone who has seen 40 years of first-year clusters and maintains standards regardless. Her gaze moved across the group and stopped for exactly 1/2 second on Harry's face, and Harry saw, in that half second, a very precise sequence of emotions cross her face before the professional composure reasserted itself. Recognition, something that was grief very quickly managed, and then something that might have been relief, and then nothing, perfectly controlled. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said. She explained the sorting in brief, precise terms, the 4 houses, their qualities, the sorting hat, the importance of house as community. She delivered this with the manner of someone who has given this speech many times and still means every word of it, which Harry found more reassuring than elaborate preparation would have been. Wait here, she said, and went through a door. The assembled first years immediately redistributed into the anxious ambient noise of 30 nervous people in a stone corridor. Harry stood quietly and watched the ceiling, which was interesting. The architecture of the corridor was consistent with Helena's descriptions of the castle's internal logic, the way Hogwarts had been built with a kind of structural intentionality that was deeply embedded and visible if you knew to look for it. Nervous? Ron said, appearing at Harry's shoulder. Still no, Harry said. You. Absolutely yes, Ron said, which Harry appreciated for its directness. Harry looked at him. You've handled everything today better than you're giving yourself credit for. Ron looked at him sideways. What does that mean? You got on a train full of strangers, made a friend inside 5 minutes, played chess well, handled Malfoy better than he deserved, and navigated a lake in the dark, Harry said. The Sorting Hat is going to look at that and have very little to deliberate about. Ron stared at him for a moment. Then he said, You're doing that thing. What thing? The thing where you say something that's completely straightforward and true and somehow it lands as the most reassuring thing anyone said, Ron said. Hermione does it too, but she doesn't know she's doing it. You do it on purpose. Sometimes, Harry admitted. Ron shook his head. You're going to be terrifying at Hogwarts, he said, but he said it in the way you say things that you've decided you're fond of rather than things that worry you. The doors opened. McGonagall led them through. The Great Hall was, Harry had no word for it. Helena had said prepared to be overwhelmed and Harry had thought he was prepared and he was not. The ceiling was the night sky, genuinely the night sky, cloud-scattered and deep, lit by hundreds of floating candles. The 4 house tables stretched the length of the hall with their hundreds of students, all turned to watch the first years walk in. The staff table at the front, professors in a row. Harry walked in with his back straight and his face calm and let his eyes move across the room with the methodical quality he brought to new environments, cataloging and filing. Staff table, McGonagall at the end, Dumbledore at the center, a turbaned figure near the end that Harry noted and set aside for the moment, several others he didn't know yet. Student tables, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff to his left, Slytherin and Ravenclaw to his right. He found the Grey Lady at the edge of the Ravenclaw table, barely visible, watching him. He gave her the very slight nod they'd developed as their acknowledgement in public signal. She returned it. The Bloody Baron was at the far edge of the Slytherin table, which Harry had expected. He didn't look at Harry, but the quality of his not looking was deliberate in a way that was its own form of acknowledgement. And Nick, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the nearly headless knight of Gryffindor, was floating at the edge of the Gryffindor table with the expression of someone who has been looking forward to something and has just seen it arrive. They made eye contact. Nick gave him a beam of such pure, uncomplicated warmth that Harry revised his already positive assessment of the Gryffindor ghost upward. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool. It appeared old and battered and entirely self-possessed, which Harry approved of. When it opened its brim and began to sing, he listened to every word, not for entertainment, but because the hat was describing what it valued, what it looked for, what it understood the houses to mean, and that was information worth having. The song finished. McGonagall began the list. Abbott, Hannah. Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff. The line moved with its own rhythm. Ron went before Harry, Weasley, Ronald, and the hat barely touched his head before it shouted Gryffindor with what Harry thought was the confidence of a foregone conclusion, and the Gryffindor table erupted in a welcome that had a specific quality of existing family receiving new family. Then Potter, Harry. The great hall went very quiet. Not the usual quiet of respectful attention. The charged quiet of several hundred people experiencing a simultaneous reaction to a significant moment. Harry heard it before he'd fully processed why, and he was already walking to the stool because waiting would have been worse. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The darkness of the interior, and then, well, said a voice that felt like it came from directly inside his skull, this is unexpected. Harry thought, calmly, good. I prefer being unexpected. A pause. The hat seemed to be doing something complex. You've been taught, it said. Not accusatory. Just observational. More than I've seen in a first year in quite some time. The magical theory alone is, yes. And the other thing. The spirit speaking. Do you know what that means in terms of your magical capacity? Working on it, Harry said. Clever. Genuinely clever, and not just academically, strategically, socially. I can see the files. You keep files on everything. Information is portable, Harry said. Your father said something similar when he sat here. He was lying, he barely kept notes on anything. A pause, something almost amused in the hat's ancient voice. You, though. You mean it. Another pause, longer. Where to put you? Bravery, yes, real bravery rather than performance. Loyalty, very particular, very deep. The Weasley boy already, I see. The Granger girl. The Ghost Network. Remarkable, that. I've heard you can take requests. I've been known to consider them. I don't need to be somewhere specific, Harry said. I need to be somewhere that challenges me and where I can be most useful. Those things matter more to me than tradition. The hat was quiet for a long moment. Harry sat on the stool in the charged silence of the great hall and waited without anxiety. You know, the hat said, most students who say that are performing flexibility to be polite. You mean it. That's unusual. A pause. Honest courage. Considerable intelligence. Loyalty, genuine and strong. You do well in 3 of 4 houses. A beat. But there's one quality that runs through all of it like a thread, and that quality is best suited to Gryffindor, it announced. The Gryffindor table's welcome was loud and genuine, and Ron was on his feet at the end of it, and Harry walked over and sat down, and the hat was lifted from his head, and across the hall Dumbledore's eyes met his, those very blue eyes, carrying something that was warm and complicated and present. Harry nodded, once. Dumbledore nodded back. James was somewhere in the castle, or at the edges of it. Harry could feel the familiar warm peripheral presence, closer than he'd managed on the train, anchored now by the density of magic around them. He couldn't hear James's voice through the noise of the hall and the resuming sorting, but he felt what James was feeling clearly enough. Something settled. Something that had been building for 10 years finished building, set down its last stone, stood complete and ready. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Nick, and Hermione arrived 20 minutes later with the hat having taken its usual 2-minute debate over her before landing on Gryffindor with the quality of a decision arrived at carefully, and Neville arrived after a slightly long deliberation also in Gryffindor looking slightly stunned by the outcome, and the food appeared on the tables and the great hall noise expanded into the comfortable register of hundreds of people eating together. Gryffindor, Ron said, slightly dazed with relief. Gryffindor, Harry agreed. I had the most extraordinary experience with the hat, Hermione began, pulling her notebook out. Of course you did, Ron said, not unkindly. Nick beamed at all 3 of them from his position at the end of the table with the generous warmth of someone who has been the ghost of this table for centuries and is genuinely delighted to have received this particular first-year cohort. Welcome, Nick said. Oh, this is going to be a very interesting year. Harry looked up at the ceiling, the actual night sky, cloud and star, and thought that Nick was probably right about that. Outside the castle, autumn was happening to the grounds. Inside, something was beginning that had been meant to begin since before Harry knew what beginning meant. He was here, finally, properly and completely here, and James was somewhere in the castle walls, and Lily had seen him leave, and the Ghost Network was in place, and the wand was in his pocket, and Ron Weasley was explaining Quidditch to Hermione with passionate incoherence beside him. Harry ate his dinner and listened and felt the specific, foundational rightness of being exactly where he was supposed to be. Chapter 8, The house that answered the first week at Hogwarts had a texture Harry hadn't anticipated. He'd anticipated the castle, had it mapped in Helena's descriptions and his own mental architecture, could navigate the main corridors without the moving staircase problem that flummoxed most first years. He'd anticipated the classes, the professors, the curriculum. He'd anticipated the social landscape, had his profiles and his frameworks and his understanding of the house dynamics. He hadn't anticipated feeling genuinely, comprehensively at home. Not in the way number 4 had never been home. In the way he'd read about but not experienced, the particular warmth of a place that wanted you there, that had been built for a purpose that included you. Walking the corridors between classes, he felt the castle the way he'd felt the wand in Ollivander's, a recognition, a resonance, like something that had been waiting to be found finally located. James felt it too. He could move through Hogwarts with a freedom he'd never had at Privet Drive, the castle's ambient magic so thick and present that his connection to Harry didn't need to work as hard to maintain. He appeared and disappeared with ease, and sometimes Harry would find him in unexpected places, outside the Transfiguration classroom, or at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, looking at something with the expression of someone revisiting a memory and finding it accurate. "Same as I left it," James said, the second morning, standing in a corridor near the library. "Is that strange?" Harry said, heading to Charms. "Less than you'd think," James said. "It's like the castle is outside time. It doesn't change because it's not meant to change." He looked at the stone wall beside him with a particular quality of attention. "I used to run this corridor. Sirius and McGonagall once caught us at midnight and gave us detention for 2 weeks and a speech about responsibility that she delivered with such conviction you could tell she'd been thinking it for years." "Was she right?" Harry said. "Entirely," James said. "That never made it easier to hear." Harry filed this under useful for future reference and went to Charms. Professor Flitwick was small and precise and genuinely good at his subject in the way that meant he understood it rather than just performed it, which Harry had learned to identify within the first 10 minutes of any lesson. He taught from the principles, not the spell list, which was the approach Harry had been trained to expect and appreciate. The first lesson covered Wingardium Leviosa, which Harry knew in advance was coming and had already done extensive reading on. He sat beside Ron, who had the slightly strained expression of someone trying to hold a great deal of information in short-term memory. "Swish and flick," Flitwick said, demonstrating with his own wand, a piece of feather rising from his desk with effortless precision. The class attempted it. The classroom filled with the concentrated noise of 30 people trying to do something with a wand for the first time, muttered incantations, the sound of wands moving through air, the occasional pop of magic misapplied. Harry looked at his feather. He felt the wand in his hand, the resonance he'd been building familiarity with for 3 weeks. He thought about the wandless work, the marble on the chalk path, the two-object exercise, the control he'd developed over 5 years of practice. All of it present, all of it available. The wand of glass, the magic water. He said the incantation at the correct pitch and made the movement, which was less about the physical gesture and more about the intention behind it, which Flitwick would probably explain in 3rd or 4th year but which Harry understood now. The feather lifted smoothly, rose to approximately 12 inches above the desk, and stayed there, perfectly level, while Harry held it with the same focused ease he'd used on the marble exercise. Hermione, 2 seats over, had hers up within 30 seconds, a small flicker of triumph on her face that she suppressed immediately, which made Harry like her more. Across the classroom, Ron was wrestling with his wand and his feather and the complex relationship between them, and Harry watched and could identify exactly where the problem was. Ron was putting too much emphasis on the swish at the cost of the flick, which was a wrist tension issue rather than a magical one. He leaned slightly toward Ron. "Loosen your wrist on the second half," he said quietly. "You're pulling the swing before you finish the flick." Ron adjusted. The feather rose. Ron stared at it. Flitwick appeared beside Ron's desk with the expression of someone experiencing genuine professional pleasure. "Excellent. Well done, Mr. Weasley. 5 points to Gryffindor." His eyes moved to Harry's feather, still steady in the air, and then to Harry, and his expression shifted into the particular register of a teacher encountering something they don't immediately have a category for. "And Mr. Potter, yes, very good control. Can you raise it further?" Harry raised it to the ceiling and held it there. Flitwick's expression completed its journey to outright delight. "Remarkable. Yes, very, yes. 10 points to Gryffindor, I think." He moved on, making a small note on his parchment that Harry didn't see but whose nature he could infer. "How did you do that?" Ron said, watching Harry lower the feather back to the desk. "Lots of practice," Harry said. "Of what?" Ron said. You haven't had a wand that long. Different kind of practice, Harry said. Same principle, different instrument. Ron looked at him for a moment and then apparently decided to bank it in the ongoing file of things about Harry that were unusual and probably explained by something Harry would eventually say more about. Right, he said, and went back to his feather. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was the other early revelation. McGonagall taught the way someone teaches when they've spent 40 years understanding something and have stopped being able to remember what it felt like not to understand it, which was a specific kind of teaching that could be either brilliant or frustrating depending on the student. Harry followed it easily. He could see she was delighted by this, though she expressed delight with the restraint of someone who considers visible emotion unprofessional in the classroom. She kept him after the first lesson. The rest of the class filed out. Harry stood in front of her desk with his bag and his expression of neutral attentiveness, and she looked at him across the desk with the look that wasn't McGonagall the teacher but something slightly different, the accumulated history of a woman who had known his parents, who had been at the school when they were students, who had stood with them in the last war and watched them die for it. "You're well prepared," she said. Not accusatory. Factual. "I had good teachers," Harry said. "Your relatives are not magical," she said. "No," Harry said. She held his gaze for a moment. She was doing the assessment he'd seen from Flitwick and from Dumbledore and from Ollivander and from every person who'd encountered him with preconceptions and found them insufficient. He'd stopped being uncomfortable with it. It was simply information, people updating their models. "Your parents would be," she began. "I know," Harry said, with the same gentle firmness he'd used with Dumbledore. "I appreciate it, truly. But I know." McGonagall looked at him. For a moment something moved through her composure, not breaking, just a shift, like watching light change under cloud cover. "Yes," she said. "You do, don't you?" A pause. "Lily Potter wrote to me once, during the war. She said she hoped her children would know what they were worth without being told by anyone else." She stopped. Harry was very still. "I thought you should know that," McGonagall said, pulling her composure back with the practiced ease of someone who has been managing it for decades. "That's all." "Thank you," Harry said. He meant it without qualification. He walked out into the corridor and James was there, closer than usual, anchored by the density of magic that McGonagall's classroom always carried. "What was that?" James said. "She told me something Mum said once," Harry said, keeping his voice low in the busy corridor. "About wanting her children to know their own worth." James was quiet for a moment. "She was right," he said finally. "I've been thinking, since you sat on that train and the platform was full of families and I was watching from the castle walls, because I can do that now, I've been thinking about all the things Lily did right. All the things she understood about you that I only caught up to through watching you from the wrong side of things." "You did fine from the wrong side," Harry said. "You did fine," James said. "I followed." Harry walked to potions. "We both did," he said. Potions was in the dungeons and Professor Snape was exactly as described by everyone Harry had consulted, which was a wide enough range of sources to give him a multidimensional picture. Helena had given him the Ravenclaw perspective, which was clinical appreciation for Snape's actual competence buried under strong personal distaste. The Bloody Baron had offered the Slytherin perspective, which was the closest thing to neutral he was likely to get, respect for skill, acknowledgement of complexity, no opinion on character. James had given him something different from both, which was the perspective of someone who had a specific and ugly personal history with this man and had been trying to process it from a position of significant guilt for 11 years. "I was not kind to him," James had said, when Harry asked directly. "Not kind is understating it. I was a bully, Harry. Specifically to him, specifically and repeatedly, and I was old enough to know better and I did it anyway because I could and because it got a laugh from my friends. I've had a long time to think about it and I don't have a version of it that I'm comfortable with." "Did he deserve it?" Harry had asked. "Nobody deserves that," James had said. "Some of the things he went on to do were wrong, and the path he chose was his choice, not something I drove him to. But what I did didn't help. A pause. He was isolated. Intelligent and isolated and full of darkness that I amplified instead of ignoring. He'd looked at Harry. Don't tell him I said any of that. I'm not asking you to make peace on my behalf. I'm asking you to understand him without my prejudice distorting your view. So Harry walked into potions with none of James's prejudice and all of the observation from 3 separate sources, and he sat near the front with his ingredients kit and his notebook and waited. Snape entered with the quality of someone who has designed their entrance, the deliberate movement, the dark robes, the way he positioned himself at the front of the room before speaking. It was effective, and Harry appreciated its effectiveness even while noting the deliberateness. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, Snape said. His voice was low and precise. He was, Harry noted, genuinely intelligent in the specific way of people who had stopped finding most things challenging and had built their entire professional life around one of the few things that still engaged them. He began taking attendance with the characteristic pointed pause at Harry's name. Ah, Snape said. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Harry met his gaze without flinching and without aggression. Professor, he said, in the neutral respectful tone. Snape's eyes were black and assessing, and the assessment was looking for something specific, looking, Harry thought, for James. Looking for the entitlement, the casual confidence that bordered on arrogance, the performed coolness. He watched it look and not entirely find what it expected. The questioning came, as Helena had told him it would, Snape's habit of interrogating first years to establish territory, to distinguish between students who'd read the books and students who'd merely survived to the first lesson. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew the answer. He'd known it since he was 8, and James had walked him through potion theory the same way he'd walked him through everything else. He also knew, from Helena's profile of Snape's teaching methods, that this question had a double function. Asphodel and wormwood were the basis of the draught of living death, one of the most powerful sleeping potions in existence. A first year with book knowledge would know the name and nothing else. Someone with genuine understanding would know the mechanism. The draught of living death, Harry said, because asphodel in the rose family provides the binding agent for the soporific compounds in wormwood, which makes the combination disproportionately potent, more than either ingredient in isolation would suggest. The difficulty in brewing it is controlling the ratio, because too much asphodel destabilizes the potion and too much wormwood makes the effect inconsistent. He paused. I'd also note that in older texts asphodel carried symbolic meaning related to regret and the afterlife, which some potions historians think influenced its early use in the recipe. The classroom was quiet. Snape looked at him with an expression that had shifted from the initial assessment into something considerably less categorizable. Where did you read that? He said, and his voice had changed register slightly, still controlled, but the tone of establishing dominance over a first year had given way to something more like genuine inquiry. Several sources, Harry said. Most patendi potions for the primary chemistry. The historical note from a secondary text on the symbolism traditions of the Founders' era. Snape's gaze remained on Harry for a moment longer than it had on anyone else. 5 points to Gryffindor, he said, and turned to the board. Ron, beside Harry, let out a breath that was not quite inaudible. Harry didn't comment. He opened his notebook and began the lesson. By the end of the first week he had functional relationships with most of his professors and developing ones with a growing number of students. The Ghost Network was fully operational, Helena in the library on Thursdays, Nick at the Gryffindor table whenever Harry needed the walking encyclopedia of house social history that Nick represented with great personal enthusiasm, and the Bloody Baron making occasional appearances in the corridors that were technically unscheduled but always precisely timed, which Harry had concluded was the Baron's version of checking in. He'd introduced Ron and Hermione to Nick by the third day, which Ron had received with enthusiastic ease, and Hermione with the focused research energy she brought to everything. She'd had a 40-minute conversation with Nick about the accuracy of various historical accounts in Hogwarts, a history that Nick had clearly enjoyed enormously. He hadn't told them about James yet in the Hogwarts context. They knew the general situation, but James Potter is currently in the castle and I can speak to him at will was information he was being strategic about, not secretive. There was a right moment for it. He'd know it when it arrived. The Quidditch tryout announcement went up in the Gryffindor common room on the Saturday of the second week, and Harry looked at it with the specific awareness that first years were not permitted to have personal broomsticks, per school rules, and that the first-year flying lesson was still a week away, and that Quidditch teams required a student to have demonstrated the relevant ability before selection. James, reading over his shoulder, said absolutely nothing in the very loud way of someone who has many opinions and is exercising considerable restraint. "You can say it," Harry said. "I'm not saying anything," James said. "You are extremely loudly not saying something." "I just think," James said, with tremendous care, that if someone wanted to try out for the Quidditch team, the flying lesson would be an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that they had some aptitude. "First years can't have broomsticks," Harry said. "Rules are not the same as outcomes," James said. "If a professor with Quidditch responsibilities were present at the flying lesson and a first year displayed exceptional ability, like you did," Harry said. James paused. "Yes," he said. "Exactly like I did. I was on the team by October of first year." "Tell me what you were like on a broom," Harry said. "The best of my year," James said, without a trace of false modesty. "Genuinely, not self-promotion. I had an instinct for it that isn't something you can teach, the spatial awareness, the reflexes, the willingness to trust the broom. Your mother was the first person who ever told me I was showing off, which she was also right about." He paused. "You might have it too. You won't know until you're on one." "And if I do," Harry said, "and if someone notices, then things proceed naturally," James said. "I'm not asking you to perform for anyone. I'm asking you to get on a broom and find out." Harry looked at the Quidditch announcement for a moment longer. "Okay," he said. Flying lesson. The flying lesson came on a grey Tuesday morning, Gryffindors and Slytherins together on the grounds with their broomsticks laid out on the grass. Harry stood beside his broom and looked at it, a school broom, old and slightly temperamental looking, one twig sticking up at an angle, and thought about his father, who had been the best of his year. "Up," said Madame Hooch. The broom jumped to Harry's hand with a snap that was faster and cleaner than anyone else on the line, and Madame Hooch noticed. He saw her notice from the corner of his eye, the quick professional attention of someone who has been watching students meet brooms for 30 years and has just clocked something that doesn't fit the standard distribution. He said nothing. He waited for the next instruction. They were told to kick off gently, hover, come back down. Harry kicked off. The first moment in the air was something he had no adequate reference for. It was completely unlike anything on the ground, not the magic he'd been working with for 5 years, which was internal, which moved from inside him outward. This was external and complete, the broom under him translating intention into movement, gravity redefined. He hovered at 8 feet and felt the grey morning around him and understood why James had spent 30 years worth of ghost time talking about Quidditch. He stayed where he was instructed. He didn't perform. He hovered, descended when told, stood back on the ground with the particular quality of someone who has just confirmed a hypothesis. Then Neville's broom shot suddenly upward, uncontrolled and frightened, Neville clinging to it with both hands and rising far too fast, and Draco Malfoy grabbed the remembrall Neville had dropped and held it up with a grin, and Harry was on his broom and in the air before he'd consciously made the decision. It wasn't showing off. It was reflex, the same reflex that had moved the drawer when Vernon raised his belt, the same instinct that had been driving every piece of practical work James had built in him. Something needed doing. He did it. He went for Malfoy, not Neville. Neville had managed to fall from only a moderate height by the time Harry was airborne, the boy landing with more noise than injury on the soft ground. Malfoy, startled by Harry appearing directly in front of him at unexpected speed, dropped the remembrall, and Harry caught it one-handed 8 feet from the ground and came around in a wide arc that was, he was aware, entirely unnecessary from a functional standpoint but felt completely right from every other one. He landed. Madam Hooch stared at him. Madam Hooch took him directly to Professor McGonagall after the lesson, which he'd expected, and McGonagall listened to the report with an expression that was doing approximately 9 different things at once while maintaining the appearance of doing 2. "You could have been killed," she said. "The risk was minimal," Harry said. "I had clear air and the broom was responsive." "How would you know that?" she said. "You've never been on a school broom before." "I could feel it," Harry said simply. "You can tell within the first 30 seconds how a broom wants to move. This one was sluggish on the left bank but everything else was clean." McGonagall looked at him for a very long moment. Then she said, "Wait here," with the authority of someone setting a waypoint, and disappeared out a side door. Harry waited. He could hear her voice through the door, low and rapid, clearly talking to someone. Oliver would appeared 5 minutes later from a different door wearing Quidditch robes and an expression of someone who has just been told something extraordinary and is calibrating whether to believe it. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Wood produced a quaffle from somewhere and said, without preamble, "Track this," and threw it across the room. Harry tracked it. "Don't," Wood said, "touch it. I want to see your eyes." He threw it again, at different angles, at varying speeds, and Harry tracked each one with the specific quality of someone who can process spatial information at speed and does so without apparent effort. Wood looked at McGonagall. McGonagall's expression had not changed. "Seeker," Wood said. "He has to be Seeker." "First years don't," McGonagall began. "I know the rule," Wood said. "I'm telling you we need him. Last year's Seeker is gone and we haven't replaced. I'm aware of our Quidditch situation, Mr. Wood," McGonagall said. She looked at Harry with the expression of someone making a decision that they are simultaneously certain about and slightly amazed by. "I'll need to speak with Professor Dumbledore." In the meantime, she pulled open a desk drawer and produced something that Harry recognized from James's descriptions, a long thin box. "Mr. Potter. This is the finest broom currently in production. I'll expect it not to be used for anything other than quidditching until I've sorted out the formal arrangements." "What is it?" Harry said. McGonagall told him. "The Nimbus 2000. Current standard for serious Quidditch play." Harry took the box and looked at it. James's voice, from precisely nowhere, "That's my boy." Harry pressed his lips together, keeping his face professionally neutral, but it was a near thing. By the 3rd week Harry had a complete working picture of the defense against the dark arts situation, which concerned him in specific and actionable ways. Quirrell had been in his peripheral awareness since the first lesson, a quiet, stuttering man in a ridiculous purple turban who taught defense with the specific quality of someone who is afraid of their own subject. The lessons were poor, nervous, scattered, covering territory the class already knew in ways that managed to make the familiar seem boring. Harry had spent most of the first 2 Dada lessons doing the textbook reading ahead of where Quirrell was teaching and making notes on the sections Quirrell conspicuously avoided. The avoidance was a pattern. Anything related to dark magic detection, anything related to the sensing of malevolent magical presences, anything related to curses designed for possession or parasitic attachment, all of it glossed over, redirected, occasionally cut from the lesson plan in ways Quirrell covered with transparent excuses. Harry had the file on Quirrell that Helena had built him, which was, competent academic who'd gone traveling for a year, came back changed, took the Dada post which everyone knew was cursed. The changed part was the operative detail. Changed how was the question. He brought it to James on a Wednesday evening, a fortnight in, sitting in a quiet corner of the library after hours, which Harry managed through the particular understanding that the library's after-hours policy had several structural gaps that Madame Pants was aware of and chose not to enforce when students were actually studying. "The turban," he said. "Helena says he came back from the east wearing it and hasn't taken it off. It's not cold enough to need. It doesn't match anything else he wears. And the smell, what smell?" James said, attention sharpening. "Garlic, mostly. But underneath it, something else. Every time he turns in a particular direction. Harry had spent a dada lesson sitting slightly behind and to the right of Quirrell's desk angle. Something old and wrong. James went very still. Harry, he said. I know, Harry said. If what I think you're suggesting is, I've been researching parasitic possession, Harry said. The magical literature on it is thin but consistent. Someone significantly weakened but not destroyed, requiring a living host, unable to take full physical form. He looked at his notes. Voldemort chose Albania as his last known location. Quirrell went east for a year. James was completely still. There's something else, Harry said. There's a locked corridor on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore warned the whole school about it in the welcome feast. Don't go there, certain death, etc. That's not how you discourage curious students, James. That's how you make a thing into the most interesting thing in the building. He paused. He's hiding something there. The Philosopher's Stone, James said, with the quality of someone connecting things. There were reports last year, Gringotts, a vault break-in. Nothing taken, but Dumbledore moved something from a vault the same day the break-in happened. It was in the Prophet, buried in the back pages. I found that too, Harry said. And I looked at the staff list. Flamel, Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist. Dumbledore and he have been corresponding for years, it's mentioned in several of Dumbledore's public records. Flamel made the stone. Dumbledore moved it here. He set his notes down. Voldemort, in whatever form he currently exists, wants the stone because it would give him a path back to a body. He's inside Quirrell. Quirrell is in the school, 30 feet from the stone. And Dumbledore knows? James said. I believe Dumbledore set protections, Harry said. I believe he's waiting for Voldemort to move and planning to address it at that point. He paused. I believe his plan does not adequately account for the possibility that Voldemort knows about me specifically and might use the stone's protection layers as an opportunity to get close to me rather than as an obstacle between him and the stone. James looked at him. You think Quirrell is going to come for you? I think at some point the situation in that corridor is going to become active, Harry said. And I think the way Quirrell looks at me in defense lessons is not the look of a professor. It's the look of something that is remembering the last time it saw me. He kept his voice even. And I want to be ready. What kind of ready? James said. Carefully, the way he went careful when things were real rather than theoretical. Information ready, Harry said. I want to know what's down that corridor. I want to understand what we're working with. We, James said. You, me, Ron, Hermione, Harry said. Possibly Nick for the castle geography. Possibly the Baron for the Slytherin angle, he'll know if Quirrell has been down there. James was quiet for a long moment. Harry, he said. I want to say something and I need you to hear it clearly. Say it. You are 11 years old, James said. And you are describing a plan to investigate an active Voldemort situation. In a school. I want to be clear that my job, right now, is to tell you to go to Dumbledore. I know, Harry said. And I also know, James said, in a different tone, that you're going to look at me and tell me why that's strategically insufficient. Going to Dumbledore tells him I know, Harry said. Which alerts Quirrell through whatever connection exists between them. Dumbledore would move to secure the stone in ways that might accelerate the timeline. And Dumbledore's plan has always run on the assumption that he's the operative piece. I'm not sure that's correct anymore. He paused. I don't want to override his plan. I want to understand it well enough to complement it. James rubbed his face, the ghost of the gesture, the familiar motion. You're right, he said. I hate that you're right. I want to tell you you're being reckless but you're the exact opposite of reckless and that makes this harder to argue against. You taught me to understand situations before I act in them, Harry said. I know I did, James said. I'm going to have a conversation with myself about whether that was the right call. It was, Harry said. Come on. The Baron confirmed it on Thursday. Harry found him in the Slytherin corridor at a time and location that Harry had calculated based on 2 weeks of observing the Baron's patterns, because the Baron's movements were not random, they were deliberate, and deliberateness meant predictable if you watched long enough. Quirrell, Harry said, without preamble. The Baron responded to directness. I wondered when you'd ask, the Baron said. 2 weeks. Longer than I expected. I needed the data first, Harry said. He's been down there. Twice, the Baron said. In the 3rd week of term. He reached the final chamber and failed at the last protection. He came back and has been, managing. Waiting for something. A pause. Or someone. Me, Harry said. The Baron looked at him with those ancient, unreadable eyes. Possibly, he said. What do you intend to do? Understand it completely, Harry said. And be there when it resolves. You're going into the corridor, the Baron said. I'm going to know what's there, Harry said. When the time comes. Yes. The Baron was quiet for a moment. Then he said, there are 6 protections. I know 4 of them. I'll tell you. Harry pulled out his notebook. The timeline collapsed in late October, which Harry had been tracking with the awareness of something building toward a fixed point. It was Halloween. The troll in the dungeon, which Harry had already identified as a diversion, the moment he heard the alarm and saw the corridor traffic, was the detail that told him the timeline had gone active. Someone had let it in. The school was in controlled chaos, students being directed to dormitories by prefects, professors moving to address the troll. Harry found Ron immediately in the crowd. Hermione, he said. Ron's face shifted. She's in the bathroom. She was, there was a thing at lunch, they were already moving. They found her before the troll did, which was the operative requirement, and the troll found them shortly after, which was the complication. Harry stood in the bathroom doorway with the troll between him and Hermione and assessed the situation in the 2 seconds available. He pointed his wand at the troll's club and felt the wand and his magic align with the practiced ease of everything he'd built for 5 years, and levitated the club from the troll's grip with a sharp, precise movement. The club swung upward and back and connected with the top of the troll's own head with a crack that echoed off the bathroom tiles. The troll sat down. Then fell sideways. Hermione was pressed against the wall with her hand over her mouth looking at Harry with an expression that was processing multiple things in rapid sequence. Ron was looking at the troll, then at Harry, then at the wand, then at Harry. Right, Ron said, finally. Right. That was extremely good. Professors arrived. Explanations were given. McGonagall was furious and then not furious and gave points in the specific way of someone who has assessed a situation and concluded that the outcome justifies the unacceptable methodology. Snape, in the background, looked at Harry with a complicated expression that Harry filed but didn't address. Quirrell was among the professors who'd come to the bathroom. He stood at the back, stuttering reassurances about the school's safety, and his eyes found Harry with the specific quality Harry had been watching for, not Quirrell's eyes. The thing behind them. Looking at the boy it had last seen in a crib in Godric's Hollow. Harry held its gaze for exactly 3 seconds, perfectly calm, and turned back to McGonagall. That night, in the dormitory after everyone else was asleep, James came through with more strength than usual, the castle's Halloween magic apparently providing additional anchor. The troll was Quirrell, Harry said quietly. Yes, James said. I was in the corridor when he set it loose. He had a second purpose, he went for the 3rd floor. He reached the protection beyond the trapdoor. How far did he get? Fluffy stopped him, James said. He didn't have what he needed. He'll need something more. A pause. He's moving faster. Whatever's compelling him is getting more urgent. The stone has to go back to Gringotts, Harry said. That's the real solution. Not defeating Quirrell here, removing the thing he wants. But I don't know Dumbledore's timeline. Dumbledore is going to London next month, James said. There's correspondence in his office. I had a look this evening, through the door. He said this with the complete absence of apology that Harry associated with James and ethics when the ethics were someone who'd endangered his son's life. He's been called to the ministry. One day, maybe two. Harry sat with this. He leaves the stone here while he goes, Harry said. There's the protections, James said. Which Quirrell is already past the first two of, Harry said. He thought about this with the full focused clarity of someone who has prepared for exactly this moment. We need to go down there before Quirrell does. Not to take the stone, to understand the final protection. The Mirror of Erist. The Baron had told him this from his knowledge of the fourth protection. Dumbledore designed it. I need to understand what Dumbledore thinks the correct answer is. Harry, not to take it, Harry said. To be the person in the room when it matters. James, Voldemort is going to come for me eventually regardless. He's in that school right now, 40 feet from where I sleep. When Dumbledore is gone and Quirrell makes his move, I want to be the one who decides what happens, not the thing it happens to. James looked at him for a long time in the dark dormitory. Tell me the plan, he said. The plan took 2 days to build and was the most complex thing Harry had assembled since the campaign at Privet Drive. He brought in Ron and Hermione the second day, laying it out in the library corner with the dispassionate clarity that James had taught him was the way you delivered information that might frighten people, all the facts, in order, with time at the end for the fear if it came. Hermione's fear came out as rapid, systematic questions, which Harry answered in order. Ron's fear came out as a single question, what do we do? Ron, Harry said, I need you on the chess problem. The Baron says there's a life-size chess board between the troll protection and the mirror. It's designed to be impassable. Ron looked at him. You want me to play the chess board? I want you to win the chess board, Harry said. There's a difference. Something straightened in Ron's expression. Yeah, he said. Okay. Hermione had the logic puzzle 3 days before they needed it, which Harry had expected. She presented the solution during Thursday's library session with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has been working on something difficult and has fully solved it. There are 7 bottles, she said. Logic, not magic. She looked at Harry. Most wizards apparently can't think through logic problems properly. Most wizards rely on magic to solve things that don't require it, Harry said. It's the vocabulary without grammar problem. She nodded. I'll go back from the potion room, she said. To send an owl to Dumbledore and get help. Harry looked at her. She was bright and fierce and had spent 2 months at Hogwarts becoming exactly herself with the systematic thoroughness she brought to everything. You'd be more useful back here, he said, honestly, but I want you to know that you going back means you're making a decision rather than being managed into one. Hermione met his gaze. I know, she said. That's why I'm deciding it. Dumbledore left on a Thursday. Harry knew because the headmaster was gone from the staff table at dinner, and James confirmed it from his castle-wide awareness. He was in London. The school was under McGonagall's authority. Quirrell was at the staff table, eating normally, looking at nothing. He'd moved tonight. After dinner, Harry collected Ron and Hermione in the common room and said, very simply, tonight, and they both looked at him and nodded. The corridor was quiet at midnight. Fluffy was unconscious, the enchanted harp already playing, which confirmed Quirrell had come first. The trapdoor open. They went down. The Devil's Snare was handled by Hermione with wand work and botany knowledge combined into a solution that lasted approximately 12 seconds and required no assistance from either of the others. The winged keys were Harry's. He was on a broomstick before the others had fully registered they'd entered the key chamber, and he tracked the right one with the same spatial awareness he'd demonstrated for Wood, the tiny crack near the hinge, the slightly bent wing, and had it in 30 seconds. The chess board was Ron's. Harry stood at the edge of it and watched Ron Weasley become a different version of himself. Not the slightly self-conscious second youngest of 6 person, not the friendly uncomplicated boy from the train. Something else, entirely focused, entirely present, commanding the board with an authority that had no self-consciousness in it at all. Ron sacrificed his peace with the complete understanding of what he was doing and why. "Go," he said. "Check him." "Ron," Hermione said. "Go," Ron said, and he was looking at the board, not at them, because the game required it. "I know what I'm doing. Go." Harry looked at him for 1 second. "We'll come back for you," Harry said. "I know you will," Ron said, and the certainty in it was its own kind of gift. Harry and Hermione went through. The troll behind the next door was already unconscious, Quirrell's work, which confirmed he was ahead of them by only minutes. Hermione solved the potions room in 4 minutes, which Harry thought was probably a record. She embraced him once, quickly, with the fierceness of someone who has not practiced this but means it entirely, and went back. The mirror chamber was quiet. Quirrell was standing before it when Harry entered, and the figure in the purple turban turned, and the quality of his expression was no longer Quirrell's, had stopped being Quirrell's somewhere between the potions room and this moment. "Harry Potter," said a voice through Quirrell's mouth. "At last." "Hello," Harry said. He stood in the room with his wand at his side and his posture easy, and nothing in him was afraid, and this was not performance. Quirrell looked at him with Voldemort's eyes and tilted his head. "You're not frightened." "Of what, specifically?" Harry said. "Of me," the voice said, and there was something in it that wasn't entirely acting, genuine surprise, with an edge of the quality that surprise has when it unsettles a fundamental assumption. "You're currently sharing a professor's body," Harry said. "You tried to get a troll to do your work for you 2 months ago. You couldn't get past the chessboard without us." He kept his voice conversational. "You're also the reason my parents are dead, which I have significant feelings about." "But afraid?" He paused. "No." Something cold moved through the room. "You need the stone," Harry said, keeping his attention on the mirror. He understood the mirror now, had read everything Dumbledore had written about it, had discussed it with James, had built his understanding of it from the ground up. "It shows the deepest desire of your heart. The person who wants it but not to use it will see themselves holding it." He understood the mechanism. "You need me to get it from the mirror." "Get it," Voldemort said. "And we can discuss what happened to your parents. I can give you things, Harry. Knowledge. Power. A way to bring them. You can't bring them back," Harry said. He walked to the mirror and stood before it. "I know you can't. I've been talking to my father for 6 years. I understand what death is." He looked at the mirror and what it showed him, he catalogued it without indulging it, the same way he'd catalogued the wistfulness on the train. "And I know what I want when I look at it." He saw himself standing exactly as he was, in this room, with his parents behind him, James laughing at something, hand on his shoulder, Lily looking at Harry with the specific smile. But also Ron and Hermione somewhere in the edges. And something else, something that felt like after, like a future beyond this room. He felt the stone drop into his pocket. He turned around. Quirrell came at him with a speed that was not entirely human, and Harry stepped sideways with the practiced ease of someone who has been learning to move since he was 8, and when Quirrell's hand caught his arm instead of his collar, Quirrell screamed. The contact was fire. Not literally, no visible flame, but Quirrell's hand blistered and cracked where it gripped Harry, and the screaming that followed was Quirrell's and the thing inside him both, layered, discordant. His mother's protection. In his skin. In his blood. Harry looked at his own hand, which was entirely fine, and thought about what Lily had explained in November and understood it now from the inside, the old magic, the older-than-spells magic, the kind that had no counter because it had no spell structure to counter. Quirrell reached for him again, both hands now, desperate. Harry stood still and let him. The screaming redoubled. Quirrell's hands disintegrated against Harry's skin, literally, burning away, and Quirrell's face cracking like old pottery, and Harry watched this with a specific disconnected quality that he recognized as the mind protecting itself from the full weight of a moment by processing it as data. Then the thing that wasn't Quirrell tore itself loose, a shred of something, barely form, barely coherent, rushing past Harry in a wave of cold that hit him like water. Harry didn't move. The cold passed through him. Quirrell fell. The room was quiet. Quirrell on the floor, clearly dying, not from Harry, just from the departure of the thing that had been sustaining the damaged body through the autumn. Harry knelt beside him for a moment and looked at a man who had been hollowed out by something he'd chosen and couldn't unchoose, and felt, not satisfaction, not anger, just the particular weight of a person's wrong choices brought to their end. He set the stone on the floor beside Quirrell's hand. He stood up and walked toward the door. James was in the corridor outside the mirror chamber, more present than Harry had ever felt him inside Hogwarts, the castle apparently providing strength Harry didn't entirely understand. "Harry," James said. "I'm fine," Harry said. "I know," James said. "I felt the protection work. I felt your mother's magic." His voice was unsteady in the way it went when it had too much in it. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No," Harry said. "The cold hit me but it passed through. Nothing stayed." James was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "She was there, Harry. In that room. When you stood in front of the mirror and the thing came at you, she was there. Not like me. More like warmth. Like a held thing." He stopped. "I think she comes when you need it. Even if you can't see her." Harry stood in the corridor below Hogwarts and felt the silence of the underground and the warmth that was still, now that he paid attention, faintly there at the edges. "I know," he said. He walked back through the chambers. The chessboard was mostly destroyed, pieces scattered, and Ron was sitting against the far wall with a gash above his eyebrow and an expression of someone who has done the thing they came to do and is entirely satisfied with this. "You look terrible," Harry said. "I won," Ron said. "You did," Harry said. He helped Ron up. "Come on. What happened?" Ron said, looking at Harry's face. "It's over," Harry said. "For now." "Voldemort?" "Gone," Harry said. "Not dead, I don't think he can be killed this way. But gone. Scattered." He thought about the shred of something that had rushed past him. "He'll be back, eventually. But not tonight." Ron looked at him for a moment. "Are you all right?" he said, with the same directness he'd used on the train. The same quality, cutting past everything to the actual question. "Yes," Harry said. And then, because Ron asked the actual questions, not completely fine. "But all right." He paused. "Ask me again in the morning." "In the morning," Ron agreed. They walked back through. Hermione was waiting at the trapdoor with a professor she'd managed to retrieve, Dumbledore, who had apparently turned back from London when his specific understanding of the situation prompted it, arriving at Hogwarts in time to meet 2 third-years and Hermione at the third-floor corridor entrance. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "The stone is in the mirror room," Harry said. "Quirrell is also in the mirror room. He needs medical attention, though I'm not sure there's much." He paused. "Voldemort used him badly." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. That very blue gaze, doing the thing it did, reading, assessing, updating. "Are you hurt?" Dumbledore said. "No," Harry said. "The protection," Dumbledore said, and the way he said it contained a great deal, recognition, the specific emotion of someone whose theory has been confirmed in a way that had a very high human cost. "My mother's," Harry said. "Your mother's," Dumbledore agreed, quietly. "Yes." They stood in the corridor for a moment. Ron and Hermione were behind Harry, present, solid. "I'll want to speak with you," Dumbledore said. "Tomorrow. When you've rested." "I know," Harry said. "I'll want to speak with you too." He kept his voice even. There are things we should discuss about this year and how it was structured. Dumbledore looked at him without deflection. Yes, he said. There are. He moved past them toward the chamber and Harry watched him go and thought about the conversation ahead, the prophecy, the plan, the things Dumbledore hadn't yet said and the things Harry had already figured out. He thought about doing it with James's coaching and Lily's voice somewhere in the edges and the full library of everything he'd been building since he was 5. He turned to look at Ron and Hermione. Ron had dried blood on his forehead and was favoring his left ankle and had the expression of someone who is very tired and has never been more satisfied with a night's work. Hermione was clutching her notebook as if she'd carried it through the whole ordeal, which she probably had, and her hair was doing something magnificent and unconstrained, and she was looking at Harry with the focused, warm attention of someone who has decided something important. "We need to go to the hospital wing," Hermione said. "Agreed," Harry said. "And then," she said, "I have approximately 40 questions about everything that happened in that room and I would like the full account." "Tomorrow," Harry said. "Tomorrow," she agreed, with the quality of someone accepting a delay that is unreasonable but warranted. Ron put his arm over Harry's shoulders briefly, the unself-conscious, easy gesture of someone for whom physical affection was simply how care was expressed, and Harry received it with the equally simple quality of someone who had been waiting without knowing it for that specific kind of uncomplicated warmth. They walked up through the castle. James was with Harry the whole way, present, warm, closer than he'd ever managed before, the castle's magic and their years of connection combining into something that felt less like a ghost and more like walking beside someone. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The quality of his presence said everything that needed saying. At the door to the hospital wing Harry stopped for a moment and looked back the way they'd come, the long corridor, the torchlight, the castle around them old and real and certain. He thought about a 5-year-old in a cupboard, looking sideways, finding his father on the floor. He thought about what James had been trying to do and what had actually happened, not the plan James had described to himself in the abstract, not the hope, but the actual thing that had emerged from years of two people across an impossible distance building something neither of them had a word for. "When you do," James had said, 6 years ago, "nobody will ever put you in a cupboard again." He'd been right about that. Harry pushed the hospital wing door open and went in. The morning came in through the hospital wing windows the way mornings came in everywhere, indifferent to what had happened, bright and ordinary and ready to be used. Harry lay in the bed with his hands behind his head and felt the castle around him, its warmth, its specific aliveness, its quality of knowing you were there. He thought about the conversation with Dumbledore ahead, which he was ready for. He thought about the rest of the year, the rest of the first year and then the 5 after it, and the thing that was still out there and would come back and would eventually require resolution. He thought about the prophecy and what Lily had said about destinies and decisions and the difference between them. Ron was asleep in the bed to his left, snoring slightly. Hermione was in the bed to his right, technically asleep, though she'd probably been reading until 20 minutes ago. James was somewhere near the ceiling of the hospital wing, because that was where James usually ended up when he was letting Harry have space but not quite all the way gone. "James," Harry said. "Here," James said. "Tell me something good," Harry said. A pause. The kind of pause that contained many possible answers and was taking its time selecting. "Your mother says she's proud of you," James said. "She specifically asked me to make sure I said it clearly. Not that she's proud generally, that she's proud of you, specifically what you chose last night and how you chose it, and the person you are." Harry looked at the morning light on the ceiling. "Tell her," he started. "She knows," James said. "She hears you. Not always, not clearly, but when it matters." Harry closed his eyes. Outside, Hogwarts was waking up, the sounds of it moving through stone, breakfast being prepared, the specific morning school sound of a place full of people at different stages of being awake. In a few hours Dumbledore, the stone, the conversation that needed to happen. In a few weeks, the end of term, the train back, the summer at Privet Drive which was now a formality rather than a life. But for now, Ron snoring, Hermione's quiet breathing, James somewhere in the light above him, Lily somewhere further and always approaching. Harry Potter, 11 years old, lay in the Hogwarts hospital wing and felt the specific and extraordinary peace of someone who has arrived where they belong. Not at the end of something. At the very beginning of everything.